Alrighty. Alrighty, everybody. What's good? Everyone joining in the stream right now. How's everyone doing today? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people. What's up, everyone? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. I just let the Instagram know that we're live. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? How's everybody doing? What's up, Jocelyn? What's up, Lel? How you doing? What's up, Aaron? What's up, Big Red? How you doing? What's up, Human Kittens? What's up, Moody? What's up, Laugh Out Leslie? How you doing? What's up, Malik? What's up, Hopefully Rational? What's up, Zombie? What's up, Megan? How you doing? What's up, Tylen? What's good, everyone joining in the stream? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. You just give me a quick second. We're going to put the put my link tree in the description of the YouTube. Or not description, in the pinned comment. Give me one quick second to do that real quick. Alrighty. Let me make sure to do this real quick. And then let me let the repost the main account specifically, or have my main account repost my live stream. Just give me a quick second, everybody. Alrighty. Just give it a quick second. Alrighty. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. What's good, everyone joining in the stream? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, we're going to start getting some debates here very, very soon.
Parker, why do you keep on dodging my live?
Oh, this is the one troll that always comes up on the stream. I don't know what... I didn't even know you did a live.
Hey,
what's up,
Parker.
How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
I do. Your allegations are getting up there with Trump's. You got more sexual assault allegations than Trump. What's going on with that?
Really?
You got Tashika saying you like raped her or something? What's going on with that?
No, Tashika never said that. So Tashika's actually
saying
that...
Oh, Dean raped her or something?
No, neither of those. She's actually denying that she sexually harassed me and Dean, even though that happened on live stream. Right? Like, she explicitly would talk about certain circumstances about having sex with me and Dean while on live stream, knowing that we're in relationships, talk about hypothetical scenarios while comparing us to quote-unquote high-value men, and that if she had sex with a bunch of different versions of us, that she would want to do that a bunch. And that's on live stream, and it took a while for Dean and I to realize that this is sexual harassment because it made us feel uncomfortable, and it took a long time for us to come out specifically about that. And this isn't the only circumstance. You can go check out Reddit where you can see where she explicitly herself admitted to literally unconsensually pleasuring herself on a FaceTime call with someone else. So if you don't believe me, go look at the Reddit and check out and see someone else specifically saying that about how it happened to them. It's a pattern of behavior. So I don't know why people would specifically defend what she has to say when explicitly speaking, there's so much information indicating that she's done this, not only just from me and Dean and other people that she's specifically done this to on live stream, by the way, but also specifically in the context of the Reddit. Go check out the Reddit. Look at the whole thing.
What about believe all woman?
Wait, what do you mean? I am the person who was specifically literally harassed in this circumstance.
I mean,
so are you saying that believing me is contradictory to my own position?
Yeah, but your harassment, you said it in the moment, it wasn't harassment. You changed your mind later and you decided it was harassment.
Wait, no. So I identified and I acknowledged that it was harassment later on because I've never had someone sexually harass me in that type of way specifically who was my friend at the time, right? And it took me a while to be able to recognize that and acknowledge that. Right, and I just don't think that, like,
do you think you can revoke consent like that?
Well, this isn't revoking consent. I never gave consent for this. So
you never told her it was wrong.
Wait, do I need to tell someone that it's wrong right away? Why can't it just be that if I don't consent to it, that I never said that it was okay?
Well, I mean, typically in conversation, if we're not crossing each other's boundaries, it would be pretty.
Wait, and by the way, for the people who are spamming in the chat that you FaceTimed her at 3 a.m., you mean I was friends with her in the past? And I had FaceTimed her at nighttime, right? Specifically when we were friends. And then over time, because of the behaviors that she engaged in, I stopped being friends with her because of how she had treated me. Plus, I just want to acknowledge this. What do I get out of lying? What do I get out of saying this in lying? Tell me, what do I get? What do I benefit? Do I get money? Do I get attention? Do I get people to like listen to me more? No, none of that happens to a greater extent. I'm saying this because it actually happened. And you're sitting here denying it because you do the same thing with Donald Trump. You do the same thing in the other scenarios. You never believe people who specifically come out and talk about the things that happened to them. If you don't believe me, go look at the Reddit and specifically see how she admitted herself to literally unconsensually pleasuring herself on a FaceTime call with someone. So if you don't believe me, believe other people. No, not me. I'm just saying, if you don't believe me, believe other people.
I do think she's like unfairly attacking you, probably because you're like famous and out and shit.
So she's clearly just trying to get views right now on a live stream, which is annoying that we've not addressed this. Because by the way, it has 140,000 likes. She can go on a platform and just literally lie. It's insane.
Yeah,
like literally lie. None of
these
things were ever. None of these things. Listen, let me just be clear. None of these things were ever planned. None of these things were ever consented to. None of these things were ever something that I was comfortable with. I've never done anything like this to them. Yet I specifically come out and say that this is bad behavior. And instead of them addressing it, apologizing, and being like, yo, that's fucked up, I shouldn't do that. Instead, they decide to make a video saying I falsely accused them for no fucking reason, when the only reason I've even talked about this was in a Discord live. This is the first time I've talked about this on stream, by the way. And I did this because there's a video with 140,000 likes that they made yesterday, literally lying about everything that happened. Why would I wait again? Can you agree with me? Let's see if we can get a MAGA to agree with me. Do you agree with me? I gain nothing from lying about this.
Lying about
this. Like if I were lying about this, would I gain anything from that? No. I could stop being friends with her without lying about this. Okay. So explain to me why I would lie about this.
I think you cultivated this community that's hyper online and like hyper offended by everything, like Andrew Wilson was saying on Joe Rogan. That is true. And with the whole, you guys think you will get eaten by your own monster you created eventually, and this is just part of it, right? It's like he's trying to take you down because you're successful and white and liberal and you're one of the top mouthpieces for what she sees as like black advocacy. That's probably what's going on there. When you play into this whole emotional victim culture thing, you cultivate this hyper microaggression environment.
This is just nothing to do with microaggressions. This is nothing to do with microaggressions. This is people not believing people when they talk about things that have happened to them that they were uncomfortable with, that was unconsenting. Okay? So like
you should have said it in the time. If you were uncomfortable, you should have said it in the time.
So by the way, if I don't explicitly say at the time, that means it didn't happen to me?
Well, your girlfriend was uncomfortable, right? Not just you.
No, that was for a separate circumstance. That my girlfriend being uncomfortable with, that was a separate circumstance. Completely irrelevant to the whole. Yeah, that was, by the way, that's irrelevant to the whole claims of sexual harassment. Completely irrelevant. That's a completely different situation. This specifically was where we would be uncomfortable, where they'd explicitly talk about how they'd bring up all these hypothetical scenarios where they'd have sex with Dean and I because they think that we're quote unquote high value men, and that if they were to, because we were talking about the body count topic, they would bring it up explicitly in that context. That makes me feel uncomfortable. This is, by the way, this is what I'm saying. This is not like I don't think it's like a crime, something you can go to jail for or anything. It's just saying this is something bad that's happened. Again, if you don't believe me, go look at the Reddit and look at the situation where they specifically literally admitted to unconsensually pleasuring themselves.
I think your mistake is just your mistake was coming out and saying,
yeah, my mistake is coming out and saying that I was sexually harassed, because now people won't believe me simply just because I claim that it happened to me. You see what I mean? This actually, you know what, fucking proves the same bullshit that people aren't willing to believe anyone that comes out and talks about things that happen to them. Literally no one. Literally no one. I'm not believed. Why are you not believing me? Genuinely, there's no fucking reason I have to lie. I have no reason to lie.
You're like half a step away from like when the person is in VR chat and they're saying I got sexually assaulted by Wendy. It's like you're on a TikTok live.
I said that I did
not get sexually assaulted.
Listen, do you know what sexual harassment is?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you do? What is it?
I guess you can say it's verbal. Yeah, you could say verbal comments that make someone feel uncomfortable.
So unconsensual sexual verbal comments towards someone, is that good enough for you? So were these unconsensual sexual comments targeted towards someone?
Not at the time, no.
Yes, they were. They were absolutely unconsensual. Okay? What are you talking about?
No, you changed your mind.
No, I didn't.
At the time, I never changed my mind. And then later you said it was...
No,
you should have just said...
No, I was always uncomfortable with it. I never consented to it. That is not consensual. By the way, these are the type of people that are going to do the same thing. These are Trump supporters. So when you see like people on the left agreeing with the Trump supporters and not believing people when they come out and talk about things that have happened to them, literally, that's the exact same type of mantra and ideology. But again, people are not going to believe me because I'm literally a white man in these comment sections. I'm not trolling. Those were the reasons, right? They're not believing me because I'm literally a white man talking about this. That's it. If you look at the comment section, there are people that say that in the comment section. So by the way, those are the people that you're agreeing with, by the way.
No, I'm saying you're
agreeing with them.
Cultivated this environment. No, you cultivated this.
So I didn't cultivate this environment. Get off my live stream. Wasting my time. I did not cultivate shit. He's saying I'm cultivating an environment where I'm going to get harassed. Like, that's embarrassing. That's like saying it's justified that people come up and sexually harass me on the live stream who are just random people coming up on the stream because of the fact that I go on live stream. That's like an objectively stupid thing to say. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think I'm going to believe Tashika. I believe the victim.
So you're not a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am. But you're a piece of shit.
Okay, I have a question. How do you feel about the fact that there's a Reddit that you can go to and you can see that she explicitly admitted herself to unconsensually pleasuring herself on a FaceTime Live?
I think I'm going to believe a woman over a white man.
Wait, do you believe all victims? Do you believe AG?
You're not a victim. You're the suspect.
Do you believe AG? Because again, Tashika unconsensually pleasured herself on a FaceTime call with AG, right? And admitted that she did this. So do you believe AG? Go on the Reddit. Go look up Baby Bop Snark Reddit. I'm serious. You'll see it. You could literally go find it. It's very easy to find. You can go see AG. She said it herself. By the way, Tashika admitted to this. Why are you coming up on my live stream defending people specifically who admitted to this type of behavior and then saying I'm the one lying about it when I specifically talk about what happened to me and what made me uncomfortable?
You didn't see her recent stories?
Wait, and also, by the way, you just said you don't believe me because I'm a white man. Unironically, you just said that. But by the way, you believe Donald Trump?
Ideology.
Wait, do you believe Donald Trump didn't sexually abuse Eugene Carroll?
I'm talking about you.
No, do you believe Donald Trump didn't sexually abuse Eugene Carroll?
I'm talking about you.
Do you believe Donald Trump didn't sexually abuse Eugene Carroll?
Like I said, I'm talking about you.
So can you answer my question? If you won't answer my question, I'll go on to the next person because you're clearly, it seems like not a Trump supporter and you're just trying to come up on my live stream to do this. Okay, wait. So I gave you proof, and you're still gonna call me a false accuser?
Tashika.
Wait, go look at the proof.
Team
you said
Tashika.
you said you believe women. So why don't you believe AG? Go look at the Reddit. Like literally, that's just straight victim blaming, and then like not believing someone regardless. Like, do you see that? What is wrong with people? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey. Yeah, 26.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. But yeah, that Tashika claim, bro, you're lying about that. She never admitted to that.
We're not talking about this the whole stream. We're not talking about this the whole stream. We're not talking about this the whole stream. This is ridiculous. This is 13 minutes in the stream. Every person who's come up and talked about this.
If you're watching this, look at the evidence. Parker straight up plotted on Tashika. Talking about she has all the receipts, talking about all this money you're rolling in and putting false allegations on that black woman, bro. You should feel ashamed. You should feel ashamed of yourself, dude.
They just left. Okay, so clearly I was not engaging in false allegations, okay? I've given evidence. You can go look at the Reddit. She's admitted to unconsensually pleasuring herself on a FaceTime Live before. Admitted it herself to this. So if they don't accept that as evidence, I don't know when people would. And by the way, this is why people who specifically who are uncomfortable in situations like this don't come out and speak. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I support Trump.
And do you support? And how old are you?
I'm 21.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Well, with that, I would rather. I didn't want to vote for Trump, but I had to. Would much rather vote for him instead of. Because, of the other president, or the other lady that was running, the stuff that she would say, the stuff that she would bring to the table, I wouldn't really agree. Like, how, she was going to let men basically be in restrooms with females, and it's not right. It's not right for to do that,
So would you
I don't
ever
know,
vote?
it's more to it. It's more to it,
Would you ever vote for a man that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent?
I mean, I'd rather vote for him than Camilla. I don't know.
Kamala. So you would vote for him even though he himself bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent?
It's a lot of proof. Yes, I agree with you. It's a lot of, we have a felon as a president. It's crazy, but what can we do?
No.
Like,
I'm
this is
saying,
all we got to do.
would you vote for a man that bragged himself about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent?
You want my honest opinion answer? Yes.
So then why'd you bring that up as a reason as to why you wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris when you'd vote for Donald Trump if he did it himself?
To tell you the truth, he's the one that's
Not if he did it,
would
by the
rather
way, when
to
he
vote
did it
for him.
himself. Let me clarify. He has done this.
Yes, he has, he has done a lot of things, but, I'm not proud of our president, but it is what it is.
And by the way, Jess, thank you in the comment section. I know it was on live, and there's not many people specifically that were watching back then. So I appreciate you letting people know in the comment section. Thank you. Like it means a lot because I know it happened on live. It's just ridiculous that people deny it. Alrighty. Yeah. So you'll support Trump no matter what he does. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I mean, everything that he's doing right now, we don't support it, but what can we do? And ain't nothing we could do about it.
You can stop supporting him. You can be like, I don't like this guy. You can even still be a Republican and just say that you don't support Trump.
So what does that mean? Like, does that mean that I don't have to vote for him again, or like?
Yeah, you don't have to vote for him. You don't have to support him. You don't have to agree with him on everything. You can say, I don't like Trump. I don't support Trump. I wouldn't vote for him, but I'm still a Republican. I still want low taxes. I still want less regulation. I still want whatever gun access or whatever particular policy that you are conservative on, right? But you can still be against Trump because the types of actions that Trump engaged in bipartisanly should be that you disagree with him.
Okay, for sure. I'm listening. But I agree with you. I appreciate you for letting me know not to support Trump anymore.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
For sure. Have a great.
Jenna, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Citrus, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it is honestly the reason why people don't. No, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Love is electric. Thank you so much for the $25 as well. Thank you so much. The Puppy Bowl. They said 12.8 million views, while the TPSA halftime show got 5 to 6 million. That's actually so funny. W woke puppies. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do. I've grown up. All right, that's a so and so question because I have supported Trump the past few years. Back to the 2016 election when he first started running, I did support him. As time goes on, I will say that it's becoming to be more iffy if I want to support him or not. But the main reason that I wanted to join this live is I just wanted to come on here and say, why exactly are you doing this live?
Yeah, I want to get people to critically think, change their minds, get people to involve themselves in politics more. I think those are all important things. And also I want to bring attention to all of the horrible things that Trump has done because I think that he's uniquely bad as a candidate for president.
All right. Honestly, and I'm not here to say that anything you're doing is wrong, but here's what I'm going to come on here and say is on the right side and on the left side, as we've all seen in the Epstein files getting released and, everything that is going on in the crazy America right now, there's corruption on both the right and the left side. So all I'm going to say is if you're going to come on here and try to separate both sides, that's the last thing that we need to do right now in America. What we need to do mostly is come on here and not be going against each other, but we need to come up with a solution because America is going to shit right now. The whole world is.
So I do think that we need to separate us from people that are disunifying. Would you agree with that?
Disunifying? I mean, I'm going to say that there's both those people on the right and the left sides.
Sure.
and I'm gonna say that there's evil people all around the world. And coming on here and saying that if we get a new president in the office, that's gonna save the world. That's not gonna do shit.
Wait, I'm not even saying that. So, like, the point that I'm making is that we have to separate ourselves from people who are disunifying in order to have unification. I think Donald Trump is disunifying, especially because he's called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. And that explicitly, under my view, is going to be a reason as to why you would want to separate yourself from people like him so that you can promote unity within our country.
I mean, did you say Trump has
called for the
filed
execution of some Democrats?
the
Yeah,
execution?
literally. Yeah, literally.
He has killed.
No, he's called for it. He reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington would, in reference to some Democratic veterans in Congress that literally just said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders to service members in the military.
I've never heard of that, but I mean, if you're valid on that claim, then I mean, that's 100%. Like I've said, you know, I don't know 100% on things that Trump's done right. Here's what I will say: I do support Trump and what he has done. Is I am a Christian, and if you want to deny that God is real, then that's your own thing. I believe God's 100% real, and I am always gonna vote against abortion. I'm always gonna vote against LGBT. You know, I'm not saying that we can't have those people. If you want to do that, that's all you. But I'm gonna say that like the last person that was on here saying that we can't have men and girls bathrooms and stuff like that. I'm always gonna vote against that, and you know, I'm always gonna vote for the side that protects my biblical views. And the right side has honestly done that more than the left.
Okay, how so?
Like I said, the left side has tried to legalize abortion, which to me that's one of the biggest problems that we have in the US right now. I mean, if you want to talk about what's going on with pretty much child sacrifices, and I mean, it's not a direct correlation right there. You can call me crazy if you want, but when we get out here and we're just taking innocent lives and we're taking the innocence of that's pretty much the only thing that God has made closest to perfect on this world, which is the most innocent of beings on this world, which is the young people, and legalizing it to go in there and corrupt their minds in the school with saying they could be whatever they want, saying that you can go out here and, you know, have as much sex as you want, but have abortions whenever you want. I know it's
dude, we teach people to engage in safe sex, not to engage in sex. People are going to engage in sex, but we say to engage in safe sex.
Yeah, but I mean, we teach people to engage in sex regardless a lot more now than we did 50 years ago. It's like we don't need to have.
When did they say you should fuck?
Why do we have
wait, tell me what grade
wait,
pause. What grade did you hear that you should go out and fuck?
Honestly, I knew pretty much everything about intimacy when I was in middle school. And I mean, they were already teaching sex ed classes.
That's called safe sex.
In my 7th grade.
Yeah, that's called safe sex.
Middle schoolers don't even need to be knowing about that stuff yet. I mean,
it's to ensure that people do it in safe circumstances, because yes, there are middle schoolers that do that too. It's also important to understand that this is for information for high school. These are important to learn, and it prevents unwanted pregnancy, especially children being pregnant when they didn't want.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like at that age, if that's something that your parents want to bring up to you, then that's them. But hey, I don't even know who you are, Parker. But I do have a work meeting that I have to get on here in about 3 minutes, so I'm gonna have to let you go. I apologize.
For sure. All right, appreciate you.
Have a good day.
Let's go to the next individual. You're welcome to come up again in the future. Hopefully we can dispel some of the things you thought, because I think that you would have definitely thought differently if you had a little bit more time to have that conversation. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
40.
And do you support Trump?
I do. But I guess my reasoning for coming on here would be to discuss more of what I'm not liking out of him as of recent when it comes to the ICE procedures. I'm not a um, illegal, right?
You're cutting out, by the way.
And fuck, I'm sorry. I'm in the crevices of the mountain here working.
Okay.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is, I don't really. I support ICE in their own little thing, but the way they're handling the whole situation, the mask covering.
Hey man, I would recommend a call back
just
later.
random.
There is just a lot of lag, so I do apologize. I think it just would be better to have a conversation later on whenever you have better connection. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Hey, Parker, I love you and Dean. Keep doing what you guys are doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Joe, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you very much, Joe, on PayPal. I appreciate it. And Jacob, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I know. But thank you so much. I really appreciate the nice wishes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. I just want to say I love you. Keep doing
Thank you
what
very
you're
much.
doing.
Appreciate you very much. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. Have the best day.
Oh, thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you, everyone, for all the nice wishes and being so kind. I really appreciate it. W's for them in the comment section. W's for them in the comment section. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Hey, what's up, Parker?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm over 21.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Do you want to make an extra $5,000 in a month or less?
No.
Are you sure? I have
Yeah.
a really big business opportunity for you and Dean.
I'd actually, I'm not someone who looks for business opportunities, and I don't even do sponsors. So I do appreciate you coming up, though. Thank you very much. Oh, I apologize. I just cut you off. I apologize. You can send me a message about it if you'd like, but to be totally honest with you, I don't do any like sort of business stuff like that, to be totally honest. I also I don't have a management company or anything, so I've never done that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just want to say I really support you, and I also kind of need.
I appreciate you very much. Thank you so much. I am just looking for some debates, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. It's cold. I feel a little bit sick today, everyone. Like, I do feel a little bit off. Like, my throat was, like, all dry from last night. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I didn't vote for him, but I just
Like, would you if the election was held today?
I mean, I'm too lazy to vote for either of them, but I prefer Trump.
But you'd be too lazy to vote?
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to go on the next person because you would be too lazy to vote. If I can't find someone, just join back the guest box and I will talk to you because it probably will still be a conversation to have. But, you know, if someone is going to vote, I am going to try to pick them first. But, yeah, hop back in the guest box and I will bring you back up if I can't find someone here real quick to debate. But, yeah, I have a lot of less energy today. I don't know what it was. I woke up like I didn't
Parker,
feel
Parker,
sick the
what
day
fuck is
prior.
wrong with you, man?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20, man.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah. So, like,
And if
once
you could
again,
go back in
he was-
time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, would you vote for Hassan Piker, bitch?
Over who?
Over Donald Trump.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, what about over Kamala Harris?
Would I vote for Hassan Piker over Kamala Harris? Maybe.
You would probably vote. Oh, so you're a terrorist supporter. Okay.
No.
Are you a Mossad agent by chance, dude? Like, honestly, just let it out.
An Assad agent? No, I'm not.
Let it out. Let it out, dude.
You mean Mossad, by the way, right?
I said Mossad.
I thought
Did
you
say
said
something
Assad.
else? No.
Okay, well, I'm obviously not. Wait, are you Sophia?
Yeah, so take a hit off the elevation pen real quick.
Your tonality of voice is exactly like Phil's. Is it just me, or is his tonality of voice like literally Phil? Like he's got that Phil accent. Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I think probably at the time that whenever he was voted for, definitely Trump at the time.
Like if the election were held today and you could either vote for Trump or Harris, who would you vote for?
Probably Harris.
Nice. I'm glad that you changed your mind. W's for them in the comments section right now. That's amazing to hear. That's amazing to hear. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I'm 52.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, I voted for him, if that's your question, but my face has been withering.
Like, if the election were held today, and you could either vote for Harris or Trump, who would you vote for?
I think if it was held today, Parker, just everything I've learned and seen and heard, buddy, I'd probably go Kamala.
Kamala? Oh, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for changing your mind. That's amazing to hear. I am just looking for people specifically right now who would vote for Donald Trump, or do you support him still? You're so based, so amazing, that literally I have to go into the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
And do you support Trump?
We love you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you very much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you, everyone, for showing the love and support. I really appreciate it. I really do. It really means a lot. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Just a lot of his Republican policies. I'm not too informed. I'm definitely not a really good debater, but I could definitely talk about things.
Okay. So if the election were held today, who would you rather vote for? Harris or Trump?
Trump.
Okay. Why would you lean towards Trump?
I definitely like ICE, the ICE stuff. ICE is definitely undertrained, but I think the ICE is, like, immigration is definitely a problem. Yeah, I'd say that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Okay. If you would say that they're undertrained, how do you feel about the fact that the Trump administration has cut off over 100 days of their training?
Yeah, no, I think that's not a good thing. Yeah, immigration is a problem, but yeah, no, they're definitely undertrained. They definitely don't handle a lot of situations well.
Okay. So I think them making the training lesser is definitely a big issue. Like, it went from over 150 days to 47 days, alongside with the fact that they reduced the qualifications to become an agent. We can also point to the fact that, like, I'll just ask you this in general. Like, do you know an ICE policy that maybe you like that he changed?
No, I don't keep up on specific policies.
That's totally fine. I'll tell you just examples of them that I disagree with because I do think that some of the things that he's changed in terms of ICE I think are very bad. So he actually specifically got rid of their need for judicial warrants to search and seize. He allowed for them to racially profile and take that in consideration in terms of whether or not they're going to detain someone. The DHS has defended people specifically who have been are detaining U.S. citizens who have accents just because of their accent. So they've also expanded expedited removal, which deports people without due process to a greater extent. Under Obama, it was anyone within the country that's been within the country for less than 2 weeks, that's within 100 miles of a border, to anyone within the jurisdiction of the country that's been within the country for less than 2 years.
Yeah, I definitely believe that American citizens should have those rights, but because they're not American citizens, that's why I think it's mostly okay that they don't get warrant protection or profiling is I don't see a problem with profiling because they're not cops and they're not US citizens. It's definitely in the gray area where yeah, you can make a lot of mistakes doing that and they should probably be more trained, to be honest. But yeah, I think they because they're not citizens, they get less protections.
Okay. So do you want more protections or less protections for people in the country in terms of their constitutional rights?
I think citizens have a perfect amount of protections. Well, maybe there's certain thing like other outside of ICE, but things that I have opinions on. But in ICE, I think they're doing it mostly right. Like the protections that they hold from non-citizens are proportional. So I think everything is correct at the moment.
What I would say is that we should be focusing on people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. I think the main reason why people are coming through the process undocumented is because the current legal process takes too long and costs too much, like several years on average and $10,000 plus for many people who are trying to enter the country. So at least taking that into consideration, wouldn't it make sense to say that, or I guess take that into consideration? You can respond to that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely takes too long. It is expensive. No, I definitely looked into that. I would have a problem doing that if I was trying to immigrate. It'd be pretty frustrating. I think we definitely should make that easier, but I don't think it's an excuse.
Okay. So then, I guess like my question is that why do you agree with Trump's immigration policy more if it seems like he is, going after people who specifically would have gone through the legal process otherwise to a greater extent, given that the process didn't take so long? Because proportionally, Obama deported significantly more people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Well, if I could customize a politician, I definitely would. But yeah, I'm just more of a Republican kind of policy on these types of things. It's less about the number of people and just about how it's. I just like it. It needs to be efficient but also like without harming people. Like, and I know that ICE is undertrained and that they definitely make a lot of mistakes. But yeah, I'd say that just Trump is closer to what I believe. But I'm sure there's definitely a lot of politicians in the past. I honestly don't hate Obama, but on immigration, yeah, I think Obama did a good job.
Okay. So if you think Obama did a good job, would you prefer, say, how Obama addressed it compared to Trump?
Sorry, say that again?
Would you agree with how Obama addressed immigration compared to Trump? Like, who would you agree with more?
I think if Obama was a little more aggressive, like Trump is, with having ICE have more power, I definitely would pick Obama. Although he
Why do you
didn't
want
do
ICE to
that,
have more
so
power? Because I would argue that ICE needs to be abolished because of the fact that they're structured in the federal government in a way in which allows for the executive branch to have too much power.
well, well, these protections and this power is for American citizens. These aren't American citizens.
Well, it does affect U.S. citizens, and even for those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes that are undocumented immigrants, I think they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country until we carry over to a process of immigration that goes significantly quicker. And I think that
No,
this would
I,
give a
I,
greater incentive for more people to vet themselves in the context of the United States, identify themselves to authorities. It would increase tax revenues, increase GDP growth. It would make our economy and society better off as a whole by providing this pathway. And we can still enforce the laws in the future, right? There's no lack of ability to enforce the law in the future. Just we should enforce it once the law makes sense. And currently, when it takes too long, it doesn't make sense. So all the money we put into militarizing ICE, let's put that into making the legal process go significantly quicker.
no, yeah, no, you definitely have a good point. I don't think we should reward people for breaking the law and then try and fix it. I think we should fix. We should do what the law says we should do when somebody breaks the law, and then we should put more money into speeding it up. Yeah, because I definitely they are people, and I definitely love all men. But yeah, no, we definitely should. They I looked into it. It's definitely way too slow, and it would help the economy. Yeah,
By the way, for the
but
person in the
currently
comment
right now,
section, I unironically talk about the Epstein files every day. Dehart, I don't know where you're getting that from. Sorry,
yeah, yeah,
repeat what you just said at the very end. They said never
yeah.
seen
So
it. Please go to my YouTube page. You can see the titles are literally titled about it. Like, for example, my title today is Trump admin official admits to being on Epstein's island. That's literally my title on YouTube today, just letting you know. Go ahead.
no, I lost what I was gonna say at the end, but
I
pretty much
apologize.
yeah, pretty much what I just said. Yeah, nothing more.
Okay. I guess I could ask you about the Epstein files. Epstein specifically, how do you feel about Trump's relationship with him?
Um, all right. So okay, I'll be real with you. So on the surface, it seems like uh, Trump was just friends, and he was a whistleblower. He was one of the big whistleblowers for Epstein, but not on the surface. I don't think it's like a left or right thing. I think just in general, when anyone gets too much money or too much power, it just goes to their head, and we shouldn't trust any politician, left or right. Um, just the elites in general. Like we shouldn't be Epstein list style. I wouldn't put it above anybody.
Okay. So I don't have sufficient evidence to believe that Trump was a whistleblower. How do you feel about the fact that he showed up in the unredacted version of the files that the Congress people looked at over 1 million times?
I'd say that's pretty impressive and surprising.
Impressive in a good way or a bad way?
No, impressive like a number. Like that number is impressive.
Yeah, in like a
Like
good way
neither
or a
good or
bad way?
neither. Just in general, I'd say that it's surprising. Is a better word.
Surprising, you mean? Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, like I would agree. I would agree it's surprising. Like when I first saw it, like I was like, they must be over exaggerating with the number, right?
hmm
You know, it seems like a lot of times. So that's one thing to take into consideration. Plus, how do you feel about the title of my live stream that a Trump admin official admitting to being on Epstein's island?
Yeah, no, I definitely don't doubt it. Um, I think politicians, left and right, are definitely connected to it, and I wouldn't put it above a lot of Trump's people or the left's people. Um, no, yeah, I'm not surprised at all.
Okay, so then, do you think that they should be fired
For being on the list.
for going to the island? And by the way, they lied about it too. They said they were never on the island, and then recently admitted to being on the island.
Yeah, it's definitely suspicious. I think at the least, they should be fired and investigated.
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry.
I think at least at the least they should be investigated, if not fired. Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about the Trump administration not wanting to fire them?
I'd say it's definitely like any organization, like they protect their own, but it doesn't like. And I definitely would, if you were to ask me to assume whether he was good or not, I would assume he's a bad person. But he doesn't represent the whole organization. I think it's just what teams do. Like they protect their own. Like if it was a left president with a left organization, like it'd be the same thing. Like I wouldn't put it on the president if he was a left president. It would just be that one guy.
Yeah. So you don't think that the president should be held accountable for not firing someone in their administration that admitted to going to an island where they sex traffic children?
That's a good point. There's definitely, well, that's why, well, okay, there's definitely people that have gone but didn't do anything, right? Would you say, or no? Would you think everybody?
Wait, sorry, repeat that.
So, okay, so everybody on the list, like, you can't just assume that they've all like diddled kids, right?
Everyone who went to the island is not innocent.
No, I don't think.
Like
Well,
I
you
just
think, like,
I don't believe that people went to the island in innocent ways. Or
I
didn't.
think, well,
Maybe he didn't know about it. Like, are you saying he didn't know about it? He just went there. Like, because he claims he went there with his family, and that he just stayed there for about an hour and had food. Who goes
yeah,
to
I know.
Epstein's Island just for food?
Well,
Is there like a
okay.
restaurant there or something?
So I'm not vouching for this guy's morality, but if you are invited by a rich dude, any rich dude, that you not like politics aside, hey, come with me. Like you're already rich and famous. So this other rich dude invites you to his island, like it just, and then he just wants you to come hang out, have food, rich people gathering kind of crap, and then like not every, like you can't assume that every single person just because they went to the island like had bad intentions. I'd say most of them, but that's why we have to investigate and not let them have a position of power while we're investigating.
So you want them to be investigated?
Yeah, at the very least.
Okay. So here's my things. I think that they should be investigated and at least put on administration leave, right?
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
not fired, right? Or forced to
Yeah,
resign.
they shouldn't have power if they're in suspicion of doing stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess like, given that the Trump administration isn't doing that, what makes you think that you still support him?
Well, just because it's like that kind of thing is just human nature. I think every single organization, or most of them, would just protect their own naturally. I think it's just human nature. I don't think it reflects on the president or his policies.
You don't think it reflects on the president, even though he's explicitly tried to prevent the release of the Epstein files, even though he's legally mandated to do so?
Wait, you want me to talk about the dude on his team or him not wanting to release them?
Well, he's legally mandated to release them, and he's literally canceled Marjorie Taylor Greene for wanting to release them. He called them a hoax.
Yeah, no, that's definitely suspicious. I wouldn't put it past him, to be honest. He's a billionaire. He's probably lived it up his whole life. So if there was nothing else to do in a luxury life like that, I wouldn't put it past him. But then again, he is under a lot of fire because, like even though he didn't like hypothetically, if he did nothing bad, like it would put a lot of like any mention of him at all would make him look bad, which again like isn't being transparent. But if I were the president and I didn't do anything, like yeah, I would want to be transparent, but I see how he would be scared of being under fire for something he didn't do.
How do you feel about Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, claiming that this is the most transparent administration ever while they're legally not releasing all the files that they're mandated to release?
I don't think that's true at all. I think the government is never transparent. Any side, any activity from any person.
So wait, repeat that, sorry?
I think the government has special interests for every single like thing that comes out. So I don't think you never trust the government when they say they're being transparent. There's always more.
Okay, so you just like you don't trust them, you don't trust any politicians. Okay, that's kind of what you said
Yeah.
earlier. I think that can you identify that some politicians are at least more trustworthy?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot. I definitely think it's easy to be corrupted when you're rich and famous. I'd say 90% of them they just have special interests. They just support other countries like Israel or over America, but there definitely is a like a small group of them that genuinely care about the country.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I guess like you're saying that you don't want them to care for Israel and have special interests such as that. Then how do you feel about Netanyahu saying that Trump is the greatest ally that Israel's ever had in the Oval Office?
Yeah, no, that's my number one dislike about Trump. He kissed the wall. He's a big Israel supporter. That's my number one. Yeah.
So then I guess my question is that why do you support him given that that's true if that's one of the things that you very much dislike about him?
Well, just because of how much we don't have a choice about who our politician is, our president is. Like I feel like no matter who was in office as a president, they would support Israel. I think Obama didn't, but I think that's the one thing I like about Obama.
I
But
think Obama did, at least
did
from
he?
recollection.
Oh yeah. Well,
I think every
yeah,
president has. The point was,
yeah.
at least in comparison, was that Trump does so more. You do have a choice. Harris was a better candidate. I'm definitely not saying Harris is perfect. Harris is still pro-Israel. Bubblegum, thank you so much to the Galaxy. But I definitely think that she's preferable to Trump, right? So that's what I would say. And then, like, also my point is that, like, I think it would be easier as a country, like, from a country perspective, for us to argue against certain positions like that, right? If we don't have such a crazy country happening where we have to talk about the worst possible things that Trump has done because people are defending that. Like calling for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, having 26 plus people accuse him of sexual misconduct, saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without the consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. We have to have conversations about all of these things because of the fact that Donald Trump has done these things and they're being supported by the administration and by Trump himself. And by people specifically who support him. So I guess like those are the conversations we have to have as a country instead of having conversations about specifically why you shouldn't support the state of Israel or specifically should support certain healthcare policy or should specifically support certain childcare policy. I mean, Trump didn't have a healthcare plan, a childcare plan, a housing affordability plan, or any basic plan for the average American, and only had plans that would give massive tax breaks disproportionately to the rich and wealthy while increasing taxes on the lowest income Americans.
Yeah. I mean, so a lot of that stuff I don't doubt he said. But I think it was more like locker room talk. Like I said some stuff to my friends in like the locker room, like not like in the locker room, but just
Anything comparable to that?
no, not comparable to that. But I
So like, how
imagine,
could you just write it off like it's locker room talk, like it's normal when he's literally bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking?
well, just because when you're a billionaire like that and you're so stimulated and you have all of these like the people he probably hangs out with a lot of people that you would never want to talk to just because they when you get like you just see everybody around you as when you're rich and famous. I'm sure that you see everybody that's not like a lesser than as a person on both sides of the party. Like like I like to see the pro in Trump on his policies, but I know that he's a rich billionaire that probably looks down at everybody. But he's, I don't want to say the best option, but that's kind of what I would say.
Well, what I
Um,
would say is look at what they've done. Trump disproportionately gave tax cuts to the rich and wealthy, while increasing taxes on the lowest income Americans by imposing tariffs, which tax everyone because it increases the cost of consumer products.
yeah, no, I definitely, no, yeah, I definitely see that, and I agree with that. And like I've seen, I see why tariffs would put that onto the average citizen. But I think the idea is to like turn it into like a trade war with other countries to where they eventually we suffer now, and then the other countries eventually give up, and then it's better for us but worse for them. That's, I think that's the idea behind it. So we would have, so yeah, the average US citizen would have to suffer for a while until the other countries give in, I guess, is how it plays out in my head.
Yeah. So, one thing I would say is that Trump has made the system overall worse off. We've seen the job growth become significantly worse this last year comparative to the prior years. It was the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, like well below historical averages. Shiva, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. And actually, one thing that is interesting is most of the job growth, which actually we had a job report release, and we actually had a decent amount of new jobs added. I think it was 130,000 jobs expected for January, which is a very good thing. But one of the issues actually is that more than half of those jobs are specifically within the field of healthcare, which tends to grow regardless of economic conditions. So even if we look at that 130,000 average, by the way, or 130,000 new jobs, that's still well below historical averages. But it's still like, although it's like slightly good to see that, it doesn't necessarily indicate that the economy overall is doing good. And it genuinely does show a big issue because if most of the growth is with a particular field that would grow regardless of how the economy is doing, it's not indicative of the economy doing well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so the economy is doing worse. We've seen reductions in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration. We've seen reductions in business investment under Trump's administration. We've seen worse off conditions in terms of the economy, upward pressure on prices. So given that that's all true, what makes you think that Trump is still a better candidate for the economy, for people in general, right, and for society as a whole?
I definitely think that that's not a good thing. But then again, I just I feel like the president doesn't have a huge impact on it, and and it is happening. I'm not gonna just make stuff up. But I don't think that's necessarily a terrible thing, and that we should like impeach him immediately because it's happening. I think that he should take that seriously, and then that's the next thing that our country should start working on. Like it shouldn't discredit him as a candidate back in 2024.
It does. The reason why it does is because of the fact that he's been worse off on the economy when claiming he would do better. He claimed he would reduce grocery prices. We've seen grocery prices increase, right? He claimed that he would make everything affordable again in terms of housing. And then now, since he's in office, he's claiming that he wants to keep housing prices up to keep people wealthy.
Yeah, no, yeah, he definitely made a lot of claims, and but any politician can make a ton of claims and then only come through on like a quarter of them. But that's just regular politics. Like that's not like I think as long as his intentions are good and he's making an effort towards a better America, then as long as where we're at right now isn't personally responsible because of him, then I think we're good to go.
Well, I would say that the conditions that we're in right now are personally because of his tariff policy. They're worse off because of that.
Yeah, I know that. Well, yeah, that's, well, like I said before, it's like in my head, it's because like it's harder right now, but the idea is that later it'll get later. It's later. It's better for later. Does that make sense?
No, I'm not. I'm not getting it.
So like, we're talking about trade tariffs, right?
Yeah, we're talking about tariffs have led to worse off economic conditions in terms of job growth, inflation, and overall growth in the economy. We've also seen real median wages grow at a lower rate than what we saw the last year of Biden.
Yeah.
So,
So, okay. So in my head, tariffs, you tariff other countries, and so it's us against the other country, basically. And then, so yeah. So in my head, the idea is we both suffer until one of us gives up. We stop tariffing them, or they are cool with the tariffs. They start just treating it like a normal thing. And so I do see how it would make it harder right now, but in my head, the idea is that later they'll be okay with the tariffs, and then it'll be better than it was at the start.
yeah. So, I would say that just because we feel like it's going to get better in the future doesn't necessarily mean that that's true. And also, I don't see how we would get better in the long run. Like, what would be the factor that would get better?
Just the other countries being okay with the high tariffs. Well, maybe not high tariffs, but just tariffs in general, to where there's no longer any conflict about it. It's just higher prices.
So, okay, it's higher prices, it's worse off job growth, it's lower business investment, lower manufacturing investment. It's many things, lower real median wage growth. So, taking all those are most factors within the economy. What factor within the economy will it make better? Is my question.
Well, I think right now it'll be worse in most areas, but later it'll get better in those same areas. Like it's just a temporary conflict of interest, our country and their country.
I'm confused. You mean temporary conflict of interest? I'm asking you about what's going to benefit in the long run.
Well, just the economy, like prices and stuff. Like
Prices
they'll
will get
just
lower?
yeah
Tariffs ensure that prices are higher.
yeah right now.
No, at any point in which it's implemented.
Higher for us or higher for the other countries that
Higher
we're
for
tariffing?
us.
Why? So we're tariffing other countries to pay more? I don't
No,
understand.
no. So you think tariffs are paid by the foreign country?
I think it's paid by the manufacturers from those countries.
No. It's paid by the American business importing the product. I can send you a study from the Kiel Institute indicating 96% of the tariffs are paid by Americans, mostly by consumers.
So it's just an oversight on Trump, is what you're saying?
Huh?
So it's like a miscalculation on Trump's part. He didn't think that it would be. Did he know? So you're saying that?
So we know how tariffs increase prices. He just lied.
So why would he put tariffs if he doesn't think they're a good idea?
Well, he might think that they're a good idea, but he lied about the fact that it would increase your prices.
So
He
why
wants to
did he put
increase
tariffs
domestic
on it at all?
production, but that hasn't happened. And why would I? Okay, here's why. I think he wants to do it because he wants to shift the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income to those that are disproportionately lower income. So it's really about shifting the burden of taxation.
Like getting rid of the middle class kind of thing.
No, like when you decrease income tax, it's a progressive tax structure, meaning most of the revenue is going to go to the richest Americans. Whereas if you increase tariffs, it's going to increase taxes on everyone, right? Which is going to disproportionately negatively impact the lowest income Americans because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods as cost of living makes up more of their income.
Okay, that makes sense. No, yeah, I assume tariffs were like we just charge other countries more for their products,
No,
but
that's Trump lying to you. Trump said the foreign country pays it, and he said that to lie.
yeah,
Okay.
no, I believe you. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and I also recommend looking at the sources I reference, like the Kiel Institute specifically, that shows 96% of it is paid by the U.S. Plus, I would always recommend there's someone named Econ with Sarah. She has a platform here on TikTok. She has a PhD in econ. I watch her videos all the time. She explains like the jobs reports that come out, certain things that people have frequently asked questions about. She's a PhD in econ. Great account you should watch on TikTok.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't think you're a liar.
Oh,
I
of course
just
not. Of course not.
I'll definitely look into that. Yeah,
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. People are asking, well, what's her name? Look up Econ with Sarah on TikTok. She's a PhD in econ. Great information. Great information. She's specifically a health economist, so she even has videos that go over like the Affordable Care Act, which I think are very important videos as well, right? Like she makes a lot of great content. Thank you for the little crown. Thank you very much, Via. Econ with Sarah. Econ with Sarah for the people who are asking. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Jenna, by the way, thank you so much for the $10 right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give W's for Jenna in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Mario, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Mario. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Kristen, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, dude, sorry, I didn't mean to join this. Sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. Kristen, I would recommend to check out the beginning of my VOD on YouTube. Brianna as well. Thank you for the $1.40. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. They said, little update. My ex, whom I took to court for rape, got another 20 years added to his sentencing. So thank you for giving me the confidence to stand up and fight for myself. Brianna, I'm so fucking happy to hear that. I'm so fucking happy to hear that for you. That's amazing. Can we get some fucking W's in the comment section for Brianna right now? That is amazing to hear. I'm so fucking happy to hear that for you. I'm so happy to hear that for you. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now. I love to hear that. I love to hear that. As well as Jenna, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Of course. Thank you so much, Jenna. Katie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. As well as Sarah, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Sarah in the comment section right now? And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Sarah in the comment section. Seriously, you standing there really helps me, and I really appreciate it. As well as Haley, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. They said therapist here, sex ed is important for middle school. Absolutely, totally agree. It increases safety from predatory people. That's also another important point. Chris, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lisa, thank you for the $10 as well. Paige, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I totally agree. Thank you. As well as Sandra, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. And Jordan, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for all the kind words. Seriously, it really means a lot more than I could explain. But thank you very much. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section. Let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you debate my dad?
How old are you?
Can you debate my dad? Yes or no?
Yeah, are they with you?
Yeah, they're with me. Can you debate him?
Is this a different account that you made?
What do you mean?
Is this linked back to your account, or is it a different account that you made?
Nah, this is my account. Hold on, I'll tell my dad.
I'm so sorry. Send a guest request on a different account because you're a fetus. I do have to, I don't want people to be able to click on your account. So I would recommend making a whole different account and then and then you can just have your dad talk to me through that way. I don't know where they were at. I have some people to think over on YouTube. Just give me a quick second, everyone. Just give me a quick second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Just give me a quick second, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Someone said I didn't thank them in terms of donations. I don't know where they would have sent me a donation that I didn't think. Maybe it's on YouTube. I haven't gotten to it yet. But alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 20. I just had a quick question. I was wondering
support
if you would
Trump?
ever consider debating non-Americans to see what this shit shows.
Thank you for the question. I do appreciate it. I am always, of course, just looking for some debates. Would I consider debating non-Americans? I have considered it, but I typically am just voting for people, or not voting, debating people specifically who do vote in the elections because it would affect it. I do think it could show like a different type of perspective on politics, but I think that other lives would be great for doing that. I do find it pretty important to like talk to specific just voters. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Trump?
I'm from the Midwest, so I can say why people do.
But you don't support Trump?
I voted for him.
Would you vote for him if the election were held today versus Harris versus Trump today?
It depends. I mean, she didn't have enough time to do her thing. That's why she lost.
So,
Like,
who would you vote for? Would you vote for Harris or Trump in that context?
Knowing what I know now,
Yeah.
That's a hard one. Just because my biggest gripe with the Democratic Party is that for the last two elections,
Hey,
they
I'm
haven't
going to
had
ask you the
primaries.
question one more time. Who would you rather vote for in that context?
Trump.
Okay. I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. You just give me one quick second to thank a few people real quick, and then we can do that. And we can have a conversation about why you support Trump. Just give me one quick second. Let me go over to YouTube real quick. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people, as always, everyone. Let me make sure to look at this real quick. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $5, by the way. Thank you very much. Did you see Pam Bondi not apologizing to the Epstein victim? Is that what you meant to say? I do think I saw something that says that she did end up saying, I am deeply sorry. But it took a long time to get her to like acknowledge that. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Why does he keep suggesting rich people just can't help but be horrible? Yeah, I know. I think that that's like kind of a thing that normalizes rich people doing bad things, or even politicians doing bad things. So I don't think that's like an argument for why like you should support one or the other. House Pacifist, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. Mel, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's from Mel in the comment section. Ron, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Zaggy, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Frank, can you explain why Kash Patel hasn't been arrested for lying under oath? Genuinely curious why he hasn't been and how that works legally. I'm guessing there would be an issue with like the Trump administration being the ones that would have to be a part of that, or there has to be some sort of like investigation or charges established, and who would do the charges would be the Trump administration. I don't really know. That would be my expectation there. Laughing Leslie, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate Newsflash. Undocumented immigrants are people too, and are afforded basic rights like citizens. Due process. God, I hate listening to this. I totally get you there. Thank you very much. Laughing Leslie as well. Thank you for the $10 for you should care about profiling and the right to due process. If one loses it, we all risk losing it. Being undocumented doesn't exclude you from the right to due process. I totally agree. Thank you very much. Robert, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Robert, thank you very much. Base, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Pam Bondi was totally deflecting. I watched a little bit before I hopped on live, completely deflecting away from all questions. ATC, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Rachel, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we have some W's from the comment section? They said I was harassed daily as a teen by boys in my class. Teachers told me it was my fault because I was too nice to them and that I was too sensitive. I blame myself for so long. You don't have to defend yourself to people. Thank you so much, Rachel. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry to hear that happen to you. Just know that you always have community and support here. Seriously, W's for Rachel in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Seriously. Thank you. Thank you. VJ as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I totally get you there. Thank you, VJ. As well as Alto, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. W's for Alto in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Alrighty. For that one person who said that they donated to me and I didn't see their message, I do apologize. I must have either said it earlier today, but I don't see your message, so maybe you accidentally sent it to the wrong Venmo or PayPal. I'd recommend to go to the YouTube or to the link tree in my bio to send me one, because it looks like I did not get a donation from anyone that had their specific name. Al, thank you for the $6.68. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it for the lettuce fund. Thank you very much. And call out my wife, Zuzu. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. They said blinker checkpoint. Based. Thank you so much, Al. I appreciate it. W blinker checkpoint. And then Jenna, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Of course, I always will. Thank you so much, Jenna. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Because the Democrats lack leadership. Is basically what I look at. You guys have horrible messaging. And you guys have, I mean, what is that? Out of the last 3 elections, Clinton and Harris, you guys lack to have any primaries, actual primaries. You guys chose Harris because Joe Biden took so long to hop out. No one in the leadership was honestly trying to get him out. They should have told him not. They should have told him to get out after his first term. Like we all knew he was cooked, right? Like he was done. He wasn't gonna make a second term. He didn't have the energy. He didn't have anything. No one pressed him to go along. And then with Hillary, she was so unliked that people chose Trump. You have to understand that, right? No one, like, you guys have not had proper primaries for a while. I mean, the leadership is dog shit, if I can say that.
Okay. Although I could agree, I do think that Democrats, typically speaking, do have horrible messaging. I do think that we did have actual primaries. Like, for example, in terms of the situation with Harris, we had the Biden-Harris ticket. And if Biden steps down, Harris steps up. 80% of the Democratic Party supported Harris as the nominee. So she clearly would have won regardless.
I don't think so. I mean, that she did not. I don't really understand. Like, she had a unifying message, but she really did. Like, she was gonna try to do this and that, but she didn't have a strong economic forum for what she was actually going to implement when she took office. I mean, like I said, I don't blame her, and like I actually blame the first term where we're all at right now on Clinton. I don't think we had a right. You guys did not have a proper primary with her. It was given to her. I believe that was a dog shit show that you guys put on there with Clinton. Like,
Okay,
and I
if you're
think
s-
that's
if you're saying Hillary
I think we're
Clinton-
dealing.
Okay, if
Yeah.
you're saying Hillary Clinton, you're going back a few election cycles there.
Correct.
She did win. Do you agree?
The primary. I don't. She won what?
Did she win the primary?
I think it was given to her.
You don't think she won it?
No, I don't think.
What percent of the vote did she get?
Wasn't that the same? Wasn't that the same election cycle where Bernie was making a pretty good, making pretty good
But what
inroads,
percent of
and
the
then-
what
and
percent of the
then-
vote did she get?
I can't imagine anything over 70.
Okay, well, regardless, that would mean that she won, right?
Yeah, but again, I think that a lot of that would have been people just kneeling down to Hillary Clinton because she would have been the first female running, or the first actual contendant or female contender for the presidency. I think there was a lot of kneeling to her. I don't know why, but you have to also understand you have to read the room that most of the country hated her, whether you were in the Midwest. A lot of people on the West Coast, they tolerated her, but even on the East Coast, they didn't like her. She was unpopular, and I honestly think the reason that Trump won the first term was because of her. I mean, you have to admit that, right? Why did he win the first term?
So can we just acknowledge that, right, she did win the primary? That's based upon how the primary process worked. Now, I could disagree with how the primary process worked within the Democratic Party, and that's a relevant thing to bring up, but you can't say they didn't have an actual primary.
I think that Sanders was pushed out. I think had Sanders been able to
I would have preferred
garner-
Sanders in that position, by the way. I like Bernie. But like one thing you can't say is that, one, this makes us anti-democratic, and two, you can't say that we didn't respect the primary. The primary did happen, right? Now, again, if we disagree with how the rules of the primary operated, we can do that, and we should do that. But the reality of the matter is that she won that election. I love Bernie. She won that election. I don't see.
I mean,
by the way, if there's any evidence
ultimately, it
indicating
was given to
otherwise,
her.
if there's any evidence indicating otherwise, I would accept it. I'm just not familiar with that evidence. I just want to say also, at that time when this was happening, I was literally in high school and was also a Trump supporter. So I'm also not someone who experienced this at that time. Okay, so that's another thing to
No,
take into
and
account.
that
Also, like I just want to say, like in terms of this, if you care about the democratic process, how do you feel about Trump denying the election results in 2020, getting 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen, pardoning violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers and calling them patriots, and setting false
I
slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election in 2020?
what you're arguing there is his voice versus what the reality is versus what the actual people in his party think. Because I think we've had multiple reports where the Fox pundits, I think something just came out with Rupert Murdoch saying that they were
Oh wait,
pushing
pause real quick. Pause
the
real quick. Pause real quick. Courtney, I said specifically to go look at the Reddit and the beginning of the YouTube VOD. That's the best place to find it. I've already talked about it, gone through this, and you'll find sufficient evidence to understand where we're coming from. But Artie, go ahead.
what the primaries or what Reddit? What are we talking about?
Nothing relevant to the conversation.
Oh, okay. Um, so I think the issue that we're having is that most of the people that are pushing the narrative that he won that election know that that's not true, but they're still pushing it, correct? So then why? So I think the issue that you have here is why are they doing that, and why do people believe them? And also, do you also think they believe them, or are they just going along with it? I think that's a proper conversation to have. Not did he win? Because I think for even I think there was a news story that just came out that said Rupert Murdoch and most of the pundits knew that he had lost, but they still kept with that narrative.
Yeah, wait. So
So
that's by the way, that's really fucked. Now, the point that I want to make is that again, in terms of Trump, is that he explicitly speaking has pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. So, and he tried to undermine the election. He literally got 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen. Even if he does believe this, he does so based upon illegitimate means, which is not something that we should be okay with a presidential candidate doing to undermine the election. Like compare how Al Gore questioned the results of the election versus how Donald Trump questioned the results. Al Gore had a legitimate basis to do so. Okay, Trump has no legitimate basis to do so, and Al Gore still accepted the results, and then didn't get 70% of the Democratic Party to believe the election was stolen, right? Even when he had legitimate basis to probably do that.
No, I mean, honestly, I was in middle school, or I think it was middle school or a little bit less when this was going on. I do remember this was happening. I remember late night talk shows talking about this. Yeah, he went it through the legal means, but you're not talking about someone who goes through the legal means. You're talking about someone who's, what do you say? He's professional with the legal system. He has I think a record number of legal, how do you say, battles in courts for and against him. I mean, you're talking about someone who doesn't care about the rules, and yet yet you're in a country that is allowing him to go along with that playbook. So I think you're having the wrong conversation here, because you're in a country where I think most people dislike the guy, but he's still winning. And yet now, because of Biden, I think it's either egotistical or way too far gone. He should have.
You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you currently. I do agree Biden's too egotistical. He should have never run a second time. I think that was absurd on behalf of Biden's part and actually cost us the election.
And that's where I'm talking about the Democratic leadership, because I believe I know Pelosi's out now, but I believe Pelosi was there. I think if I remember, Chuck Schumer was there. I think Jeffries was in the sidelines ready to take over for Pelosi. Why weren't you guys? I mean, why weren't they trying to get him out day one after his first term was done?
I agree. I agree. They should have done that. I don't know what this point is.
How do we rectify it? Because ultimately,
how do we rectify that? We change the culture of the Democratic Party by involving ourselves more than the Democratic Party, so that the average person in the Democratic Party and in Democratic Party leadership has better opinions.
Okay, and then what? I mean, I guess what are we looking down the barrel of coming midterms too? Because ultimately, do you or do you not have a fear that he is going to try to interfere with the midterms?
I do have a fear he's going to try to interfere with the midterms.
And do you think that do you think the legal system or country or his people that support him are going to allow him to do it? Or I guess, how do you think
The
this is
people
going
that
to shake
support
out?
him will allow for him to do it. I don't know how it's going to operate within the government side. We'll see. It
Yeah,
constitutionally is not allowed for him to do stuff like that, but I mean, you've seen him not listen to the Constitution on many occasions. So
I mean, and that's the thing. So ultimately, you have a man who has positioned himself, who has been since the 80s and 90s, push this narrative. He was a clown back in the day. You remember that, right? And this is I come from the Midwest. My dad, he was a Republican. He voted for Trump before he passed away. He did tell me he regretted it. This was like in 2017. After he got in, and I see my friends around me. I see family members around me.
by the way, I just want to say I'm so sorry for your loss.
I mean, that was in 2017. I mean,
Still, that's
I was
incredibly hard to
actually-
deal with.
Yeah. Yeah. But the one thing that I kind of am in the middle of, or because I'm in the middle of the, both political parties, is because of my dad, because, he was one of the few people in my life that actually did say he regretted voting for him. But now I'm just seeing this push and pull in society, American society, and I'm trying to figure out what people like you, what is it? I think his name's Luke Beasley or whatever his name is, Dean Withers. I mean, you guys are talking a lot of stuff, and you guys are having debates, but I'm seeing like trickles here and there where you guys are changing people's minds. But like the midterms are, what are we, like 6 months away?
Yeah,
How are you guys going to change this narrative in 6 months? Like that's like,
The thing is, it's already going towards that way. If you look at the polls, and by the way, I'm having these debates. This is the best I can do. Genuinely, the best I can do to try to convince people and change people's minds and get them to see a difference within the Democratic Party that obviously would make that better, so that we can actually like literally impeach Trump because of all the horrible shit he's done, right? By voting in Democrats.
Well, the impeachment thing is a far gone conclusion, because what do you need, like 60% of Congress to go along with it? I forget how it goes. Like the House pushes the articles, and then the Senate.
I mean, if we
Senate
get
has to
enough
vote on it.
Democrats into Congress, and then we try to carry over a few Republicans, I bet we could get a few Republicans on board.
Yeah, I mean,
like
that's,
the people
I
like
don't know,
Massey.
Yeah, Massey's good. I mean, I think we need to get. I think as a party, if we're looking at the health of a country, who I do believe you and Dean and all your guys' cohorts, you guys do care, but like we're like 6 months away from an interesting time period. We've had multiple within 10 years now he's been in our lives, but like we're actually at a point where we have to like change people's minds. And I will say from my experience, like the people that you talk to and Dean talked to, I've listened to these conversations. A lot of the people that you talk to are younger people, correct? I mean, I'm not saying that older people don't listen to, but a lot of those people are younger. I hear their voices, and a lot of them sound like people that I've known. They come from better backgrounds. Obviously, their parents and their grandparents have worked hard, but the mindset of the Republican Party is basically, work hard, put your head down, vote Republican, have some kids, that's about it. And that seems to have transpired. And that's why you're having a lot of dead-end conversations with these people, even when you guys are like pushing facts, statistics, things like that. You guys are running into brick walls. And like it does break my heart, because like I said, I'm running in the middle of this. I'm trying to lean with my dad's point of view at the end of life, and I'm trying to figure out how I can help too. And I've gone out to a lot of bars and talked to a lot of people. That's a different setting than you have. You have a podcast and a big audience that obviously loves you, but like I would like to see like a different arena, I guess. Like, I guess Jubilee is obviously good. I like it when you guys go on Jubilee. I would have to congratulate you for. I think
Thank
you
you
were
very
on there,
much.
correct?
Well, yeah, I
Yeah,
was
that
many times. So like,
that.
let me tell you one thing real quick. I'm not just changing the minds of the people who are on the live debating me. I'm also changing the minds of people who are in the audience who are listening, and I'm giving people who are liberals other arguments or other ways of viewing arguments so that maybe they could try to convince people as well. So there's a lot of people that are convinced and change their minds that we don't see right in front of us because I am talking to the Trump supporters. And to be totally honest with you, that's mainly who the live is for. I obviously do want to change the minds of the people who I'm debating. I just acknowledge that it's probably harder to change the person's mind who I'm debating than it is for people who are in the chat who are just listening. Just because of like
Yeah,
the
I
type of
mean,
person who's typically going to come on a live stream because of how confident they are in their views. Just in terms of probability, that it's likely that you'll see someone more confident in their views specifically come on the live stream who's less likely to change their mind than someone specifically who's in the comment section that isn't as, strong into a certain position, but once they hear a certain set of reasoning, it convinces them, like the set of reasoning that I'm providing them.
yeah, I mean, I can tell you one thing that uh, when I became more aware of the political podcasting realm, obviously I first became aware of Nelk and those people. I wasn't, I guess, too impressed with them because I'm not somebody that likes to get in people's faces and I don't know, say cooked or whatever you guys say. I don't know. It just seems like it's becoming too showboaty, I guess, is get cooked, that kind of stuff. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's a conversation. It seems the conversations are how fast can you speak? Can you speak over somebody? And then can you push? It almost seems like you guys have the same conversation each time you guys bring on a guest, to be honest. And for me, I try to listen to as long as I can. I think you guys last about 4 hours for a podcast. I commend that. I love podcasts. I love them they when they last 3 or 4 hours. But it seems like you guys have the same conversations over and over again with people. And then obviously you have the people who create different accounts and whatnot and try to mess with you. But yeah,
Yeah, so we do
I
have
say
similar conversations over and over again, but that's because of the fact that there's new people coming in all the time who haven't heard these particular points. So I have to continue debating similar things over and over again because that's what's going to be convincing to people's minds. It couldn't be the case that I go over something new every single time I speak about something. Of course, there's going to be overlap on prior conversations. Like, think about it this way. In a chess match, you might do the same move, right, multiple times in different games, right? Does that make sense?
That's correct. That's correct. But how do I put it this way? Like I said, with
But not the whole game is the
your
same.
show, I get that. I forget how many different or moves there are available in chess. But like I said, I go out and talk to people one on one. I'm more moderate than anything, probably a little bit more conservative. But like for me, I'm not. I was a little bit thrown back by the whole trans thing a little bit. I was kind of thrown back by the drag where the drag queens were trying to read to kids. I didn't understand that. The bathroom issue.
There's nothing
I don't
wrong
know,
with people doing drag and reading to children. Like, have you ever watched Ms. Doubtfire?
Hold on. But you have to understand the perception of it. How easy it is for a Midwesterner to go all of a sudden. Why is this grown man putting on makeup, slapping on high heels, and putting on a wig? And all of a sudden,
so
he wants
I
to come read to
understand
my
that you
kid.
might not designate it as normal, but just because something's not designated as normal doesn't mean that someone shouldn't be allowed to do it. Plus, like, there are plenty of other examples of that, like where people specifically dress up like clowns, and that's totally okay around children. You know what I mean? Like, they dress up, put makeup on, they put big shoes on, they put certain types of clothes on, and then they do stuff in front of children, like literally speak to them, tell them stories, like make jokes, things like that. So these are both performances.
It's a performance, but you have to admit that one's gonna make you go, okay, what is going on? Like, why does this grown man want to come and read to my
Because
kid?
clowns are normalized within our society, and drag should be normalized. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. By the way, I grew up in Iowa. I grew up in the QC. I'm very familiar with the Midwest and how people act in the Midwest. I just don't think that that's going to be something that is going to be like a reason why you should view it that way, more or less just like a reason explaining why you might have originally thought about it that way.
I mean, I get it. Like I can see where the growing how you say pushback. I mean, again, you have to agree that the pushback was great enough for Trump to win not once but twice. And whether you say it's bogus or not bogus, he's now here again, right?
Yeah,
For a second time.
because he lied to people, he conned them, and they believed it.
Yeah, but now you have to understand that this dude is probably not too far from maybe not existing too much longer. Whether he, finishes out his term, he sounds like he's okay. My problem and my issue is who comes back and what are they going to have to resort to win this vote, and how are they going to do it? I mean,
How are we
like I
going
said,
to convince people?
I'm
Well, I think we convince people by talking about why people need access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. And I think that people who are conservative or leaning conservative are so focused on what's woke are too focused on that and not focused on what the actual things that are impacting the country are, such as people's lack of access to healthcare, the vast levels of medical debt, over 130 million Americans that are struggling with medical debt, many of which literally have to choose whether or not they're going to pay their medical bills or eat food or pay rent, right? Which is absurd and something that someone never should have to think about ever. People don't have access to childcare in this country. And J.D. Vance and Donald Trump said their plan was to go ask grandma and grandpa for some help. No actual plan, but just go ask grandma and grandpa for some help. Right? Like, we have actual policies. Why do people on the right never talk about the fact that the Trump administration has no policies for healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, or things that benefit the middle class more than it benefits rich people? Like, we're constantly held to a standard where we need policies, we need standpoints, and we need all of them. We need to explain them so coherently. But even when we do have them, and we do explain them, and the other side doesn't have them, for some reason we're held to that standard, but they're not. It makes no sense.
Well, you also have to I get that, and again, I've with family and with certain friends, a lot of them would describe themselves as Christian, correct?
Thank you for the
Now
yeah.
I'm not that. I'm mostly I'm agnostic. That's the one that believes there could be something, but you don't know what it is or don't define it right. Agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
I've watched my friends and family over the years maintain this identity of Christianity, but go along with this party who doesn't follow along with it. And for me, I'm obviously it worries me. I'm somewhat angered, but I'm confused most of all, because ultimately they're fighting their identity, or they're letting go of their identity but maintaining the name, and they're not like following along with what actually it says. And so that's what confuses me, and I'm worried because I'm seeing people do this more and more, and I think you're running into it too, right? Because I hear you constantly ask people you're Christian, right, on your show, and yet they're allowing this man to come into their lives, and ultimately he's pushing them away from this, but they're still maintaining it. I guess I don't know. I mean, I told you that I would vote for Trump, and I said that in the beginning because he's got the louder voice and he knows how to sell things. And I guess my main reason for jumping on today was figuring out who would you vote for? Like, let's say the elections were tomorrow, 2028. Who would you vote for or want in the primaries for the Democrats?
Ro Khanna.
Hell no.
Why?
Yeah, you're not. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have, what is it? Panache. He doesn't have the selling points. He doesn't have the character.
I think that's a illegitimate point to make against someone. I care about the policies they advocate for. I care about their character. I care about the courage. I care about standing up for victims. And I think that he does all of those things. I also think that he has an ability to talk to the progressives and the moderates in our party, and I like that he's anti-Zionist.
Who's the one? Oh my God, who's the guy? He's a devout
Like I don't think
Christian.
that. I mean, obviously, Ro Khanna could gain some more riz. Sure, like that's possible. Like that's one of the things that could be brought up. Like maybe he needs to work with whoever was doing all of the social media stuff for Newsom, right? Like that would be great. But I mean, I do think that he's a good candidate, and I think that people will view him in a more independent light, and are willing to like look at him and be like, oh, he's reasonable. He's willing to work with the other side. He worked with Massey to try to get the Epstein files released. Like, I think that's a genuine reason that people will be like, oh, you know what? Actually, this guy might not be so bad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like the Republicans have the ability to strawman him as much.
Well, that's the thing, and I think actually the term that you just used, and the sad thing is that's probably the term that would best describe why Trump won, is because quote unquote Riz. I mean, would you not agree with that? Like I said, we all know.
No, I just think that people bought his lies. I think he's a con artist.
Well, I mean, as of right now, the con artist has the White House, has the executive.
I think your
or
criticisms
the,
right now are not based
legislative-
upon who's a better candidate, but rather who looks better to other people. And the determination from yourself should not be who looks better to other people. It should be who looks better to you.
I mean, we all know. Well, I mean, we hear I hear what you're saying, and we know who you would have voted for the last election, but who's there now? Exactly. Like you're what you're saying to me makes sense, but that's not how things played out. And now we're here. And now, like, I don't agree with what's going on with the ICE stuff at all.
Wait, can
Like,
you name one actual real criticism of Ro Khanna?
Yeah, he doesn't have a personality.
Yeah, he does. Every person has a personality. That's a ridiculous thing to say. You could say he doesn't have a certain type of personality that you want, but to say he has no personality is stupid.
He's a weak performer. As far as like when I say performance, and when I say performer, I mean on the political stage.
What do you want him to do?
He
What
would
would you
be like-
prefer?
Well, I don't know. I guess pick more fights. I don't know. Something more Trump-like, honestly. Whatever Trump has done
specific.
and utilized it to win.
Be specific.
I guess not lie, but I don't know.
So don't
I'm
be
just
like Trump.
saying. Well, it sounds like that's the road we're headed down to. I mean, how many times have we talked about different personalities being or?
Can you name anything
TV
about
show or
Trump's
movie star-
personality? Like, be specific, because it sounds like just vibes at this point.
With vibes and Riz. That's exactly what won the election.
Okay.
I mean,
So-
again, what the whole thing between when Biden was president, the whole thing that they were dogging him on was he was boring, he was sleepy.
Cognitive decline, and then they completely forgot about those things with Trump when he shits himself on live television, when he falls asleep on live television, right? When he says incoherent bullshit on live television, everyone ignores it with Trump, but only addresses it with Biden. Seriously, what pisses me off the most is the double standards. Why do we apply double standards to Democrats that we do not apply to Republicans? Republicans do this all the time. People who support Trump do this all the time. Trump literally shit himself.
I mean, I didn't see that, but I don't know about that. But I'm just telling you what the reality is that we have no charismatic people that I would be willing to vote for on the left.
Okay, here's my issue.
I mean, the only person I can
here's
think
my
of
issue.
is
The
maybe
only thing you're voting on is charisma. You haven't brought up policy. You haven't brought up moral character. You haven't brought up any of those things. All you've brought up is charisma. Charisma should not be what you vote on. Although it could determine whether or not other people find them a reason to vote for, it is not a reason why you should. Unless it's like a primary and you want them to win or something, okay? You are talking about whether or not you support the Republican or the Democrat. The things that are relevant are the moral character and the policy, okay?
I do get that. I mean, I do. feed the poor and whatnot and do that. But again, you have one side who has said that their religious figures, espouse that mindset, and yet they were willing to go against it. That's my issue, and it was all because of vibes, charisma, and riz, or whatever you want to call it.
Alrighty,
And
is there
he
anything
won.
else you'd like to
And
talk
that's
about
the
or add? Because I don't think this is a productive dialogue when we just talk about whether or not they have riz or charisma. Like, honestly, I'm not interested in this conversation.
No.
You're cutting out. I can't hear you, man.
I said I like what you and Dean are doing, and I'll keep watching.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming up.
So thank you.
You as well. You as well. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. We're trying to get the next debate up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Here's some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Yeah, drag readings are definitely such a non-issue. I don't know why. I don't even know why people make a big deal about that. Gia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. That's amazing. I'm glad that you are. We inspired your page. I'm so happy that we have. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? That's amazing. Thank you so much. I'll definitely make sure to go look at that later. Thank you. That's incredible work. W's for them in the comment section right now. Alrighty, let's go on the next person. Jacqueline, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Jacqueline in the comment section right now for the $50 on PayPal? Thank you so much, Jacqueline. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have some people to thank on YouTube. Let's get this next person up here. By the way, chat, I do feel a little bit sick still. And it still is impacting me. I honestly thought I'd be fine starting the day off, but I definitely feel like a lack of energy comparative to like typical days. I'm gonna keep trying to go, but if you notice me like having a bit of less energy or being a little tired or something, it's because of that. I'm literally not elevated at all. Not elevated at all. So, hey, Don, thank you for the $10 by the way, and Ramona, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you.
What's going on?
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And do you support Trump?
No, I do not.
Based. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 34. How old are you, Parker?
I'm 23. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I believe he's a stepping stone for the Conservative Party. I obviously don't support his personal character, but when I think it comes to presidents, it's much more about the administration than it is just about one singular man.
Okay, so what is he stepping stone towards?
I think what's going to happen out of him serving and him being in the public eye, conservatives are going to see what's wrong with what he's doing, and I think adjustments are going to be made that potentially could appease everybody, left and right. And I think it would be potential to have somebody that'll actually unite us. And I just believe that there's too much hypocrisy on both sides, like especially the left. And if you wouldn't mind, I have a video that you could pull up that I could show you where that exists.
I think they are.
There's a debate between Don Lemon and Candace Owens from a year ago,
And
talking about the death.
What was that existed? Repeat, sorry.
It's from Don Lemon's YouTube channel, and it's him discussing with Candace Owens about the January 6th event when Ashley Babbitt died. And if you go to the video and you go to 12 minutes and 20 seconds in, I'd really like you to hear what Don Lemon has to say about that.
Okay. I can do that later. I don't care to do that right now. I'm confused. Are we
Okay.
all like supposed to be represented by Don Lemon or something?
No, I'm just saying that he said that Ashley Babbitt died because she was not following orders from law enforcement to stand down.
Okay.
and so he said it was justified. They shot and killed her, and she was unarmed, and she was
She
you know
did have a
crawling through
knife
a
on
book.
her.
Okay, well, I don't think she was wielding a
She was
knife when
also
she
on
was
federal property. She broke in a window. I don't think it was
true.
justified. I think that one, they didn't have reason to believe she had a knife because it wasn't brandished. So I don't necessarily think that they should have shot her. I think that they should have tried a few things prior to that point. I just do think it's distinct compared to other things because she was running towards them, trying to break into the Capitol. Whereas in the other scenario, for example, with Alex Preddy, he was disarmed on the ground, had multiple agents on top of him, and posed no reasonable fear to any officer of imminent threat of serious bodily harm and/or death.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think we can agree on that, but I just see that like there's hypocrisy on both sides, and I just believe that it's more of a propaganda campaign, and I think that's very troubling, especially to the youth when they only see clips, they only see, you know, whatever their algorithm throws at them. I mean, you could, if you truly want to believe in something, you can search on the internet and you'll find what you need to find to, confirm your belief on that. So I think more outside of the box thinking is necessary, especially on the Democrat side. I think the guy that you had up here before had a lot of valid points. It's just like there's not somebody that can learn from the prior like mistakes of Democrats, and that's why it's discouraging even to see. I mean, I'm not a Democrat, but I feel like both sides need to truly send their best, and that's just not happening.
Okay, I'm confused what your point is though, because like you're trying to say this was a stepping stone, and then you kind of went over to this point and said that like, oh,
Well,
you should look into what Don Lemon said. What about what Don Lemon said? Because that's a random content creator and journalist, where I was talking about Trump literally saying HANG them George Washington Wood in reference to Democratic veterans in Congress is said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. He pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops, and he called them patriots.
okay. Well, that's a generalization of what happened. I mean, and I don't know too much about you, Parker, but from what you said in this live, I think you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you said you're from Iowa. You were a Trump supporter in high school. Did I hear that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume that your parents are conservative, right?
My mom's a liberal now.
Okay. Okay, so your father's a conservative. So do you support your father?
Do I support him? Not his political beliefs.
Okay, but you still want him to succeed in life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why wouldn't you support a current president? Do you want to see him fail?
I think it's a distinction between a parent and the president of the United States. One, I think, is misinformed and is someone that I love and has been in my life my whole life, versus the other one is the president of the United States and should not be in a position of power like this. By the way, I wouldn't want my dad to be president.
Okay, but you still support him, and you agree that just
It's a
because.
different connotation of support. You're
Okay,
equivocating between the connotations of support. The connotation of support we're referencing with Trump is that you'd vote for him for president. I would not vote for my dad for president. I would vote
okay,
against my dad. I would vote for Harris over
but
my dad.
right.
Yeah,
There's
like I'm
plenty of
serious.
family members I wouldn't want to see in any type of office.
Yeah,
So
yeah, like
I
you know what I
agree.
mean. Like I don't think he's running for presidency. You know what I mean? So it's like
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't see the. Also, he's like not in the Epstein files, right?
Right. Right. And I agree as far as the Epstein files and everything. I saw a few articles being posted that like they're trying to applaud Donald Trump for exposing the messed up things that Epstein was doing, like something like he went to the police first or something. I just think that is a little ridiculous. But another thing, I think it was last night I heard you mentioning Charlie Kirk and everything. Like, so have you debated on conservative campuses?
Yeah, technically.
Okay. Like
I
which
don't
ones?
go in person to do these things anymore and say where I'm going to go because I don't get murdered. To be totally honest with you, I don't want to get murdered.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I respect that. It's kind of a violent situation when it comes to that, unfortunately, and we all saw that. But I'm saying, like, why wouldn't you want to, obviously you're doing this on TikTok, but why wouldn't you want to go to the source of that? And I mean, if you feel this strongly about everything, I mean, there's plenty of
Hey, dude,
ways that you can do it
I
safely.
have gone to campuses and talked to people on campuses. I was at UVU when Charlie was murdered.
Okay.
I was debating people like in the line who were like his supporters.
And then you support protests against ICE, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you attending protests, or like are you in the streets?
Yeah, I'm protesting right now as well.
Okay, by being on TikTok, is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, you agree with people going out and doing it in the streets?
Protesting?
I just
Yeah,
don't
absolutely.
understand. But why aren't you doing that?
Because I have a privilege of having thousands of people that can watch me concurrently, and I can change their minds that way. There are rules for other people within the movement to go out and do protests in person to a greater extent than me. The reason why I do this is because this is the most effective I think I can do as a person. Do you think more people are able to hear what I believe and I'm able to change more people's minds when I'm on a live stream in front of 7,000 people on YouTube and TikTok, or when I'm on the side of the street with a sign? Now, I'm not saying on the side of a street with a sign isn't effective or doesn't work at all. I think it absolutely is effective and it does work. But one thing I would say is that, like, I have a unique privilege. I got lucky. I'm in the position I'm in. And it makes more sense for me specifically to do this, not only because this is my speciality, but also because of the fact that I am privileged with this platform. So it's the unique situation that exists. Also, I'm not claiming everyone has to be protesting 100% of their time as well. Right? I just think people should protest, should get involved. And protesting doesn't just mean going outside with a sign. It could mean making music and being an activist within the context of your music. It could be playing video games and being an activist and also a gamer, right? Like, we need people in typical random things within society, like apolitical things, gym bro society, gamer culture, that have liberal beliefs and are activists and uphold and stand for good values. That's the best way to ensure that most people are going to hold said values.
Okay. And I can agree with that, but at the same time, it's like I had my sister went on January 6th, and at that time, I voted for Trump when he ran against Hillary, and I actually voted for Biden the second time around because I was right where you are as far as, like, just growing so tired of his rhetoric and listening to rallies and just finding it so cringy, until I saw how, his policies and his stance, once I got married, had kids, my viewpoint started to change. So I'm kind of curious to know where your viewpoint from being in high school supporting Donald Trump, why did you change your mind? What changed for you?
I informed myself. I heard different types of arguments. I heard different perspectives. One thing I would say that contributed to it was that I grew up in a conservative Christian household in Iowa. The church I went to was pretty liberal, actually. And I feel like all the things I learned as a kid align more with the values that I have now than actually the values that I held in support of Trump. Also, I don't think Trump did what I wanted him to do, right? Like, what I wanted back then was I wanted specifically lower taxes, mostly for working class people. I wanted the Second Amendment to be protected. I wanted the immigration system to go quicker and to be more secure. And I think Trump didn't do most of those things. Also, like, at that time, I was not in support of his abortion policy, like in the overturning of Roe versus Wade. I actually, at that time, I remember this. I was actually, at the time in which I was, like, especially changing my views, I was already someone who thought, like, abortion should be legal up to, certain points, and then after a certain point, it should be illegal or something. So I was kind of having a similar view to what I have right now without the explanation of the view that I have now. So, like, my views were changing, and I was very open-minded. I also wasn't very political, right? Like, I was very vaguely political. Like, I'd heard some debates, I'd heard some arguments from people on the right. Like, you see all, like, the feminist owned stuff back from 2016. Like that was like the very minimum that I saw. Like I saw Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, people like that. I even vaguely saw Alex Jones, but I'd never watched them enough where I was like, oh, I really believe all this stuff, or I'm really involved in politics. I didn't get involved in politics to the same degree until I actually had a civics class in high school, and I paid attention to the Democratic primaries, and I got involved with Andrew Yang's campaign. Not like I wasn't like working for his campaign or anything, but like I was like in support of his campaign, and like I wanted him to win.
Okay. So you probably plan to do the same thing in 2028, kind of find a candidate that you align with.
Yeah,
and
like
then
I prefer
campaign for
Rokana.
them. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look into him. I know nothing about him.
He's the one working with Thomas Massey Dustin, thank you so much for the Galaxy. He's the one working with Thomas Massey to release the Epstein files.
Okay. Okay, so like what the last guy had spoken about, like with these talking points that I believe led to the Democrats losing, would you advise against that this time around? Like, hey, let's go in a different direction. Let's, instead of just bashing Trump, like let's try to find a different lane. Like, what would you?
We did
What
both.
would your
It's
advice
just people didn't listen. This is what's annoying. I think we could communicate it more because it might be necessary, but I don't think we needed to from a realistic standpoint for people to understand. I think people just didn't do the research. I think people didn't look into the views or the policies, and they just attributed Harris to Biden's administration. Now, one of the biggest issues with that is that she failed to be able to describe what the distinction was between her and Biden, which I think she should have done to a greater extent, because the Biden administration was viewed in a negative context. And it doesn't mean that she has to say everything Biden did was bad, but rather say like, oh, here's a different approach I would have taken. Right? That's all that needed to be established there, and I think that could have done some good. I also just do think that people attributed inflation to the incumbent president regardless, that they would have blamed Harris for inflation, even when they are advocating against the inflation, and Trump was advocating for policy that causes more inflation. So it's like people didn't critically think. They didn't involve themselves in politics enough. They didn't inform themselves. She didn't have a long enough campaign to be able to do that as well. And then within the context of the campaign, there were a few things we could point to that could have been done better. But even if she did do that, I don't know if it would have changed the results of the election. It would just made things better, and people would have understood to a greater extent, I think.
Yeah, and that's exactly why, I respect JD Vance, but I don't believe that he should run, because that's going to be the issue. Getting him elected is like, everyone's just going to attack, well, you supported Trump in this, you supported Trump in that, and that's why I feel
JD
like,
Vance is, good luck. He has horrible charisma, and definitely has is going to be held to whatever Trump does. So good luck.
yeah. All right, man. Well, I just wanted to hear a little bit more about your background, honestly, and kind of detail that. Well, thanks for having me up.
Okay. Alrighty. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. By the way, everyone, I still feel a bit sick. Just letting everyone know that's why I have less energy today. I'm still going to be able to get through the full stream. It's nothing I won't be able to get the full stream for, but I definitely am very tired today. I hate when my throat feels this way. It's like the worst feeling. Yo, what's up, how old are you? I hope I don't dry heave. I'm sorry if anyone has like a thing where like if I speak about that, it makes them feel weird. Because I've known people specifically who are like that. I just had to say that because there might be a point specifically where I think there's like a lot of mucus in my throat, and it's like making me.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what was your birth year?
2000.
And you said you're how old?
25.
Oh, okay. And what month were you born?
December 25th.
Okay, for sure. All right, I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Nick, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think that would be amazing. I think that would be amazing, Nick. I hope that she does. Alrighty. And Angelina, I've seen that. Look at the beginning of my YouTube VOD. That's the best place to hear what I've said about that. But let me thank some people on YouTube real quick. Blue Baron, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Angelina, thank you so much for the $28. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Warren, you elevated, my throat hurts. Otherwise, I probably would. Angelina, thank you for the $14 as well. Thank you so much. P.S. You're wearing my favorite shirt. Based, thank you very much. Hannah Solo, thank you so much for the $2. Shiva, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Did you see the video Candace Owens posted about Charlie Kirk? The right on the right drama is wild. I might have, because I have seen some of it, but I haven't seen all of it. Maybe I'll have to check and see what recently came out. And thank you so much for the $2 as well. Demon, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I did hear about that. I actually reported on that yesterday. It's really sad. As well as Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Did you see Pam Bondi not apologizing to the Epstein? I think she ended up, there was a article reported that she ended up doing that, but it took a long time for her to do it. She wouldn't look at them for the longest time. She wouldn't look at any of the victims. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Is it true that you deep throated a popsicle on FaceTime at 2 in the morning with Tashika?
No, it wasn't on a FaceTime. This is a video specifically that I had recorded. I talked to Dean about and then was asked for me to send. So, by the way, that was
And
when
is
we were
it true that Dean pointed a
that was
gun
when
at
we
his
were
girlfriend?
friends. I've never heard that, by the way. I don't know why you came up here to do this. You're clearly not a Trump supporter. You're clearly just doing this to support Tashika. You should go check out the Reddit specifically. I recommend doing that. Look up Baby Bop Reddit specifically. And then for the first claim, again, like, I don't know why people keep doing this. Like, genuinely, like, why do people keep doing this? Like, leave me alone. Please, leave me alone. Right? Like, I can tell you where to find all the information. I've already talked about it on stream. Please leave me alone. Genuinely, stop. Okay? If you don't want to believe me, go to the Reddit and believe Tashika herself admitting to literally unconsensually pleasuring herself on a FaceTime call with someone else. Okay? So I just want to clarify. If you don't believe me, at least believe them. Okay? Go look at it. It's absurd that people sit there and defend them. It's absurd. Leave me alone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, 38.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I believe he exposes the plutocracy, corporatocracy, whatever you want to call it, and the two-tier justice system. I think Biden and Kamala aren't as volatile, incendiary, or inflammatory, and I think things need to get worse before they get better. Trump is like the medicine we need to take to trigger an immune response.
Okay, could you be specific? Like what specifically, like policy do you like of his, for example?
Well, I think Trump is an overtly... Well, my problems are with Biden and Kamala. I think they just support the status quo, and they don't really shake things up, and they're not trying to eliminate like corporate control of the media. And Trump is making things worse, so they will get better to trigger like citizens uniting against his ridiculousness. So I like support him ironically, but I also don't support Biden and Kamala because they're not.
Kamala.
I don't see them improving things.
Can you name like a policy of Trump's you like?
Non-ironically, I do support his like great healthcare plan if that actually happens.
Can you tell us specifically what that is?
It's the one that's supposed to have like lower drug prices and insurance premiums, and it's supposed to make like insurance companies more transparent with their prices and stuff.
I do support them being transparent with their prices between states. That existed under his first administration. That's not new.
Okay.
So what was his great healthcare plan? Because that's not an overall plan. That's just saying that they should be transparent amongst their prices between states, which still has issues. Like it's not completely transparent.
Right. But if you're understanding me, I'm trying to say that we need a population of outraged and engaged citizens that unite for the common good. And I think that he's volatile, and Kamala and Biden they didn't really shake things up or get people angry. I think people need to get angry. I think he exposes the extent of the corporate plutocracy and the elite that subvert democracy through lobbying, bribing politicians, sponsoring both sides of elections, and allowing for monopolized media.
So you think Democrats support monopolizing the media?
I think every president since Reagan has reduced or ignored increasing FCC regulations that prevent monopolies. Yeah.
So you want the prevention of monopolies, or you don't want them?
I do not want monopolies, and I think both sides have been
So I just want to
subverting
let you
democracy.
know the policy of the Biden administration, actively speaking, was addressing monopolies to a greater extent. Look up Lena Khan. She specialized in addressing monopolies, especially those that are able to continue to exist today, even given Bork's argument on monopolies about consumer prices.
Who is
So
this? Sorry.
look at Richard Bork's argument about consumer prices, but essentially if consumer prices aren't increased, specifically for a product, that they will let a monopoly still operate. But the issue is that large monopolies such as Amazon are able to keep their prices down, consumer prices, but then charge and act like a monopoly on the other end for businesses and whoever gets to sell their products on their site and for things like that. Like, for example, one specific practice they used that was being addressed by the Biden administration was that they specifically, essentially, they outsource all of the costs associated with selling products on their site to other companies that sell products on their site. And then whenever it starts selling a lot more, they create an Amazon Basics version of it. And then they will take the one that was selling, they'll put that near the bottom of the search results, and then they'll put theirs at the top of the search results.
Exactly. I agree with you on Amazon. I think Amazon, they should have been, there was that 2009, 2010, basically they broke Sherman antitrust law. They break laws all the time, and then they just pay little fines and fees because our regulatory system doesn't punish on a scale. So where these giant corporations can just pay the smallest fees and keep operating, breaking the law as a cost of business. I think, yeah, they should have been shut down when they prevented consumers from best prices by doing that price war. There was a up and coming company, Quidsi. They owned like soap.com, diapers.com, and they were able to provide better prices on tons of household objects. But Amazon went to a loss, $200 million a month they lost until their competitor went out of business, which breaks Sherman antitrust law. And then they're just now like getting in trouble for it 12 years later. I think it's ridiculous that they've robbed people of prices for this many years. And before we go on, I wanted to thank you for being a uniter and not a divider, and platforming open dialogue in good faith.
No, well, I appreciate that. I think it's important for this country. I do think that there are some things that we need to be divided from, such as like divisive rhetoric and people that I think that are trying to harm the country. But yeah, we should absolutely unify in trying to make the country a better place. If your intention is to make the country a better place, then obviously we want unification there. I would just claim mainly, and I hate to sound partisan, but Trump prevents us from that because he's incredibly disunifying.
But would you agree that with Trump, you can make people want to change the system more? Like, ironically, they see how corrupt and how messed up things are, and then because of that, they want more change and they become more involved.
I don't think that's been very effective at getting more people to be aware of the fact that things are happening in our country, because the fact that I think our country is more right-wing since Trump originally got in office. And if someone made that claim prior to Trump getting in office, it didn't lead to the country becoming more liberal. It led to the country becoming more conservative.
You don't think we're becoming more liberal? I think
No, not right now, not since Trump's got in office.
Support. Isn't he losing support?
I agree he's losing support, but the fact that there was even support for him in the first place is demonstrating of that fact. Plus the people that he's still convincing, which is 90% of the Republican Party, still to this day, they're becoming significantly more right-wing as well.
Okay. Well, it's my position that both parties have enabled.
Can I give an explanation real quick? Although Trump is hemorrhaging support amongst independents and Democrats, he still has high support amongst Republicans.
Okay. I think we have a nation of outraged citizens right now, and I think that's what we needed. Like, I think with Kamala and Biden, we would have just gone on with the status quo, where corporations are basically systematically financially enslaving the middle class.
Okay, if you think that there is quote-unquote enslavement of the middle class under Harris's administration, but not Trump's administration, I'm sorry, but you're just objectively denying reality, because Trump's administration gave more tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires disproportionately and increased taxes on the lowest income of Americans because he imposed greater tariffs. If you're saying you want to, like, do you not like Trump and you want people to go away from Trump? Is that your goal?
I think I don't like Biden Kamala or Trump because
Kamala.
I think they all support the corporatocracy. I think Trump just does it in the most overt and like disgusting way that makes people be like, wait a minute, what are we doing here? Like, this is ridiculous.
I don't agree with you there.
Okay.
Can you tell
if
me
you look at the
how
middle,
Kamala Harris supports the corporatocracy?
okay, I can do it by explaining like the economics of like the financial enslavement of the middle class.
Go ahead.
Okay. Since the 1960s, the middle wage, the median wage, you know what that is, has only gone up like 12x. And rent, 50x, education, 70x, healthcare, 200x. So wages don't keep up. Middle wages don't keep up with inflation, and that's because corporations just have leverage. They have a lot more leverage than the average person, than the consumer or the worker, because they control the media and they exploit the asymmetrical information advantage that they have. And so people aren't given the best products. People aren't exposed to new inventions or the best products. Instead, we have our 8 billionth Coca-Cola commercial. We don't have new ads from new small businesses and inventors. We have the same companies because there's a price entry, there's a price barrier, so small guys don't get their products exposed before a corporation can copy it and make a worse version of it and rip off the public.
Okay. Can you tell me what you see on your screen?
Employed full-time median wage, yeah, it looks like it's gone up a little bit here.
It's gone up. Do you agree?
Yep.
So you want it to increase more. Well, since we've imposed trickle-down economics in the 80s, we've seen stagnation of wages, right? Which specifically has led to wages not increasing with productivity when prior they did. So the main issue is the trickle-down economics you're supporting, like what Donald Trump's advocating for, not the democratic policy that exists on the matter. Because we're willing to increase taxes on the richest and wealthiest Americans to be able to reduce income inequality and address needs of the average person. Would you like to see real median wages go up more?
Yeah, I'm against Reaganomics, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you disagree with trickle-down economics. That's what Trump's economic policy is. Okay,
Yeah,
so you
but I
disagree with
think
Trump's
he's
economic
doing-
policy. Is Kamala Harris's economic policy trickle-down economics?
No.
No.
But it's,
So if her policy is not trickle-down economics and his policy is trickle-down economics and you disagree with trickle-down economics, then that means you don't support him.
But I do, because her policies are only going to make things minutely better, and I need radical, drastic change.
Okay,
and
who's going
awakening
to
of the
cause this
people.
radical, drastic change?
I think Trump, because I think he's like the gross medicine.
Okay,
that
so
things
for example,
get
like
worse
what?
before they get better.
What did he do that led to this drastic change?
Like you said, the corporate tax cuts, him
The corporate
benefiting
tax
the
cuts
rich.
are trickle-down economics.
Yeah,
So
that's
because
what I'm
he
saying.
engages in trickle-down economics, you support him?
No, I think you're still missing it. I think he's making things worse, and I think things need to get worse before they get better. And I think
Okay,
Biden and
here's
Kamala
my
are
issue
just
with what you're
applying
saying.
band-aids to a broken system.
Here's my issue with what you're saying. You have no evidence the economy will get better off if you support Trump. All you have evidence is that it will get worse off. You're claiming it might potentially get better off because it got so bad that people are willing to fight against it. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah, what you're
Yes.
not understanding is your argument there could justify voting for Hitler. Your argument there could justify voting for Reagan. Your argument there could justify voting for every worst candidate possible.
Yeah, but I think he's just volatile. He gets people engaged and outraged. And
You can say the
Biden and
same thing
Kamala
for Hitler.
just
You can
didn't
say the
do
same
that.
thing for Reagan.
Yeah.
Do you
I
support
wouldn't
them? Would you vote for them?
No.
Why wouldn't
But
you
I
vote
think
for Reagan?
Because Reagan wasn't a outrage. Like, he didn't get many people outraged. He was an actor, and he tricked people. He deceived people. And Trump is just an overt, grandiose narcissist. It's just so obvious. Like, he's so obviously a corrupt person. It's like, wow, okay, we need drastic change with this corrupt person in charge. Kamala and Biden are more covert. Like, they just go along with lobbying and the media. Like, if we don't get the money out of politics, we will never be able to represent the middle American.
Repeat what you just said. Sorry. One more time.
I wouldn't vote for Reagan because he's not incendiary or volatile. He wouldn't outrage the people as much as Trump. Trump is this grandiose narcissist that exposes how bad our system really is. Like Kamala and Biden just go along with the flow. They make small changes, and they don't remove the corporate leverage. For example, Trump reduced the FCC regulations in 2017. His appointed chairman made it so. So I think the big problem with our economy is actually the media, because
Okay,
the
can I ask you
media
this
is
question?
how people are exposed.
If
Okay, go
Trump
ahead.
raped children in the Epstein files, would you vote for him still?
No, I don't like him as a person, and I will never claim to. But I think, how was I saying? What was I saying? Okay, so in 2017, he made it so media monopolies could thrive to a greater extent. And okay, Reagan did this, Clinton did this, Obama did this in a way, and then he did it in 2017, and Biden could have reverted that or changed things, but he just kind of let it go too. So now we have media that's more monopolized, and they create these false dichotomies, and it's always left versus right. Everything is pushed into this left versus right narrative, and so it's never top versus bottom. The media controls the dialogue, controls the conversation, and so we're never talking about top versus bottom. We're always talking about left versus right, and I don't think that gets us anywhere. I think we need to unite against the elite that subvert democracy through the corporate control of the media. The media is what
Can I tell you
controls
something?
the public opinion. Yeah.
This top versus bottom thing is incredibly vague and
Yeah.
doesn't get people to unify. Want to know why? Because we have differences on what we think the top is controlling the bottom. Okay? And those massive disagreements, specifically on that, right, are very important to take into account here. Like you understand that, right? Like the
Okay, but
massive disagreements on who we think the top is controlling the bottom, right, is incredibly important. Like, for example, the alt-right believes it's Jewish people controlling all of society. The left believes that it's billionaires, right? Big distinction, okay? We can't just say top versus bottom, because what we consider the top versus the bottom are radically different. How we believe that they're impacting people is radically different. So the conversation is still from the right to left, right? That still happens, but there is also authoritarian versus libertarian conversation. What you're not understanding is that there's many different conversations that are had, and just because we're having a conversation of left and right now doesn't mean that there aren't other conversations to be had. And it doesn't mean that's the only way in which the conversation is shown or talked about.
I agree with that, but we have billionaires on the left and the right that are friends. They go to the same clubs and events. They
Who are
have
you
a lot
voting in
more
2028?
common with each.
Who are you supporting in the
What?
Democratic primary? Mama Lisa, think of the galaxy.
I would actually support Ro Khanna. Yeah.
So you agree with me?
I'm with you there.
Mama
Yeah,
Lisa, think of the
I
galaxy.
do.
So
I agree with you on the result of what we want, but I disagree on the method of how we would have got it before Ro Khanna, because he wasn't. Yeah, we couldn't have voted for him before, right?
no, I think that we could have got a candidate that has the progressive views that he had specifically, right, in Congress over time. Absolutely. Even if these particular horrible things didn't happen. Want to know why?
I would definitely vote for him over Trump. I would vote for Ro Khanna over Trump.
Okay,
But I
well,
see
okay,
Kamala
but
and
wait.
Biden
So then
as
here's my
establishment
point.
Democrats.
Here's my point.
Okay.
What is the relevant difference in policy between Ro Khanna and Joe Biden that means you would vote for one over Trump but not the other?
Okay, Ro Khanna specifically cares a lot about the e-files, and Biden and Kamala didn't seem to show much interest for exposing that at all, from what I saw.
So they had a separate independence of the DOJ under the administration. So although they would want these files to be released, that doesn't mean that they had the ability to do so to the same extent or were knowledgeable about them to that extent. A few things here. One, it was completely sealed through 2024. Then there were investigations and appeals into Ghislaine Maxwell and co-conspirators through 2025. So the ability that they were able to completely release them was under the Trump administration. Should there have been a greater push under the Democrats? Sure, you could say that. But I don't think that there's the same basis in conditions. There also wasn't a legal mandate to release the files. If there was a legal mandate to release the files, they would have released them.
Yeah, this has been going on longer than that. It's been going on since 2008 or even before, where the Department of Justice has protected co-conspirators with agreements, with deals, with sweetheart deals. they've protected their privacy, and they've protected their prosecution, protected them from prosecution. So I think every administration has failed us, and they all protect or they all support the two-tier justice system that the elite are above the law. But the big problem, I think, is the media. We allowed further monopolization of the media. We need a diverse and independent media that provides many opinions, but instead we have, because of Trump and everyone before him, we have a single company that owns 40% of local news. Like, people don't know this. Like, 40% of local news in America is controlled by one company now. This used to be illegal, but we raised FCC regulations. Removed them. That now allows
Who
for
removed them?
further media monopolization. What?
Who removed them?
Trump was the final blow to it, and then in 2017, in 2017, Biden could have reversed it.
How?
With his FCC chairman, with the votes from the FCC to increase regulation of media. And it's not just been Trump. It's
watch
been
this, watch
Obama,
this. Did
Bush,
Biden
Clintons.
increase FCC regulation? Yep. Literally look it up. Many different regulations that they advocated for.
They didn't change the ownership caps.
What ownership cap?
The ownership cap that used to be like low, and then it got put up to like 39%, and then Trump removed that ownership cap. So now single entities can own 40% or more of media across a space, and they can own huge portions of the market, the media and yeah. A little flustered right now. It's nervous talking to you, bro.
Today, an appellate court vacated a local broadcast ownership regulation that the prior FCC voted to retain back in 2023.
Say that again.
This is from the FCC. Today, an appellate court, this is from July 23rd, 2025. Today, an appellate court vacated a local broadcast ownership regulation that the prior FCC voted to retain back in 2023.
Okay, so what was the cap change to under Biden?
I'm just telling you that there was. I can look through and research them, but I'm just telling you that there was regulation.
Not the way you think. It's still monopolized media has gotten worse and worse and worse.
You could argue that, but like, again, I don't see how you can compare the two, especially when Joe Biden himself said that there was an oligopoly forming, and that he was actively trying to fight against that. Like literally, I think that he said that there was an oligarchy. So I just genuinely I think the biggest criticisms of Biden are not based upon him not like economically being progressive enough, but it's rather like him being pro-Zionist. Like, that's one of the biggest critiques of that. Biden advocated for universal health care. Biden advocated for a $15 minimum wage. Biden advocated for increasing regulation and being able to address the conditions in terms of the environment. They had the largest investment in renewable energy ever. What do you want Biden to do? Like, seriously, like, I feel like unless it's specifically foreign policy, you have no argument. Literally nothing.
Well, I have personal problems with Biden as well. Like, very personal problems.
Like with his character?
Of his character and his...
Really? So now you have these problems. But when it was Trump versus him, you didn't take that into consideration? When it was Harris versus Trump, you didn't take that into consideration?
I hated both of them, and I thought they both could have been eliminated from the 2020 election. I think
what was bad about Harris's character?
I don't know if I know anything bad about Harris's character.
Okay, what was bad about Harris?
Like I said, I think she supported the status quo. She didn't really care about the Epstein files, and she didn't want to really shake things up.
She said she cared about the Epstein files, and she did specifically not... Okay, can you tell me what status quo policy she supported?
She doesn't have policy to change media regulation.
How do you know?
And media needs to be re-regulated. If they
do through the FCC and it had that under Biden, why would you say that she didn't?
But he didn't lower the ownership caps. If he did, I would like to see that. That's a strong point. I would like to research that. But I don't see where he lowered the ownership caps.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I have a question. So you're saying you want them to limit how much monopolization can occur within these markets, right?
Yes.
Okay, look into Lena Khan. Okay, that was the person on the Biden administration that actively looked into monopolization, and they were targeting this under the Biden administration. Because they didn't communicate and talk about it all the time does not mean they didn't have policy on this.
But what did they get done?
I gave you examples specifically earlier, right, of things that they specifically addressed in terms of Amazon, which, by the way, can be changed by the next administration, which was. So what you're not understanding is that these policies, right, are things that change due to the administrations being in office, and we can't keep them in office if you are putting Republicans in office that keep getting rid of them.
But neither party has gone the other direction. You
I have a
say they
question.
have, but
If Harris were in office right now, would the Epstein files be released?
that I don't know.
So that I do know because she would follow the law.
I feel like we don't like do you without being too conspiratorial, I don't think the president has as much power as we pretend.
Can you tell me
they
one
do.
time the Harris or Biden administration violated the law?
No, I can't.
So if there was a law legally mandated the release of them, they would have released them. People asking why
Yeah,
they didn't release
they-
them.
they-
DOJ was independent. There was no legal mandate to release, right? You can blame Merrick Garland for that. But to say that Harris and Biden had an information that specifically they could have released that they knew about that they decided not to release is not true. Those are
Well,
radically
I don't
different.
know
Like
who
you
would be
understand
in
that, like,
charge.
for example, with Trump is involved with the things that Pam Bondi is doing. Hell, he tried to prevent the release of the Epstein files by saying Marjorie Taylor Greene shouldn't support them and called her a traitor for supporting the release of them.
Yeah, I respected her for standing out. But Biden and Kamala, under them, nothing was getting done. I know you said they were sealed or whatever, but it's Obama too. It's been this way for a long time that the Department of Justice has been protecting the elite. And even I think Biden and Kamala would have done the same thing as Trump. They would have released redacted files. They might have done it on time, but there still would have been redacted files that protect the elite.
No evidence of that.
Well,
You're just
serve
making
the
an
elite.
assumption.
I am making assumptions, but there's no evidence to the contrary either.
You're the one claiming that they would not have followed the law. The law legally mandates that they don't redact people to protect them. The law mandates
that's
that
the
they can
FBI
only
too,
redact
right?
people in situations where it's classified, in situations where there is a victim, things like that. Those are the only situations where they can redact. So you're saying they would have violated the law? Is that what you're saying? Do you have any
I'm saying
situation
the
where
president.
you said they would have violated the law? Do you have any example of them violating the law? Earlier you said no. So how can you expect them to violate the law if you have no examples of them violating the law?
My claim was that I don't know what they do, but I believe the president is beholden to the intelligence community, so they kind
That's
of
actually
do what
not true.
they're
You
told,
said
or they-
you said that they would do this. That's what you said.
I said I don't know.
No, that's not true. You said that they would do this. You said that they would prevent the release of the they would redact names to protect
Oh,
PDFs.
right, I did say that. Yeah,
That's exactly
yeah.
what you said. So
but it wouldn't be their fault, right? It would be the FBI.
okay, well then you would have the FBI investigated then, and you would go
Right,
through.
and I
They
think
would
it'd be-
actively try to hold them accountable because they want to uphold the law.
I think it would be like a show. I don't know. I really lost trust in the Democratic Party when I voted for Bernie Sanders, and I thought he should have won. And they stonewalled him, and they acted like he wasn't a contender when he was like destroying in online polls, and it was just obvious popularity, and it was just really bothered me that he just surrendered and gave that up.
It bothers me that the Democratic Party is too centrist. I agree with you there, but that's not enough reason to support Trump over Biden, because Biden is
It is,
objectively
though.
Biden's the most progressive candidate that's been in the position of presidency in U.S. history. Can you name a single candidate that was more progressive? in terms of the policy they passed?
No.
So why would you give up on the most progressive candidate that we've ever had run for political office, Harris, because you want them to be more progressive? Do you realize how that limits us from getting progressive people in these positions?
But you're looking at things like 1% change, 2% change. No, we need like serious. We need an overhaul of our entire corporate media controlled all the lobbying and the corporate bribes. Like we're controlled by the elite. Our policy is controlled by corporations. Corporations are allowed to donate to both sides of elections, essentially pricing out the good candidates. I think the best candidates, Parker, are the ones that are broke. Ro Khanna is the first one I've seen in a long time that hasn't taken corporate donations. But every single other one takes corporate donations. When I look at how much corporations donate to Biden and Kamala, I'm like, okay, so they owe favors to these corporations.
Okay. And what do they do in terms of policy? Do they increase their taxes? Do they increase the regulations on those companies? Yeah, they do.
Sure,
So
but
like,
they are able,
so which
there's
side is
still
preferable?
loopholes.
Which side's preferable? You're okay with the middle
Neither
class being
side.
harmed. You're okay with marginalized communities being negatively impacted disproportionately because maybe we're going to go a little bit more progressive. That's it.
No, we need drastic change, or we're not gonna. Our
I'm
middle
sorry,
class is just gonna be
but there
screwed.
is not this drastic change in terms of domestic policy between Harris and Ro Khanna. There's not. Okay? There are very big changes that exist, but it's not so drastic that you'd be willing to vote for Donald Trump and set us back in being able to do all of those things.
We have to take one step back sometimes.
Can
to
you
go
be
2
specific
steps
with what
forward.
drastic change you're referencing?
I look at their character, and because Ro Khanna hasn't received any campaign contributions from corporations,
Okay,
I
you cannot
believe
tell
that
me the
he is
reason why you
anti-
voted Trump is because of character. Okay, so if you compare Trump versus Biden versus Trump, character's worse on behalf of Trump. If you do that specifically in terms of Harris versus Trump, it's still worse on behalf of Trump.
Agree and disagree. I think Biden is almost as bad as Trump. I think they're both deplorable human beings. Kamala,
I think you're not
don't
actually
have
engaging with
anything-
any of my points.
I am.
No, you're not.
I agree with you that Kamala has better character than Trump, but I also think she's bought by corporations.
Okay, what policies does she advocate for that indicate that she's bought by corporations?
The policies that aren't drastic enough to create systemic change.
Such as?
What policy does she have that is drastic?
No, I'm asking you. Name the policy that you think isn't drastic enough.
Sorry, I don't have that. I don't.
You don't know a
any
single
that were
policy that she
drastic.
advocated for that wasn't drastic enough, and yet you're claiming that's the reason why you don't support her over Trump?
You know a lot about her. You can inform me here. I don't.
Well,
I'm
you
not
don't know
sure.
anything. You can't tell me that you don't support her because of this reason when you don't know it. When you literally don't know the drastic policy change that you would have liked, that is not a good enough reason to say that you would vote for Trump over Harris.
She said
And
in an interview.
to be totally honest with you,
what would
it
do
actually pisses
differently?
me off that you didn't do this research. It genuinely does.
She said she.
Why
wouldn't
didn't you do the
much
research?
different
Why didn't
than
you know what
Biden.
policy? You should know that. You should know if you say that this is the reason you voted Trump. You should be very
Yeah.
damn well sure what policy you think she should have done that was more drastic. And the fact that
From
you
her
don't know the
own
policy
words.
is utterly embarrassing and makes this country worse.
From her own words.
And
she
I
said
hate to do that
she
because you
wasn't
agree
going
with me on Ro Khanna, okay? I genuinely don't understand you, okay? You can't mention a single policy, and yet that's the reason that you were so confident in supporting Trump over Harris?
All of her policies looked pretty light to me.
Which ones?
But she. I don't know. I don't have them written down.
The
in my
universal
notes here.
access to healthcare, was that too light for you? The public option? Was
No,
it
I
too
like
was
that
it too
one. I
light
like
for
that
you, the
one.
largest investment in renewable energy ever in the history of this country? Was that too light
I
for you?
like
Was that
that
not
one.
drastic enough?
I liked both of those.
The $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through the MIG 5 years old, $3,000 through the MIG 18. Is that not enough for you? $25,000
that one
tax credit
too.
for first time home buyers for new homes. Not enough for you?
I like that too.
Yeah, every single policy I just mentioned was one that you liked. Name a single one you disliked.
I wanted more.
On what? What specifically did you want more on?
Most importantly, I said FCC regulations.
So why would you support a candidate that did less FCC regulation?
Because he's going to make things so bad that people are waking up and outraged.
Do you see anyone talking about FCC regulations right now? No, we're not talking about FCC regulations because the candidate in the position of the presidency is fucking not releasing the Epstein files when legally mandated. Because the position in the person in the position of presidency is threatening to steal from other countries like Venezuela and Greenland, and dissolution of our dissolution of NATO, right, and almost causing World War III. That's why we're talking about other things. We're not talking about FCC regulation or even climate change policy because of how much crazy shit's happening in this country that we don't even have the time to talk about it.
That is true. We are hit with a lot of problems at once. I didn't think it would be this chaotic.
So do you see what I mean? That he's caused it to be so chaotic that we're not even able to talk about FCC regulations. You're the first person that's ever talked about this on my live stream. I'm not trolling. First person. Why? Because we're so worried about all of the things Trump is doing to destroy this country, to literally destroy our relations around the world, destroy our reputation around the world, limit our ability to be able to advocate for these policies, murdering U.S. citizens and defending that on the streets. You know what I mean? Like, we're so busy talking about all of the horrible things the Trump administration has done that we can't even talk about FCC regulation anymore. And if Harris were in office, we would be able to talk about it because there wouldn't be all of these crazy things I just talked about where we would be able to talk about those things. Genuinely, there was more productive dialogue under the Biden administration for being able to change people towards a more progressive viewpoint. That's why people were like, oh, we were getting too woke under the Democrats. They thought we were getting too woke because we were having too many of these conversations.
Look how many people are engaged and outraged. This wouldn't have happened under Biden.
How many were engaged and outraged against Biden? This happens with like every candidate in office. I mean, what are you talking about? Recently, especially. Every candidate. What are you talking about? I don't understand why that's unique to Trump.
Because he's so polarizing and he's such a deplorable narcissist that he just causes so much rage in people.
And has that led to our society being better?
I think it will. I don't think it's
it will, maybe. Okay, so you think it will. Is that enough certainty for you to support such a horrible guy?
Yes.
No, it's not. And the fact that you feel okay with doing that hurts me to my fucking soul because you're okay with harming marginalized communities for something that you think possibly could happen that you have no evidence for.
I want the middle class to not be financially enslaved.
And you support the guy that does it to a greater extent. You couldn't even mention the policies you wanted her. Other than FCC regulation, you couldn't mention a single policy you wanted her to be more progressive on.
Well, she said she would do the same things that Biden.
You know how great a public option would be right now? You know how great increasing the minimum wage would be right now? You know how great increasing the child tax credit would be right now? You know how great a tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes would be great right now? You know a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out would be great right now? You know, not having tariffs would be great right now. What's up?
Yes, I agree. I agree on all of that.
So I don't know why you think you have enough reason to support Trump.
Because those wouldn't be enough to remove the financial enslavement of the middle class. You don't understand. The middle wage in America is what, like $63,000? That means half the people make more, half the people make less.
What do you need to do to stop that from happening?
You need to allow workers and consumers to have more leverage against corporations, which comes from media.
So it's just this media regulation. Can you name one policy that Ro Khanna supports on FCC regulations that you like?
No, I just know he's anti-corporation.
Okay, before you feel so certain in supporting Trump, you should have looked into all of these things. And I don't think that this conversation's productive anymore.
Well, I love you either way. Keep up the good fight.
I appreciate you. I really want to change your mind because I think you already understand the harms of Trump's administration. And for some reason, you think that we're going to be more progressive. If we support Trump, that makes no sense to me.
Well, I'm sorry. I just don't think we would be wanting radical change under Biden or Kamala, and we would still be financially enslaved.
How many people were supporting Bernie under 2020 or 2016?
A lot. I don't know.
How many people supported Bernie in 2020?
I still did, but he wasn't.
Were there less people that supported Bernie in 2020 than there were in 2016?
I would guess yes, but
proportionally yes. Proportionally yes. So explain to me, if Trump was so bad that it's going to lead to people moving against him, that it's going to lead to more progressive policies, explain to me why progressives got less support after Trump's first term.
Um, because they made Bernie look weak and like I don't know.
So Trump's administration led to Bernie looking more weak and getting less support?
No, the aftermath of Bernie kind of just stepping aside and accepting the DNC is what did that.
What should he have
looked
done?
like
Tell me, what should Bernie have done in that scenario?
I don't know. He should have advocated for himself and been like, no, look at these polls.
He should have
I'm
ran
more
for
popular
president
than
even though Hillary was running, so he should have caused Trump to win for sure.
No, I think we really wanted change more than anything. And I think Bernie was actually getting a lot of people. I have a lot of friends that are Republican and they were voting for Bernie. I think if it was Bernie versus Trump,
Who did
would
Bernie
have had a much
support in the
better chance.
2024 election?
Probably Biden and Kamala.
So if you agree that both Ro Khanna and Bernie are anti-corporation and they support Harris over Trump, why wouldn't you think the better position for being anti-corporation would be against Trump and in support of Harris?
Well, they're politicians. They can't vote for what they don't agree with. They couldn't ironically vote. That wouldn't work they would look like they're gerrymandering and lying or flip-flopping, whatever you call it.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I'm going to go into the
Really
next person. Is there anything you want to say
Can
before?
I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like really quick. Just to verify, you're a white man, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Parker, you know why it hasn't clicked for you this entire time as far as what he's been saying?
I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to say. And I was kind of alluding to that earlier.
It's literally white privilege. It's the fact that he has the ability to know no matter what decision he made, he was going to be okay. But he doesn't think about marginalized communities. So even though you kept mentioning marginalized communities, he never took that in because that's not the thing that he thinks about. So him being able to make the decision to vote against or support someone that is gonna make things worse in order to make it better, like the accelerationist point of view never thinks about marginalized people that are going to be overwhelmingly impacted. And two, for him to say that, oh, I want this thing, but I didn't think about these things. I didn't think about this policy. I can't verify these things. I didn't know this. Like, how short-sighted is that? Like, for you to actually be able to sit up here and like all the comfort in the world, knowing that no matter who wins the election, you're not, someone that's a person of color that's going to be impacted. You're not a part of the queer community that's going to be impacted. You're not part of the disabled community that's going to be overwhelmingly impacted. But you have the ability to say, like, hey, Trump is going to fuck stuff up, and then we'll get someone else. We'll get the FCC changed. Like, that's so privileged. And you put so many people's lives in danger without actually doing proper research or really caring about anything else.
I think we're all privileged, Santana. If you look at the Democratic Republic of Congo, all top American companies, Boeing, Tesla, Microsoft, NVIDIA, we all exploit child labor.
Do you live in the Congo or do you live in the U.S.?
I live in the U.S., sir.
Okay, so can you actually vote in the Congo or can you vote in the U.S.?
I can only vote here.
Okay, so stop deflecting. Yes, I understand that we are more privileged living in the U.S. than other countries, but we're not talking about other countries because we can't control other countries. Please don't try to.
We do.
Please don't try. Please don't try to deflect and actually deflect away from what you're saying. This is the problem.
Well, listen to what I'm saying.
This is the problem where the people you've set up here and you've aligned with Parker on almost everything. And so you're one of the people that I have like the most problem with, the people that are on the left that have these like weird purity tests where either this isn't enough or this doesn't go far enough or this isn't perfect. And you're willing to hurt other people because you have your own self-interest. It's fucking crazy. And the hubris of you to sit here in front of thousands of people and sit here and say, well, I can't support the left wing because they don't fix the FCC because things aren't good enough. Like, What are we doing?
I'll tell you, Santana, do you support American imperialism and exploitation of child labor in other countries?
No, I don't directly support it, but yes, I understand the way that I play a hand in it by usage of technology, phones. Yes, I understand all of that.
Right. So what are Biden and Kamala doing to fix that?
You sitting here talking about American imperialism as if you're not someone that's upholding it yourself. Even as you sit here and stand on your high horse about supporting Donald Trump, you still haven't done anything. Like, you haven't done anything. The only thing that you did was make things worse for your neighbors. Like your entire ideology, you didn't do shit but make things worse for everyone else, just so you can sit here and say, well, maybe things will change now. Where Parker just directly showed you with the support that happened with Bernie Sanders and how nothing was shifted in that direction. Like literally, it makes no sense.
Like, I actually think that's really good evidence. And also, can I just say something for you real quick? How do you feel about Trump literally getting more mineral rights in the Congo?
It's horrible.
So then you actively supported policies that extended U.S. imperialism while saying that you're against U.S. imperialism as the basis for it?
Unfortunately, I did.
So what evidence do you have that U.S. imperialism will be limited if you support Trump?
I have no evidence. I just know that drastic change is needed.
Whoa. You have no evidence. If you have no evidence, why do you believe it?
Because my evidence is that I haven't seen either party in 60 years do anything to prevent
So because
American imperialism.
Democrats aren't perfect, or to this standard that you want, you're willing to hurt marginalized communities with no evidence that it will lead to better conditions?
I think virtually every Democrat except Ro Khanna, and I used to think Bernie Sanders until he bent over. I used to think every Democrat besides those two have, and maybe AOC have allowed for the further corporatization of the world through the American regime.
Okay. So would you like to maybe tell me like why you think that somehow that's a reason to support people that do worse for U.S. imperialism?
I don't support what Trump's doing. I support the reaction he is getting from the people. That's the point that maybe is alluding.
I support more of the
Trump.
reaction against him, but that doesn't mean that you support him for president or are willing to vote him in. Because you said you have no evidence it will lead to better conditions, yet you say you're willing to harm communities to be able to possibly get better conditions. If your whole goal is better conditions, but you have no evidence this will maintain better positions, why do you support it? Because I do have evidence that Harris would create better conditions.
Slightly better conditions, but what's she doing?
Wait. You say slightly? You say slightly because of you, not because of other people. How are you going to say slightly for the people that specifically are being marginalized by the current system right now?
I don't own a house. 25,000 house credit would be great for me. And I couldn't get a VA home loan under Biden because rates were at 6%.
Because of that was COVID. That was not him.
Okay. But either way.
Hey, one last question for me. Like you seem like such a revolutionary, such a visionary. You seem like someone who understands the change that needs to happen within our country. You seem like someone who has an understanding of the global pressures that are being applied to disenfranchised people all around the world. Besides you voting against the best interests of the people in your country, what else are you doing to address any of those issues?
I just try to spread information and awareness of our regime. Talking on TikTok, going on debates.
So you coming up here and actually talking in opposition for anyone that's trying to get progression is your way of revolution?
100%. If I were to come up here and say, Parker, I agree with you. Click, thank you so much for having me. On to our next case. I'm really just looking for opposition, y'all.
Yeah.
Watch this. So why don't you make your own platform? Why do you rely on my work?
Exactly.
I think you're doing a great job.
But you're relying on my work. The thousands of people that, because of my work that I put in to be able to get people to be more progressive, more liberal, all of that work, you're relying on that to be able to influence people instead of starting your own platform, getting people based upon your own messaging in terms of progressive messaging yourself. Why don't you do that?
I'm a fan, Parker. I just don't think you're stuck in the left versus right a little too much. That's my problem.
How about you actually get out in your community and help people? How about you teach people revolutionary skills? How about you teach people self-sufficiency instead of you sitting here saying that, oh, I'm talking about it online by going up and debating other people? Like if you really have this real passion, right? This real passion, then why aren't you actually creating different divisions within your community? Why aren't you trying to actually join freedom fighters? Like you sitting here saying that you are voting against the best interests of everyday Americans, but while at the same time sitting here saying, well, the only reason I'm doing it is because things aren't bad enough yet and we need to make it worse so it'll get better. Like you have no logic.
And also, why is it always that people expect me to do everything? right? Like, I'm specifically a debater. I talk to conservatives. That's my role within the movement. There are other roles within the movement. People can create other platforms. It is not my duty to maintain every role within the movement. It's impossible for me to do that. And actually, I would say it takes away from me being able to convince as many people because then I'm not able to specialize according to my comparative advantage at debating right-wingers.
Yes, I think you're very good at debating right wingers. I do think that. But I do have to fact check you on something you said a couple of days ago too. It was with the Red 40, and I think it's called what, E119 or
129.
what is it? E129, and you said that I forget what you
It's
said,
legal
but
in Europe.
it's not legal in all of Europe, and where it is legal in Europe, they have to have it identified on the product. So there's like a warning. We don't even
There
have
is
that
on our
warning.
products too.
No,
Red
I'm
40
looking
is
at a
it's
cereal
literally
box right
within the
now.
nutrition facts.
Yeah, it says Red 40. I don't see a warning.
Okay. So if you're saying that they need to put a greater warning on top of that, sure, I don't disagree with that.
Okay. Agree on
Shut
that.
up, dweeb. God damn it, people like you drive me crazy. Like
I like you too, Santana. That's
Sure.
unfortunate. And I would join a revolution, an extremist revolution. I don't know where to
Sure you
get
would.
started on that.
Sure you would.
I would, sir. Link me one, and I'll check it out.
Check out Cadre. Yeah, do that. Go find Cadre and learn about the revolutionary movement, not
Cadre.
movie. God damn.
Appreciate your time. Thank you for being patient with me. Sorry for being obnoxious.
All right, appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, everyone, let's try to get this next person up here. Just letting you know, I am still a bit sick, everyone.
I was just about to say, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel a bit sick. I woke up and my throat really hurt. And I have like less energy today, but hopefully I'll be fine.
Yeah.
The thing is, I didn't feel sick for a bit. Like, I felt slightly sick a few days ago, but it was so little that I barely felt it. But then now I feel it, and I didn't even feel it yesterday. I'm so confused. It's acting so weird.
I think
And
it's
it's
that
not even
time
like
of the year.
Yeah, it is near that time of the year, but I'm like, fuck, I hate being sick. It's the worst thing, especially trying to like be on live and trying to think and like debate people. It's pretty difficult. Alrighty, let's try to go in the next person here real quick. Everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Candace, think of the $2 on Venmo.
Fuck me with your
Caitlin-
big cock, nigger.
You're so
Nigger
disgusting.
fucking-
You're so disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Alrighty, I have a few people to thank. Do give me a quick second. Let me try to get this next person up here. Thank a few people, and then we can move on to that. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Can we some W's for Caitlin as well in the comment section right now? Jesse, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
I
I
actually
really
have a
appreciate it. Thank
quick
you.
question for you.
He definitely
Can
was.
can you just let him finish his thank yous and then we'll go from there?
How does it feel knowing that you deep throated a popsicle?
Okay, you see these people are like so
Just fucking
so
weirdos.
annoying.
You're fucking weirdos. You're a dweeb. Jeez
Like so weird, bro.
Louise.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Lance, thank you so much for the
we got a
$15 as well.
nigger
And
and a
Nick, thank you for the
fucking
$10.
faggot. That's
You're
crazy.
disgusting. Disgusting. What is up with the guest box, dude? Trump supporters are so terrified to debate that they literally have to do shit like this.
So what happens is when you actually have nothing. I was talking about this yesterday on my live, but it's an extinction burst, right? I mean, they're at the end and they have nothing else, and so you see them getting worse and worse and worse, and like we're dealing with like literally the last of it. You see like people turning on them, and so that's why we're seeing like the absolute worst fighting for what they have left.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in that TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 25. Thanks for having me on, man.
And do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you? Actually, a few people to think on YouTube real quick, and then we can move over to that. Kenneth, thank you for the $23 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. This guy voted for a fascist, so maybe he would get his socialist utopia while people are suffering under the current administration. True. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. As well as Angelina,
Bro,
thank you
America's
so
been
much.
fascist since the beginning of its existence.
Yeah, and we're gonna.
What is
put
up
you
with
on mute
people
and we're
cutting
gonna
me
let him
off when I'm
finish.
thanking people? Let me finish,
Exactly.
bro. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? I just told you. We'll talk to you in a second. Holy shit. Angelina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Oh, thank you so much for the kind words and for being there. I really appreciate it. W's for Angelina in the comment section right now. Thank you. W's for them. Thank you, thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. Other than that, let me make sure to catch up. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I just have a very low energy, so I don't know if it would make me have even less energy if I did those gummies or something. Avery, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Avery in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it's INTJ now. It used to be INFJ. Renegade, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. They said I got my VA home loan under Trump. I just sold my house to move off grid under Trump. Stop using veteran struggle as a token argument. Thank you very much. I really appreciate Renegade. Moreno, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Justania, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for the Get Well Soon fund. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Fonzie as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I lost my job, construction, core job, because of the economy, immigration detentions. Ben, 4M with no success, 4 months with no success, 6-year-old and going to lose my apartment. Will be homeless by end of March. Later won't help. I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my God, that's fucking insane. That's absolutely fucking insane. I hope you're doing okay. And by the way, you definitely don't need to send me money in these circumstances, especially if you need that. I would recommend to contact people specifically in terms of unemployment to get access to that if you can, alongside Medicaid if you could. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. Chicos, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Parker of Dems reported issues with voter rolls. I just received a notice that my right to vote may be revoked because I moved, which is a lie. Same Addy, 25 years. I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look back. Maybe that's a local thing for your area. Alrighty, let me think some people on YouTube. Oh, actually, I did on YouTube. I'm fully caught up. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
All right. I have a question for you. Have you ever heard of or played the game Civilization?
No, I haven't.
Oh, well, basically it's just a game where you're a leader of a country and you run it, right? And you try and win the game and whatever. So basically, this is my understanding, right? Because I recently just got into this game, and I believe Trump is playing that game for America better.
Okay, tell
Does
me
that
why.
make sense?
What policies of Trump's do you like?
What policies? Okay, well, first I thought his advancement towards AI was pretty huge. It's great steps towards science, right? And I think that's the future of what America's probably going to tend to go towards. So that's a good thing. I like his stance to try and attempt to get Greenland. I like his actions that he did in Venezuela. I like how he's handling illegal immigration as well.
Okay. So a few things. I think the advancements against AI are bad because we can still make advancements in AI while having and maintaining environmental regulations, which the Trump administration has not done. They've cut over 40% of the EPA and want to cut even more, which limits our ability to keep people safe and healthy, which is incredibly fucked up for Americans in general and negatively impacts them. We can also point to the fact that him taking Greenland would cause the dissolution of NATO and possibly World War III. Him stealing from Venezuela is wrong because it's stealing. And then for undocumented immigration, I don't think he's addressing that to a greater extent because I think you should give a pathway to citizenship to undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime to give them an incentive to identify themselves to authorities, to increase tax revenues, alongside reduce the exploitation targeted towards them, alongside the fact that I think that we need to make the legal process go significantly quicker. And Donald Trump does none of these things. Democrats do one of them by trying to make the legal process go significantly quicker.
Right, but you got to remember they were also deporting masses, you know.
Yeah, just they were using the law to a greater extent and not violating due process as much. Plus, they were going after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a disproportionately higher extent.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm like I said, I'm totally for the legal immigration. If we could speed up that process, that'd be great. I'm with you on that. But I do think the illegal immigrants that are coming in, they got to be dealt with, right? Like if I'm playing Civilization, I got a bunch of barbarians in my country kind of stirring shit up, right? It's like kind of 101. You got to deal with that.
That's a wild fucking analogy, and also this isn't a game. Like maybe you should like I hear what you're saying as far as the reference, but like it's
Right, it's
literally
not the
not
best
a game. This
reference.
is no, it's a horrible reference. But even more so, like this is literally like real world implications, and this administration, while not playing a game, is actively not only harming Americans, murdering Americans, but disenfranchising individuals and destabilizing the entire globe, like shifting where America stands with our allies, while at the same time, making us more not independent, individualistic, which has overwhelmingly been negative throughout the history of the world. Like we can't be self-sufficient because we don't have the ability to be self-sufficient. But Donald Trump and his administration is like disconnecting us from the rest of the world. Like it's a bad thing.
I don't know if that I do agree that's probably what he's trying to do, but I do think he's just trying to set up spheres of influence in the West and kind of response to that.
Be specific.
Yeah, you're just saying that he's trying to.
Greenland, Venezuela, more influence over South America. These are things I think he's looking more towards, especially with he's been loving this Monroe Doctrine.
Right, but what in what alliance and what strength do we actually gain by completely cutting off our other alliances to reestablish where we are within our hemisphere?
Well, I mean, if you were to take more territory, more control of the land, you would therefore get the resources coming with it, right? I mean, just look at Venezuela. We got all
he
that
hasn't
oil, right?
taken more land or more territory.
He's taking resources though, like valuable resources. It's
somewhat,
yeah.
but like
It's
the
not
big
like he
one
wants
that he
to
wanted with
be in
Greenland.
Venezuela. He just wants the oil, right?
Yeah, but the big one that he wanted with Greenland like got shut down without like a single bullet being shot. Like literally, Europe threatened to tank the entire U.S. economy if he tried to take Greenland, and he realized that like the economic impacts that they could have would be like far worse than anything else, and so he had to completely back away from it.
Well,
So I'm a
when I
little
say take
confused.
Greenland, I'm not looking for like military force action here. I'm looking for like a diplomatic way that we could somehow get
We didn't get
more
anything.
land there.
We didn't get anything.
Right, but I'm saying that would be a goal, right? And he was at least making attempts to do it, and I think that was good, and it was strengthening our borders, keeping us safe from Russia. These are good things, right?
Literally, that's not true. I mean, like since the Trump administration has gotten into office, not only have we done more quote unquote business with Russia, but like we've stopped intelligent offenses against Russia, and like we've even had Putin on American soil, which is mind blowing. So again, I'm not sure like how we've strengthened ourselves at all towards or against Russia, especially when we've alienated our NATO allies and we weakened our own country. Specifically, when you talk about like exports, travel, like tourism, like none of it makes sense. Like he's made us overall weaker in so many different ways, and none of what you're saying actually makes sense.
Okay, so he's made us weaker because how exactly?
He's made us weaker because he's fractured our allies with NATO, our allyship with NATO. Domestically, he's cut off our ability to like export to China, specifically with soybeans. At the same time, like our farming industry within the United States has started to see an uptick in bankruptcy again. The value of the dollar is in the toilet. Americans are like unemployment, while it's steadied somewhat, unemployment is still high. Like there's overall negative impacts that has occurred all across the board. Like literally people aren't even coming to our country anymore because other countries are saying like, don't go into the US. So we've taken a massive economic hit when it comes to tourism. Like that's why people say the borders are secure. It's not, it's literally people aren't coming to the country anymore because other countries are saying, don't go there.
Well, right, and I'm sure everything that's going on with ICE right now is, just hot shit, and they don't want to even deal with that.
Yeah, they're shooting people in the face.
Okay.
That wasn't a joke.
I mean, do you support the murder of Renee Good and Alex Preddy?
Come on, okay. Of course I don't. Of course I don't, right? But this is a huge operation where they deported 500,000 people. Are there going to be accidents? Hell yeah. Like, how many was there? 4? Is that what was there 4 incidents, if I remember right? Like, that's what,
I don't think 4
0.00001%?
instances of accidents is a correct number. I don't know where you got that information from.
Well,
I think there have been
that's
plenty
just 4
more.
that
There have
I've
been
heard
there have
of
been
that I
plenty of
remember.
there have been plenty of different examples specifically of U.S. citizens that have been detained. Right, specifically a veteran that was detained trying to go to work and was held for over 3 days without access to an attorney or without access to medicine or a doctor, even though his skin was burning due to the tear gas and pepper spray they used. A U.S. citizen and
Like I
veteran
said, again, there's going to be these
missed
extreme
their kid's
cases of
birthday.
tragedy.
I'm sorry.
It's
No,
what's going to happen.
no administration should make said joke, or not joke, make said mistake, because they held him for multiple days. You're telling me they couldn't identify that he was a U.S. citizen and a veteran within at least an hour or two?
I'm saying
there's no reason to hold them
I'm
for
saying
3
there are
days
people
without
that get
access to an
locked up.
attorney.
There are people that get falsely locked up every day. All right, like why are we taking this one case and making it
It's
so
not,
big?
but
for a
wait, it's
corporate?
not about false incarceration. It's about literally them changing the way that they do things with ICE, which has negatively impacted the entire process. I mean, they've dumped billions of dollars funding them at the 14th highest level, allocated over 20% of additional law enforcement, including FBI, U.S. Marshals, all of those things. At the same time, they've given them coverage in a legal sense, right? The Supreme Court even ruled that ICE can racially profile people. They're sending internal memos saying that they don't need warrants to enter people's premises. And at the same time, the executive branch is telling governors that, hey, if you actually try to stop our agents, we'll prosecute you. And then covering up murders, including Keith Porter Jr. Literally, they're giving them everything that they could possibly want, and all they're doing is actually harming Americans and not even doing their job good. The actual
The
requirements to be able to
500,000 being
join.
deported isn't a job well done.
There hasn't been 500,000 deported, and I'm talking about the actual deportation rate, not the total number, but the deportation rate. The deportation rate, as far as deportation, is lower, not the actual raw number.
Okay, well, the raw number still, I mean, is still a big percent of that. Okay, so let's say there are 500,000 that were deported and 10 incidents of terrible mistakes made. That's a successful operation. It really is.
It's not 10 instances. Question: in the last 10 years prior to the Trump administration, do you know how many United States citizens were detained by ICE in a 10-year span?
No, I mean, obviously not off the top of my head.
120. How many American citizens were detained within the first 10 months of the Trump administration, implementing their policies with ICE?
How much?
170. So in 10 years prior, there were 120, and in the first 10 months, there were 170.
Yeah.
So you can sit here and talk about they're making a mistake or da-da-da-da-da, but the change in policy has been overwhelmingly negative because it's a massive drain. We're spending approximately $98 billion on mass deportation, and we're not yielding the positive results. We're hurting the economy. There was just a study that was completed by the Cato Institute talking about the last 30 years, how immigrants, undocumented and documented immigrants, have massively impacted our economy. But yet we're spending $98 billion for mass deportation, and that's going to hurt us in so many different ways. That doesn't make sense.
No, it's not, because those people that are working
give me
here
one positive,
without
one positive
citizenship,
tangible benefit.
they
of
don't
mass
pay
deportation.
taxes, man.
They
That's
literally
the
pay
big one.
taxes.
No.
Where do you get that from?
Under the table is
Where do you get that from?
101 for illegals.
No,
man.
Mason. Where do you get that from? I need actual proof. Give me tangible
Because you
proof
need
where
a
you can
US
verify.
citizenship to get a job.
No. I don't want you just saying the words. I want you to give me actual tangible proof that they don't pay taxes, because I can give you tangible proof about them paying taxes and how much they pay. Give me tangible proof.
I can't give you tangible proof, but I do know
pay
that
taxes.
I've had personal experiences. For example,
anecdotal.
when I was younger, I worked at Taco Bell.
Sure,
all
that's
that shit was
anecdotal.
under the counter.
That's anecdotal. I don't care about your anecdotal experience. We actually can quantify
Why,
the amount of taxes
why
that
does my
undocumented
experience
immigrants
not
pay.
qualify, man? And your statistic that you read on the internet does. That's crazy.
Because it's your fee-fees. I can't verify your fee-fees, but I can verify the actual quantifiable data that came from the IRS. The IRS has tracked. Did you know that ICE was working with the IRS in order to target undocumented immigrants? Do you know how they were able to do these ICE raids in conjunction with the IRS?
Tell me.
Because they were paying taxes and they used their tax information to know where they were working so they could do the ICE raids. And a judge had to step in and say that the Trump administration had to stop using the IRS and their tax information to complete the ICE raids. Hey, how are they doing these raids if these undocumented immigrants aren't paying taxes?
Look, man, you can say that.
Damn.
But in my, like I said, my personal experience and some bullshit article you read that's, pro-liberal.
What bullshit
I'm not
article?
gonna-
This isn't
I'm
a
not
bullshit
gonna
article. This
believe
is
it, right?
evidence
I've
that
gotta
they pay
take my
taxes.
personal experience.
You
Huh?
mean court documents?
Wait. Hold up. Okay, let me give you an example of how this doesn't make sense. Okay, you're saying take personal experience over the actual data overall. Okay. So
Of
is that what
course,
you're saying?
data has propaganda.
All
it
right,
has,
watch
there's-
this. Watch this.
Okay.
How do we categorize data? Like for like
A bunch
in
of
general.
people's personal experiences. Yes, I'm aware. Yes.
So what's better, one experience or most experiences categorized together?
Okay. Well, I would have to take my own experience, obviously.
That makes no fucking sense. Okay.
What?
Genuinely, that makes no.
Why?
Like, okay. Have you ever
I
seen
tell-
the
I
curvature?
don't
Have you
know.
ever seen
People
the?
can
Have
lie.
you
People
have
have-
you seen
have,
have
you
you
know,
seen the curvature
malintent.
of the Earth?
Have I? No, I haven't.
You haven't? Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Well, I mean, if I would have to see for myself to give you a definite, I can't just look at
You
pictures
don't
on
know.
the
You
internet.
don't know if the Earth is spherical or flat.
Well, no, they've done research and it's very obviously round. Based
Oh,
on
okay. So wait,
research,
now
but
you
for me
accept
to-
the research over your personal experience because your
like
personal
I just
experience is that it's
know,
flat.
like I just said earlier, that would be the best form is for me to go up and see it. Yeah,
Wait.
that would be the best way for me to prove that the Earth is not round to me. Yeah.
No,
So
I
we have
actually
to
think.
believe your lying ass
So
eyes.
obviously I can't do that. So
Watch.
then I go with the
Watch.
research. Sure.
Watch. So no, you
But in
have your
this
personal.
instance, I
You have your.
have
Wait, listen.
personal experience.
You have your personal experience. It's been flat in your experience.
It's been what in my experience?
It's been flat within your experience.
Sure.
Okay. So
Okay.
would you accept, based upon your own personal experience, that it's flat, or based upon the research, the data, and the arguments that it's spherical?
If I went up and I saw that the world was flat, and then there was research that was proving the opposite, which what I say?
Let me explain to you. Every single person has an experience with the ground around them being flat. Okay. So people,
Sure.
based upon their personal experience, have a personal experience with the Earth being flat. But the issue is that reason, logic, research, and evidence indicate that that's not true. That's why, historically speaking, most of humans thought the Earth was flat until we had good reason to believe otherwise, and we disproved that. So I just want to be clear. One, we
You know
proved
what the
this, we
best
disproved
reason
that
was?
thousands of years ago.
Someone
Two,
went up and was like, "Oh, holy shit!"
no,
this
we
thing
actually
is not
we
flat."
actually disproved it thousands of years ago without even going to space.
True. Yeah, it was surfing. Yeah, I know.
Hey, you know what would be better though, Mason, is like if you would stop talking over Parker and let him finish his point, and then like
he
respond.
wasn't talking. I'm sorry.
He was
I'm not trying to
literally
interrupt.
talking. He was literally in the middle of a sentence when you started speaking.
So
All right,
based
but
upon
you guys have interrupted me multiple times, so don't take like the moral high ground on that.
Okay. So again, based upon your personal experience, the Earth is flat. Based upon research, data, and evidence, the Earth is spherical. Okay. So if you used your personal experience argument, it makes you look ridiculous because you'd have to concede to this.
No, it doesn't, man, because these are two completely different scenarios. Right now, I don't have personal experience. I can't tell you, right? I'm saying with this other one, when it comes to the Taco Bell scenario that I mentioned earlier, I do have personal experience.
How can we verify?
Therefore, I would take that over.
Mason.
Yes, sir.
Mason. How can we verify? I don't believe you worked at Taco Bell.
You see, right? That's
How do I
the issue,
verify
right?
that now?
That's the same issue I have with your statistics. Though,
No. Because you can verify empirical data. Like you can actually verify the data. Like you can verify the raw data. You can actually quantify it yourself. Like you have access to this. How can I verify that you worked at Taco Bell? Because you're just telling me, you said that you worked at Taco Bell under
Well, I
the
got
table.
W-2s if you want to see them, I guess.
Then how the fuck did you work under the table?
I didn't. I said I witnessed people who were.
Oh, so we're supposed to believe. Guess what? Hey, we don't believe you. You need more people. You sitting here saying that you witnessed that when there's no proof. Like, why should we believe Mason, random guy on TikTok?
Well,
that just
why
came
should
up
I
here and
believe
told
this
us
random statistic with a bunch of agenda?
Because there's
What agenda?
evidence and data indicating that, and it's reproducible in terms of information and finding it. Secondly, like, I just want to address this fact. I think that he needs to understand this. So your personal experience might justify this for you personally. Okay?
Right.
Justify
Right.
specifically the claims about that individual circumstance. It cannot justify general claims, right? It can't justify what it's true for most people or what it's true around the entire United States. It can only justify the claim for that one fucking Taco Bell. Okay? That for
Okay,
your
sure.
for yourself. By the way, we can't verify this, but for yourself. That's sufficient
Sure.
evidence for you in terms of that one situation. But the issue here is that that's not representative of what's happening across the entirety of the United States. And if you were be willing to look at anecdotal experiences, well, then will you take the anecdotal experiences of Renee Good and Alex Preddy to say that you don't support ICE?
Well, I mean, they had their own experiences, right? You know, it's up to. I think what drives people the most and their influence of thinking, believing, all these things is their own personal experiences with these topics. If you're all your opinions aren't based off of real life things and they're just words on a screen, I can't help. I don't see how that's like.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
How is that a better way
Do you
of like,
believe the
having
Holocaust
objective
happened?
reality? Sorry, say that again.
Do you believe the Holocaust happened?
Yeah.
Were you there?
No.
So you do have the ability to make this determination without being there. Do you believe Charlie Kirk was murdered?
He was. There was.
What
Yes.
was he? Were you there?
I was. I live in Utah. Yes.
But you weren't at UVU.
Yes, I was.
You were at UVU when it happened?
Yeah.
I was too. Where were you at?
I was
Like in
kind of in
class?
like the southeast side of that little kind of dome thing that he had going on.
Okay.
Or not
So you
dome,
were
like
there, so you
semicircle.
can claim that it happened.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think people who weren't there can't claim that it happened because they saw it on
No,
a
man.
screen?
There's video evidence. What do you mean?
Okay, so because you saw it on a screen is not reason to believe that that's not the case because there's evidence. So now you acknowledge that you rely upon
video
evidence,
footage
not
is completely different than someone typing in statistics that could all be propagandized.
You say it's propagandized. There's no good evidence to believe that it's propagandized. You're saying that it's just propagandized because you feel like it.
It always comes with agenda. These statistics, they're never just actually giving you this. There's always
Okay.
pushing something.
Who won the 2024 election?
Trump.
Oh, well, I think that's just, propagandized.
What? Come on, man. What are you doing here?
Oh wait. Is that not good? Is that not a good enough reason to not believe that? It's almost like you just
Yeah,
critiqued your own reasoning there. I just used your own reasoning against you. It's the same argument.
How is that the same argument? It's not at all. Okay, video footage is not the same. Multiple confirmed video.
Wait.
footages,
It's
by the way,
data. It's data.
Is not the same.
What video footage is there that he lost the election? The evidence is,
No,
is
no,
the
I was
audits.
talking
The
about
evidence
Charlie.
is the election count number, things like that. That's the evidence that he won. Sorry, he won specifically in that context. Right. So then, again, if you think that that's not sufficient evidence to make that determination because it's through the context of a screen and it could just be propagandized, couldn't we just say that about the 2024 election?
Well, I mean, sure, you can. I mean, that's what we did with.
But that would be
2020.
absurd, right?
Well, sure. Yeah. It's
Okay, so
absurd,
then
but I mean, it
obviously
happened.
this is not good reasoning, right? Or here's
Well,
another good evidence. Here's another good. If one
Okay.
person saw someone commit a crime, right? Specifically, or not a crime. Sorry, election fraud. Would that be justification that the entire election was stolen?
No.
But they had an anecdote that told them that it was stolen, and they don't want to believe the evidence because it could be propagandized.
Well, here's the thing. If they were to take that opinion due to personal experience, I couldn't hold that against them. But you seem to, yeah?
You could, because it makes no sense to do that. You don't just make a
So you're-
claim that because
you do
you
understand-
personally
sorry.
observed election fraud, that everyone committed enough election fraud to overturn the election results. That's absurd. Okay. And by the way, you admitted that that's exactly what you did in 2020. Like, I just want to clarify. You guys did that in 2020.
Well, yeah, that I was saying, I said that to confirm that stuff like that happens. Yes.
I just want to hop in for a second and say, so your premise with me though is that you don't believe undocumented immigrants pay taxes because I cited the fact that the Cato Institute had completed a comprehensive study over 30 years talking about the benefits of taxes being paid by documented and undocumented immigrant. But your premise is, since that you have seen people being paid under the table at Taco Bell, you don't believe they pay taxes, correct?
Well, I believe those people didn't, yeah, and I believe that there are similar things like that.
Okay, but overwhelming, because I talked about how undocumented immigrants pay taxes, and you said that they don't.
Well,
And
here's
so
the thing with
overwhelming.
that
Just to
thing you said,
just to
though.
verify, I don't need a monologue. I'm just trying to clarify your point. Just to verify, overwhelmingly, do you think undocumented immigrants pay taxes? Yes or no?
Well, like I said, with this, you
Very
have
simple.
documents of people.
Overwhelmingly, do you think undocumented immigrants pay
You had,
taxes?
like
Yes
you
or no?
mentioned, you had the way they were able to find some of these illegal immigrants was through their taxation,
Undocumented
right?
immigrants, yeah, that's what I'm
But
saying. So
what about the
overwhelming, I
ones
just
they
need to
didn't
know.
find, right?
That's fine. I'm not talking about the ones that they didn't. I just need to
Because
understand
you're telling me
I
basically
just
what
need
you're
to understand
arguing.
your point, Mason.
What you're arguing is
Mason, I just need to understand your point. Overwhelmingly, do you think undocumented immigrants pay taxes? Yes or no?
they do pay taxes, but they don't get the income tax.
Okay, perfect. So you now concede and you agree that overwhelmingly undocumented immigrants pay taxes.
They do pay taxes, sure, but
Okay,
there
so
are
all right, that's
there are
all I
often
needed.
okay, sure.
That's
dude,
all I needed. I mean, because
awesome.
originally you were saying that they didn't, and now you're saying they do. Okay, perfect. So
Yeah, okay, well, sure.
The overall point that we're originally getting back to then now is, can you name one tangible benefit of mass deportation?
How about preservative of the culture?
No, one tangible, meaning something that we can quantify, not your fifis. The culture is fifis. Actual income tax, I'm not income tax, but taxes being collected like money, that's tangible.
Okay, what about cases of deporting actual criminals? You don't think those are helpful?
ICE is deporting 3 to 5% of violent criminals, but again, that's not a tangible benefit because
How is that
undocumented
not a
immigrants
tangible benefit?
commit less crime than American-born criminals. So if there was the inverse and if they did more crime than U.S. citizens, then yes, that would make perfect sense. But no, the cost versus benefit analysis would not actually equal out when it comes to mass deportation. So no, that's not a actual tangible benefit.
Okay, well, getting rid of criminals is a benefit. Getting rid of people who are here illegally is a benefit.
Getting rid of people here, quote unquote, illegally is not a benefit when it overwhelmingly harms the United States economy and the entire infrastructure of our country. So again, can you give me one thing that would be an overwhelming benefit that would offset the massive loss that we would take to our economy and the additional massive costs of doing mass deportation?
Well, just for one, how about the system makes sense? It has laws and people are following them. That's first.
So that's
thing.
not a tangible benefit. You're again,
okay,
you
people
keep saying
following the
all of
laws,
these
that's
random things, but they're not tangible benefits.
Watch this. He voted for Trump because he wants people to uphold the law, but the Trump administration's not upholding the law and violating people's due process rights when deporting them, allowing for ICE to not use judicial warrants when they detain search and seize. Specifically not releasing the Epstein files when legally mandated to do so. Trump has violated the law on countless occasions. His administration believes that they're above the law. So explain to me why you support his administration if you want to uphold the law. He's also a convicted felon, by the way, and he wasn't put in prison because you guys voted for him.
Okay, sorry, that was a bit of a lot. Can you just repeat that?
Yeah, I got you. So Donald Trump is a convicted felon. You guys voted for him. It ensured that he wasn't put in prison when he would have otherwise because he was convicted and sentenced. Secondly, we can also point to the fact that he's violated due process rights in this country, undermining people's due process rights when deporting them by expanding expedited removal to significant extent that it did not exist under Obama. We can also point to the fact that we saw that they allowed for ICE to not use judicial warrants when searching and seizing. And then also they're not releasing the Epstein files when legally mandated to do so. Like all of the Epstein files and the redactions for all, or explanations for all the redactions, they haven't done all of that yet. Even though they're legally
Would you agree
mandated
that
to have released it by
historically
now.
leaders of countries, you know, for the people who make the rules, there are no rules type thing? Would you agree with that?
I think that's not how it should be.
Right, I agree it's not how it should be, but do you agree that's how it is?
Not in the U.S. I don't think Harris and Trump, Harris and Biden, engaged at least on a domestic basis above the law.
Sure, you could say with Biden and Harris, but if you want to like go throughout all of history, throughout time, leaders, huge conquerors, whatever it may be, they do some fucked shit usually.
Okay. So does that mean you support the fuck shit?
No, I don't support.
Okay,
the
so
fuck
then why
shit.
do you
What I'm-
support
what I'm
Trump?
saying-
If that's your
What I'm
comparison.
saying is, to a certain degree, when you're in that position of power, where like me, you, Santana, right? We are literal pawns in this America thing. Trump is not like that, right? People like that, they don't play by our rules. They can do.
They're literally
crazy shit.
elected officials. The only reason they have that quote unquote power is because you gave it to them. That's so stupid.
He's literally
Like,
advocating for the president to be above the law.
Power.
You're like,
Like, the
you're
only
straight up
reason-
advocating for a dictator, unironically.
No one has that type of power or authority unless we give it to them, slap nuts. You did this. You gave Trump this ability.
Okay, and so and he's just, I don't know what to tell you, man. So, Genghis Khan, there have always been terrible people, conquerors that do this shit. It's just how it is. It hasn't stopped just because our technology's gotten good. People are terrible.
But do you support that? Dude, we're asking you what you support, not asking you about
No, of
historically
course
what's
I don't
existed.
support that. But
So
do I
then you
think
don't. So
we're
then
going to
why are you using
abolish
this as a
it?
justification?
Fuck no.
So then why are you using this as a justification for supporting Trump?
Well, I didn't get to that yet. I was going to explain that for these people that are in such high positions of power, you can't hold them with the same morality that you should like a normal person, right? Like Trump is a murderer. He's killed people. He does things in CIA. This like he's a crazy person, right? And not even take into account the Epstein files. He's a murderer, right? It's just that's just how it is. So
And yet you support him.
when you're talking about these people that have those positions of power, you almost have to look past the crazy bullshit they do and see
You
what
literally
they're
don't,
actually
because
doing.
there's a difference as far as them
Has Harris done
doing
this?
things that are.
Sorry.
You cut out, Parker.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just saying, like, has Harris done this? You can make a comparison. If it's true on both sides, then you can make a claim that like it exists on both sides. But if Harris hasn't done this, then you can't make the claim. You can't say the claim is true about both sides.
Well, it's not a both sides thing I'm arguing here. What I'm arguing is
You actually unironically are.
There is a system that can how do I express this? There is, if you put a person in the position of power in America, there are a lot of loopholes and crazy shit for them, so they can. What's the word I'm trying
Maybe don't put the people in power that would their natural
that exploit the
inclination is
system?
to exploit the system. Like we
It
knew that
would be to
Donald
fix
Trump
the
was.
system. It
We
wouldn't
knew
be.
that Donald Trump was immoral prior to actually electing him, and so if there are loopholes that need to be fixed, maybe like put the people in power that won't. Their first thought won't be like, let me make as much money as I can off of the back of American citizens.
It might not be exactly that, but it is. They are doing some form of exploitation of the citizens. They have to be. That's what you're a leader. That's how you make progress, unfortunately.
So, you say this is the best way to make progress. Are you trying to say U.S. imperialism is good because it benefits us?
Isn't that like the definition of good? It benefits you.
No. If I were to like steal money from you, it would benefit me. Would that be good?
Well, morally, no. Would it be good for you? Yeah. Right?
But it wouldn't be morally good. Okay, we're talking about what's morally good, right?
Okay. Okay. Morality. Here we go. This is how you trap people into like doing.
Yeah,
your...
we consider morality here. Yeah, I trap people because we consider
no, it's
morality.
not. No, it's not just that. You'll take like these crazy moral, like these extreme scenarios where it's like, oh, this terrible thing was being done, and then You'll make that your huge point the whole time. I
If you
see it
actually
done all
listen
the
to the
time.
points, you'll understand them. They're called a reductio ad absurdums.
Right there, that you do that all the time, bro, and that's
Yeah,
terrible
that's
for
called
debating.
debating, dude.
That's not debating.
It
What
is.
the hell
That
is
is
that? That's
literally
like going to
debating.
the lowest
Look,
IQ way
hey,
of trying to like clip farm someone.
Well, to be
No.
fair, you haven't been debating at all. You've just been crying, like whining and
I've been
crying this
crying?
entire time. Like,
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, to be honest with you, like genuinely, like reductio ad absurdums are important ways to get people to reflect upon their positions. Can I explain why?
Of course, of course.
Okay. If someone were to say lying is always wrong, would you agree with them?
No.
No. If I were to respond to that person and be like, okay, if you think lying is always wrong, then would you think it's wrong that if we were during World War II, around specifically during the Holocaust, when a Nazi official goes up to the door of someone who's
extreme scenarios, bro, insane.
you see how he can't listen to the example to actually try to understand
The
the point
second
I'm
you
trying to
said
make,
Holocaust, I
and
knew you were
instead he
going
just
with
cuts
some
me off and
crazy
says that I'm just
moral
making some
thing.
crazy point. Hey, listen. I'm explaining something to you. Shut the fuck up and listen,
Hey,
okay?
don't talk to me like that, bro.
Then don't talk to me like the way that you're talking to me right now by cutting me off instead of letting me make the point. Stop asking
Go
for
ahead.
respect yourself and not giving it to me.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. It's
Then be
sometimes, you know,
quiet.
the heat of things. I'm trying. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's fine. So let's say that there's a situation where someone specifically you're in during the Holocaust, right? A Nazi official goes up to the door of someone specifically. Would you lie in that circumstance in order to save the Jewish person's life? Yes. So when you make the claim that lying is always wrong, I can critique that by saying, oh, here's a circumstance where you actually see lying to be okay and actually good to do. He got a misinformation flag, by the way, so I have to go on to the next person anyway. I hope you understand that. That's called a reductio ad absurdum. You see how he originally responded to that with like, oh my god, all these crazy hypotheticals, instead of understanding the point I brought up was to demonstrate to you that lying is not always wrong. Okay? That there are some circumstances where we actually think it's good to do so. So making the statement lying is always wrong is an incorrect statement based upon our own morals. That's what a reductio ad absurdum is supposed to demonstrate. I understand it's a hypothetical. I understand you wouldn't be put in that scenario in real life because of the fact that we're trying to use this example to demonstrate how you would view it morally. To demonstrate a principle that is not true. It's not true that lying is always wrong. Okay? That's an example of a reductio ad absurdism. That is quite literally how you debate people to get them to reflect upon their own positions. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to get them to see this as a problem, right? Specifically the way that they referred to it last. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. By the way, for people who do not understand hypotheticals, please try to. Because you have to give a reason why a certain hypothetical maybe wouldn't be relevant in a certain scenario. You can't just say, I don't want to answer that, right? Or all you do are hypotheticals. Because hypotheticals in and of themselves are not bad things to bring up in a debate. Like, look at this idiot in the comment section spamming, all you do is hypotheticals.
I think the thing that people don't understand is like it's a key way to test your like logic, your consistency, and your integrity. Like if you like truly believe in this, then you should be consistent within the different situations. And if you can't be consistent, then either your logic is flawed or you weren't able to actually understand how it could be used differently. So like engaging in hypotheticals or reductios, like, I mean, it all has valid points. It's not about a gotcha. It's about a different way of thinking.
Yeah, like think about you're making a school and you want to make the school structured in a way in which will reduce the likelihood of a school unaliver being able to unalive as many people as they possibly wanted to in the situation of a school. What would you do to make that school safer? That's a hypothetical scenario that you'll use to demonstrate what you should do, right? In terms of how you build the school. So the hypotheticals are relevant all the time. Math, okay? 2 plus 2 is literally a hypothetical, okay? 2 plus 2 equaling 4 is a hypothetical because of the fact that we're saying in a hypothetical scenario, if there's 2 balls and another 2 balls, how many balls are there overall? That's a hypothetical, unironically. So you literally, if you think that hypotheticals aren't relevant to demonstrate points, you cannot use math. Like unironically, you like literally cannot use math because 2 plus 2 equaling 4 is a hypothetical scenario of us being like, oh, 2 balls plus 2 balls equals 4 balls. Yo, what's up, how are you?
Santana's a nigger.
You're disgusting.
You're literally a kid. Be better.
Genuinely.
You know what I've noticed though? I think that I'll tell you after this.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Go ahead.
I think like the youth have become too like desensitized to slurs and thinking that like it's something that you can say. They don't understand the meaning of it and the concept of it, and that's why they don't have an issue with randomly coming up and slurring, because they don't understand the impact of the words. And I think that like that's a failure on us as the older generation of not only teaching them but continuing to like make sure that people understand like dehumanizing terms and slurs are harmful, and this is the history why, and this is how it connects. And so when I hear kids do that, I don't even blame the kids. I blame like us, the adults, who aren't properly teaching them.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. That is a failure on behalf of our society as a whole and culture and normalizing it.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Santa's a nice, independent man.
Okay.
Ho,
So the next
ho.
individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Santa is a nice independent man. I don't know what that has to do with anything up here, but you know, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I should just Merry Christmas to you too. That was funny. Let's go on the next individual. A few people to thank. Fossey, thank you so much for the $10. And by the way, yes, I have before. Thank you very much. Marlene, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo. Can we get some W's from Marlene in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Marlene. It matters more than I could really explain that to you. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? And just know that you always have community here to support you as well. Thank you so much. W's for them in the comment section. Ian as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Stephanie, thank you for the $10. And Brianna, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. And I totally get you there. Thank you very much, Brianna. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I will make sure to get some emergency. Don't worry.
I got a couple if I can say thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Marcus, thank you so much for the 10. I'm gonna definitely check that out. I didn't realize that happened in Michigan, so I'll definitely check that out. Cousin Jesse, thank you so much for the 2. I really appreciate you. Candace, thank you so much for the 2, saying thank you. Green Bean, thank you so much for the 15. Happy Black History Month to you. And yes, they are even worse this month. Amber, thank you so much for the 10. You said my partner was undocumented for 10 plus years. We filed taxes jointly every year. Like, I think that's such a weird premise. They think undocumented immigrants don't pay taxes. Amber, thank you so much for the 5. Slapnuts is my favorite term too. And Amanda, thank you so much for the 3. I know he was trying to say Santana, but it seems like he got nervous and said Santa. So thank you.
Marino, thank you so much for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat, by the way. Thank you so much. Renegade, thank you for the $10 as well. Again, thank you. I think I actually saw that earlier. Avery, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I saw that one actually earlier. Renegade, the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For MAGA neighbors screamed, "You are a horrible leftist through my door for streaming y'all's live every day." Means I got a leftist better. Please split this with Dean plus Santana, all 3 of you. I got you. Thank you very much, Renegade. Can we do W's for them in the comment section right now? Seriously, thank yous for them in the comment section right now. Fucking W for them doing that. That's hilarious. Bunny as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Renegade again. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For Ask Santana if he will say fuck HOAs so I can clip it for personal use.
Hey, fuck HOAs.
Democracy Dies in Darkness, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Totally agree. Thank you very much. Linal, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Jazz, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for them in the comment section right now? Totally agreeable. WJ as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Mr. McSkittles, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And again, thank you so much, WJ. I really appreciate it. As well as Mr. McSkittles, thank you. I really appreciate it. And Khalif, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you very much. And Ken with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said, have a happy 420 day. Thank you very much. We have our elevator celebration day here in about 2 months.
I had to look
On the
around for a
20th.
moment. I said, wait, what's the day? I'm definitely participating this year.
Yes.
It's been a couple of months now.
Yes. I'm convincing more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I didn't mean to join. It just popped.
You're good. Don't worry. Honestly, I think 420 is my favorite holiday.
Yeah.
Unironically.
I'm telling you, when I do it, all I do is like I get a bunch of snacks and a shit ton of water, and I sit around and play Elden Ring until I go to sleep. Like that's all that I do. Like that's it.
That's based. We love it. We love it so much. By the way, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
W. Parker and Santana.
Appreciate you very much. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We have a minimum of 15 minutes left on the live, but I might go a little bit longer than that. Probably a bit before Dean goes on live. But we're trying to get through everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
Look, if you don't like Trump, I don't know why you wake up. That's all I gotta say.
That's the best.
That's
you
all I
got?
gotta say.
Okay,
No,
all right.
not the skedaddle. Oh,
Alrighty. If you don't like Trump, why do you wake up? You know what? New argument I have not considered, you know? Why do I wake up? Why do I wake up? Seriously. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I'm 41.
And do you support Trump?
So my husband does, and I messaged you the other day just to have a conversation about how I can change his mind, but I understand if you don't want to do that right now.
Oh, I totally get you. I would always just recommend to watch the live so that you could possibly change your mind from that respect. And maybe send a message. I typically don't do that on the streams because I am trying to convince Trump supporters directly. But I do
Sure.
appreciate you coming up and especially asking before you do so. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, and love you, Santana, too.
Love you too.
Thank you. Have a great day. Super respectful and nice. Thank you very much. Blazer as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Marlene, thank you so much for the $10. He said I also sent you money on PayPal, and I verified as you, but I don't think you saw it. Marlene, let me make sure to go through. Sometimes I don't see them. Sometimes I click on the Venmo, and it doesn't show me the notification. So let me scroll through and see if I actually got one. Sometimes I do miss them. I apologize. Let me look up Marlene. I'll try to get the next person up here. Hopefully I can real quick.
Really quick, Mike, thank you so much for the 2. Yeah, I saw the Trump shutting down the Canadian bridge. Did you see the story about that one?
No, I didn't.
So there's a whole bridge Canada paid for. It is in conjunction with Michigan, and Michigan is going to like repay them, and then it'll be like a 50-50 split. But Donald Trump decided, like, he woke up and was like, oh, we don't want to do this, and Canada needs to rework tariffs in order to have the bridge, but Canada paid for the whole bridge. It's like a whole fucking weird thing that he tried to do, which is going to devastate Michigan as far as the amount of earning potential. It's just like, it's weird. Also, Jordan, thank you for the 10.
As well as Marlene, I actually did see your donation and I said thank you. Let me just get some W's from Marlene in the comment section again for the donation. I really appreciate it. I also responded to your message, by the way. So, you can always go back in the YouTube super chat to see that. But I'll just repeat it again. I said that you were not alone as well. And I appreciate you so much. And I just know that you have a community here to support you as well. And I really appreciate you very much for doing so and for saying the nice words to me. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now. W's for Marlene.
Oh, wait, the runner's back.
Oh, where did they go?
It's right here. The guy that's like, if you don't like Trump, I don't understand why you wake up.
Listen. My age is
Wait. Don't
25.
run. Wait, don't run. Make sure whenever you say whatever you have to say, don't run. Like, stay right here.
I was staying right here. I got kicked out. I don't know what happened.
I kicked him, so that was me.
Yeah, I was trying to tell you. I was trying to tell you America's favorite color is orange, but then I just got kicked out. I don't know what it is.
Okay, so,
I don't know what
to
happened.
clarify, Elijah, would you vote for Trump?
Look, listen. If I had to vote 15 times, I would go and vote. But look, unfortunately,
you would
we can
vote for
only
Trump, right?
once. I'd vote for Trump. Listen.
Okay, why?
I'm 25, but I'll be 12 for Trump. You know, that's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, you're weird. You're just weird. Okay, got it.
Wait, are you not a Trump supporter and you're trying to say that as a joke?
No. I'm a Trump supporter. I'm telling you. Look, I love Trump.
Why would you say that?
Why would I say what?
That you are going to be 12 for him.
Because I'd rather be his kid. You know, I want to be his kid.
His kids are not 12.
Oh,
He has no kids at that age.
Well, I mean, I can be his kid, is what I'm trying to say.
It sounded like you were trying to make a joke about the fact that you know that he has done fucked up things to children.
No, he hasn't done fucked up things to children. Who says that?
He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in
Epstein
10
files.
years.
No, he had nothing to do with that.
I think he's trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Just letting you know, if you're liberal, definitely do not make jokes about that. That's really fucked. Anyone in general should make jokes about that. Like, you should have a line on what jokes you see to be permissible, and I feel like that passes the line. Like, making, like, P3DO jokes, you know? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely not Camilla.
Kamala? So would you vote for Trump?
I would say so.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I just think he's doing great with the economy.
Okay. Can you name one economic policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Big beautiful bill.
Can you name one provision within the big beautiful bill that you like?
Cutting the school lunches.
What?
Are you trolling as well?
You just like cruelty.
No, I'm not.
You want to cut children off of free school lunch and breakfast. That's the thing that you like most about the bill?
I don't want to cut them off, but maybe just restrict it.
Yeah, so that is cutting people off, children off of it.
No.
Yes,
Say,
it is.
Fuck them kids, huh?
No. I want
Jeez
to cut that.
Louise.
I want to cut the adults off of it.
I have a question. Are you pro-life?
No.
Okay. At least that fits. So you do think that you want to cut children off of free school lunch and breakfast? Because you
No,
wanted
I'm
to
just
cut the
messing with you,
parents
to be
off.
honest. I'm
Okay.
looking just trolling.
I thought so. No one comes up and says that unless they actually like are against Trump. Like literally, I've never heard a Trump supporter actually say that. They like
Also,
that.
like,
So
trolling isn't funny. Like, if you guys like that's not funny, and like, especially when we're actually looking for debates like that wastes time and it slows down the entire life. Please stop.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
And do you support Trump?
I do. Why do you not?
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris with the information you have right now, who would you rather vote for?
I mean, it's not even a debate. I would vote for Trump again.
Okay. Why? Why do you support Trump?
Honestly, one reason I support him more than any is just how much the left hates him, and that just makes me want to support him even more.
Okay. So because we hate them, that means you want to support him more. So Trump hates us. Does that mean you support us?
I wouldn't say Trump hates you. I think Trump
literally has said that himself. He said that at the Charlie Kirk Memorial.
Well, that's also, I'm glad you brought that up. That's another reason.
Goddamn pivot.
I mean, I don't know that's a pivot, but that's fine. That's another reason, though, that I support Trump even more is I feel like your side is responsible for what happened to Charlie Kirk.
How?
I mean, the same way you all tried to assassinate our president 2-3 times.
We all did that?
No, just
we all
your
did that.
party.
So like, was I involved in it?
I mean, I would say that the things that you say on your lives definitely encourage it.
Okay. Can you give me an example of
it's
how
just-
so? What do I say?
I mean, it's just when you get on there and you say things that people take out of context, and you don't try to correct yourself.
Can you be specific?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of on the spot right now. I'm not really used to joining lives, but
Is it perhaps something that you just made up and you thought that you weren't gonna have to give proof about the thing that you just made up?
no, I'm just not very not a great talker, but that's fine. Why do you not support Trump, though, if I could ask
That's
that?
another pivot.
All right, that's fine.
Hey, why do you guys have such a victim mentality?
I actually feel like it's the other way around.
You literally just came up here and said, you guys are doing this, and you guys are doing that, and you guys are the reason why Charlie Kirk is dead. Why don't you grab your... What, are you wearing boots right now?
I'm not.
Okay, well, go get your nearest pair of boots and start tugging on those straps, because every single time you guys start talking about, like, the left is doing this and the left is doing that, hey, how about you take responsibility for those right-wingers that literally tried to assassinate Trump? Or the fact that, like, the person that allegedly killed Charlie Kirk came from a MAGA family. His grandmother said they don't even know any Democrats. Like, it's so weird that you guys keep trying to say, it's you, it's you, it's you. Maybe you should start with the man in the mirror.
Yeah, that's where I disagree with you at, but that's fine.
Why? But why? Why do you disagree?
I mean, I just feel like all that hate speech
you
that
disagree
you all
'cause you're
spread
fifis.
is definite. No, it's not.
I want him to give examples.
BC,
Like,
okay,
what hate
no,
speech?
let me respond to Santana real quick.
Okay.
So
No, you respond to Parker. This is his live. No,
I mean that's
this
what
is
you
Parker's
just-
live.
Technically, we had the same question. What is the hate speech? Yeah.
Santana, he said that we are, to quote, feces. So pretty much
Fifis, not feces, bub, fifis.
Fifis. So I'm guessing that means that we can't handle things.
Yeah, it means you get in your feelings too much.
Exactly.
That's not
But yeah,
that's not
so-
rhetoric that led to Charlie Kirk's death. What?
Yeah.
I'm
Also,
not-
you guys
I'm
aren't
not
emotionally
saying that
regulated either.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I watch these lives and it seems like you take things very personal sometimes, specifically
Okay.
you, Santana, over the last week.
What? Oh, do you mean like me, taking racism personally?
It's just like, I'm
Go ahead
kind of
and do it.
confused.
Hey,
I'm kind of
wait,
confused.
No,
about
hold
the-
on. Press that button. Do it. Say it with your chest. Don't tiptoe around it. Say it
No,
with your chest.
I'm kind of confused how.
Go ahead.
I don't agree with what our president said.
No.
I support her-
No. Stop tiptoeing and say it with your chest. 10 toes down. Do it.
I just don't see how you interpret that as being racist.
Okay.
What being racist? Interpret what?
You know, what Trump retweeted.
What he retweeted about Barack Obama and Michelle Obama being depicted as apes. That's
Did
like
he-
the
did
most
he
well-known
mean to
historical
retweet
example
that,
of
though?
this. Go ahead,
Wait,
Santana.
I got you, sweetheart. Don't even worry about it. Before we go too far, right? Just to verify a couple of quick things, just to make sure that you are tall enough to ride this ride. What's your race?
I'm a white man.
Perfect. What is race?
What is race? I mean, would it not be the color of your skin?
No, it wouldn't be. What is racism?
Oh, racism is, I mean, I'll give you my definition of it. It's when you say something to bring down somebody of another race.
No, that's not racism. Who created race?
I mean, I think God created race.
No, you're 0 for 3. I don't think you're tall enough to ride this ride. Also, I don't think you're qualified to tell me about what is or is not racism. Maybe start with finding out who Gomez de Zurara is and why he thought it was important to actually create race. And then you can come back and tell me about why Donald Trump actually putting a depiction of the 2 most prestigious black people to ever live in the United States of America, why that was or was not racist. But until you can actually answer like basic level questions, I don't see any value in actually having that part of a conversation with you.
No, I don't want to talk about race. I was just bringing that up because you seem to be very sensitive about that topic.
Yeah, you don't know much about race, racism, history, facts, or information, so you wouldn't understand why I would be quote unquote sensitive when literally, you know, black people have been hanged from trees like forever and literally are being disenfranchised. Hey, did you know that black people, the infant mortality rate is 3 times higher for black babies than white babies? Literally, black babies can't make it out of the womb before they start dying. So maybe until you actually know information, maybe you should just kind of, you know, keep your opinions to yourself.
Okay. Well, what was that name so I can actually research that?
Gomez de Zurara. He was a Portuguese chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator. He's the one that actually created the concept of race.
I
I mean, I'll
genuinely
look
can't
that up.
fathom going up to someone who's black and being like, during Black History Month, you're being too sensitive because you had an issue with someone being racist.
I
Like,
mean, I
genuinely.
didn't say he was being too sensitive. I said that he pretty much said that on the right we are very sensitive, and I just brought up
You guys
examples.
tried to overthrow the United States government because your daddy lied to you.
No,
What the fuck are we talking about? You literally tried to hang the vice president over a lie. What the fuck are we talking about?
So you don't think the 2020 election was rigged?
No.
No, you think
I
it was
really
rigged?
thought you guys would agree with me on that.
What? Wait, you thought we would think the election was rigged in 2020?
Yes, I mean, if you're honest with yourself,
Yeah,
mean,
you're
I
trolling.
thought
You're
you
trolling,
would.
right?
No, I'm definitely not trolling.
Explain to me why you thought I would agree with you that the election was stolen in 2020. Explain to me that one.
I mean, I'm just fucking with you with that one, but I do
Okay.
think the 2020 election was rigged.
Okay, why so?
I mean, it's just how incompetent Biden is, and I mean, at this point, if we hadn't had like a more secure election, I would say Kamala would be in office right now.
I mean, do you want to hear Joe Biden in 2020? He sounded completely different than he did in 2024. I just want to clarify that. So the idea of claiming he was incompetent then is just not true. Secondly, I also want to point to the fact that in terms of the race, that's also not justification that it was rigged. Just claiming that you think Joe Biden wasn't competent. Joe Biden could be incompetent and still get elected. Hell, Trump is incompetent and got elected.
Okay, but who do you feel? So in 2024, when Biden was president, did you think that he was more competent than Trump is right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said yeah.
Yeah, in 2024,
I think Biden right now is more
2024
competent.
Biden versus right now Trump. Hell yeah.
Okay, how many
Hell yeah.
times a month did you see Biden doing anything? How many times a month did you see the guy?
Just because you see someone doesn't mean they're
Oh,
doing things.
He's
You
doing
guys
work
think-
behind the scenes.
You know what?
right?
No, literally, you guys think because you saw Donald Trump fucking in a garbage truck and working at McDonald's and all this random shit that he was actually doing something. It's so, you guys are so easily fooled. I swear. Holy shit. He was in the fight. He had a fucking reality TV show and he's playing real life. He's not doing shit. Where's the policy? Where's the legislation?
Santana,
what are we
you know what I just thought
talking
about? You know what I just thought about? Why don't we just
That's
like
crazy.
go inside the Republican Party and try to convince them of shit? Because we can just apparently convince them of fucking anything.
Yes.
Okay.
All
Why
we
don't
gotta
we?
do is get a fucking costume.
Yeah, it's genuinely. Why don't we just like invade the Republican Party and take that shit over at this point?
Oh my god.
Like we
I don't
could
know.
we
I
could
ju- I
convince
just
them
feel
of
like the
fucking
guy-
anything.
I feel like the guy was sleeping. I mean, maybe awake for like 5 hours a week. Who was running the country is my question.
Who runs the country
Joe
now,
Biden.
Bub?
The president runs the country.
How?
Yeah. So
Tell
Joe
me
Biden
what-
and Donald Trump have run the country under your view, right?
Joe Biden was not. I mean, even.
So Joe Biden was not president.
He was president technically.
So he was controlling
yes.
the country.
Wait, hold on.
I don't
Hold on.
think he was.
Wait, your premise was though he was sleeping, right? You said that, right? You said he was sleeping.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay, did you see him sleeping?
No.
Okay, so you didn't see him sleeping, so you don't know he was sleeping. But have you saw Trump sleeping?
I mean, I do think some of those
All
meetings
the
get kind of
fucking
boring
time.
sometimes.
So
I
there's
mean,
more
listen-
evidence of
listen.
of dozing Don than there is Sleepy Joe. Like literally, there's more evidence of Trump sleeping on the job than Joe Biden. But for some reason, you think that Donald Trump is running the country and Joe Biden was incompetent, even though we physically can see Trump sleeping.
Is Donald Trump controlling his shits? Because he shit himself on TV. So you're saying he can't control his shits, but he can control the country?
I mean, I think he's doing a great job running the country. I don't know. I don't know.
Who
what
is
he
the
could
person
do
in the
better.
back that's with you that was sort of laughing at you?
I mean, I'm just not. I'm not. I'm not a great.
I know that's right.
speaker.
Fucking cook them too. You getting cooked on both sides, bub.
I'm
Like
not
you have no
great.
support. You're losing a three-way battle now.
It's okay. I cook him every day.
I know that's
not.
fucking right. Let him know.
I have way better conversations when I'm not in front of speaking to at least 8K people. Like I said, I don't do this.
Whatever. It sounds like your sister dog walks you on a daily basis. Get cooked.
Yeah, that's fine, but I mean, I've watched your all's lives I watch mainly Dean and you, Parker. I check Santana's out every now and then, and I just can't. I try to like see and hear things out, but I cannot understand where you guys are coming from.
Can I ask you?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Parker. No, you got it.
Let's see if I can try to get you to realize where I'm coming from. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah.
Yeah? Like what?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a line he could cross. And I've also heard you bring that up, and I'm going to listen to it again in a second, but
if he called for a complete and total... How about this? If you called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, would you still vote for him?
I mean, for example, during like 9/11, when Obama was president, would that be a different scenario?
That was Bush, Bob.
No.
Bush.
Yeah, I don't know why you thought. I don't know why you thought that
No.
Barack Obama was president in 9/11.
Blaming the black guy. There you go. Blaming the black guy. Holy shit. No, I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
That's funny. But the reason I said that was because wasn't Obama responsible for deportating a lot of people?
Okay, let me just pause real quick.
Because
okay?
of 9/11?
What? I don't see how Obama deporting people has anything to do with 9/11. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. What specific? Like, could you answer my first question? Let's start with that.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah. So I was essentially asking you. Hold up, bro. Am I forgetting myself? Give me 1 second.
What can Trump do to?
Oh yeah, what could Trump do that would get you to stop support? Oh no, I asked him about this. If Donald Trump called for the complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, who would you still vote for him?
I mean, if there's no reason for him to do that, then I would not support him after that. No.
Okay, well he did do that. He called for the complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Do you want to hear it? Did you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Okay, so when was that?
2016.
2015,
I mean.
He also followed up and he implemented the quote-unquote Muslim ban that he had to reform multiple times, but he reinstituted it in his current administration and has changed the list specifically targeting black and brown countries. Overwhelmingly.
Okay, so can you explain to me like what was behind Trump saying he'd do that?
Xenophobia.
So it's just racism, right? I guess.
No, it's xenophobia. It's the difference between racism and xenophobia.
Okay, so there was no reason at all from what you're saying.
No, not at all.
Yeah, the Donald Trump or Republicans specifically tend to try to weaponize identity politics, where they look to give you something to either be mad at or scared of, instead of actually driving towards policy, and that's the harmful thing. I kind of to piggyback on Parker's question. What's important to you? Because you said you're trying to see like our point of view, but like you sound like a young man and you sound like you're actually interested in like what values do you actually have? Because that would really shape like why you would vote the way that you vote, and maybe we can help you see our perspective, because I'm pretty sure whatever value you have, it's going to align more with like the progressive wing.
Okay, so my values, for example, when I voted for Trump, I'm voting for him because I want to have a good economy.
Mm-hmm.
I want to have safe borders. That's that's probably this election. That was my top priority.
Okay, let's stick on that for 2 seconds.
Great.
So do you know what happened with Joe Biden when he got in office how long did it take him to start working on border legislation?
I have no idea. Can you
Okay.
tell me?
Joe Biden got elected, and he was actually sworn in January of 2021. In February of 2021, they started working on that bipartisan legislation, the border bill, and they worked on that bill for long periods of time. And Joe Biden was able to get some of the most comprehensive bipartisan legislation passed ever, right? More legislation than even Barack Obama. And what happened was they got the Langford bill to the finish line where there were a bunch of Republican wins, but Donald Trump called his cronies that were in office, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz, and told them to shoot down the bill because he wanted to be able to run on the border. Well, they did it, and Donald Trump told not only the Republicans but the voters, the reason why we don't need that bill is because if we gain power, then we will be able to actually create a bill addressing the border that is way better and it's geared towards the Republican Party. So Joe Biden and his administration had worked with the Republicans, and even the bill was led by a Republican, James Langford, and then the bill was shot down. Donald Trump got power, and since they've been in office for over a year, they have not actually brought any piece of legislation to the floor to address the border or actually improving when it comes to immigration. Like, they literally haven't addressed immigration or the border directly at all.
So,
and I see someone in the comments, Nico, you're saying it's not true. I'm going to send you a request. Come up here and tell me how it's not true.
So you're saying that nothing is different about the border now than when Joe Biden was in office in his last year?
The only thing that Donald Trump has done is he signed an executive order declaring a state of emergency at the border, which shifted some of the troops. But at certain times on the Biden administration, there were more troops at the southern border than there are now. So it's kind of a moot point. But
So
bigger than that,
were those troops just like sitting there sleeping and not doing their job, or like what was going on?
When you talk about border, like how you actually patrol the border, that's why like the concept of the wall was always a stupid thing, right? Because when you talk about the actual border, the border is not just like this area that you can always be in. There's different sections. It's so large, and it's advantageous to have like border patrol, to have like drones and stuff like that, because just having a wall won't stop people from getting in or out or whatever the case may be. So when you talk about like how you address that, you address it with more border patrol, more judges in order to speed up the process and hear people, and you make the process for getting in the country easier. And so you don't have to worry about people like, coming in undocumented. But again, the troops, they only have limited authority as far as what they can or cannot do at the border.
Okay, so
sending them to the border wasn't necessarily like something that would overwhelmingly fix things. It's just like a show of force, really.
Okay, so to go along with that, you both have said you would have voted. Well, you probably
hold on.
voted
Let me
for
land this
Kamala
plane
Harris,
for
right?
you. Let me land this plane for you. So Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had a piece of legislation that was led by the Republicans that even had concessions on DACA, which is something Democrats has never wanted to do. But they even made concessions on DACA in order to get this massive monumental piece of legislation passed, and Donald Trump got it killed. And he promised that he was gonna pass legislation that would actually address the border. Since he has been back in power over a year, no one has tried to pass any type of legislation. There's been no legislation brought to the floor, and they have all chambers, right? They have the House, they have the Senate, and they have the presidency. If they wanted to pass legislation directly impacting the border, they could do it, but they have not addressed it. They have passed more tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, though. And so there's the problem.
Okay, so to go along with the border, Kamala Harris, when she was vice president, she had, I'm pretty sure, one job she was designated to do. She was border czar. She had, anyways. So if that's
wait,
not
hold
true,
on.
but she was a border czar, right?
No, we don't have czars. That's not a thing in our country. But a serious question before I go too far: do you know the two main functions of the vice president?
I mean, not off the top of my head, no.
Sure, it's in the Constitution. The two main functions of the vice president is one, to actually be the president of the Senate, and you oversee like any tie-breaking votes, and number two, to be at the ready and in case the president is ever incapacitated. Anything outside of those two main functions are responsibilities, duties, and roles given by the president of the United States. Joe Biden never called Kamala Harris the border czar. Literally, this came from the Republicans. They tried to actually file a motion in negatively speaking about Kamala Harris, and they threw the title and a bill that they tried to submit to the House, and it was in the rough draft, but they had to take that border out before they officially submitted the bill because that's not a real thing. It's literally the Republicans that call Kamala Harris the border czar. Now, what Joe Biden actually did was actually told Kamala Harris, hey, I need you to go to the Triangle countries, these southern countries, and find out what's the root cause of migration. Why are these people leaving these countries and coming to the U.S.? And not only did she figure out why they were leaving, but she helped to get reinvestment in those countries, which slowed migration. And she also went to Mexico and got them to agree and to actually put an additional, I think it was like $5 billion into border security, where we could actually, quote unquote, build the wall if we wanted to. But she literally helped address those issues, help those other countries slow down the root cause of migration, and got money from Mexico in order to address the border. All
Right.
these things Donald Trump couldn't do.
So Kamala Harris was never. So Biden never gave her the role of overseeing the border or anything like that.
No.
Okay. I mean, I'm definitely going to research that.
Yeah, go take a look at it. Again, we don't have czars in our country. The only person to actually officially embrace that title is Tom Homan, and that's because Donald Trump is calling him his quote unquote border czar. But that's not an official thing. That's not a real thing.
Okay, so what I just said, talking about that was brought up in the debate against Kamala and Trump. Why did she never deny that? Because that made her look terrible.
Listen.
Maybe in some
she did,
funny
we just didn't
accent
listen.
that she tend to.
Oh,
go
but
to.
we've already covered the fact that you don't understand racism, or like any of that. I'll just say it's code switching. And once you go learn about Gomez Days of Rah-Rah and race, then you can come back and talk to me about code switching, and I'll give you more information about why Black people have to do that. But until you learn about that, it's not a funny accent. Just let it go.
I mean, do you not think it's funny how she would have like five different
It's
accents?
not a funny accent. It's code switching. It's literally something that Black people do. But again, until you actually learn about race, you don't get to ask questions about other Black shit. You got to lock in.
That's fair. That's fair. So do you think that the border is better now than it was in 2024? Safer anyways?
It depends on what you mean, like specifically with better. So there are less crossings, right? There's no way that we can't acknowledge that. But what we do have to look at is the reason why, right? And when you look at why, it's all about cruelty. Donald Trump hasn't passed any legislation, like we've already talked about, to address the border. But what he has done is gotten us on human rights watch lists. Like literally, the United States is now on a human rights watch list from the way that we've negatively impacted undocumented immigrants and even people within our country. And he's also screwed over the tourism industry because people are telling their citizens don't come into the U.S. Last year, Las Vegas lost over $85 billion in tourism because of Donald Trump's policies. Other cities like Los Angeles and New York, they lost a shit ton of money too. And then also we've been in like trade wars with Canada. So Canada hasn't been buying United States goods, but Canada, a lot of them often come into the US for their snowbirds. A lot of them have made a conscious decision not to travel into the US. And that's specifically why you see like less crossings into the country. It's not an issue of Trump doing anything. It's literally cruelty and other countries telling their citizens do not travel to the US.
Okay, so this past election, a huge concern for voters was the fact that, I mean, it was the border, and I think that's what Trump won the election.
Yeah, I mean, he said he wanted to run on it for sure.
Yeah, so, I mean, knowing that, so the border was obviously in pretty bad shape. Why did I guess it would have had to been Joe Biden, why did he not say, let's close the border like Trump has?
Because you can't just close. Donald Trump didn't close the border. You can't just close the border. The only way that you can actually close the border is with Title 42. If you take a look at Donald Trump's border crossings prior to COVID, he was literally underwater on the border. Like his border crossings were so high that he went to Congress and he begged them for money for his quote unquote border wall, and they didn't do it. And he had to take money from the Army Corps of Engineers to try to build the border wall. He had the numbers were so high prior to COVID, but he got a reprieve with COVID. and he used Title 42 to actually shut the border down. And now when Joe Biden came in office, he wanted to keep Title 42 intact, but the Supreme Court said that he could not do so because that is a pandemic era initiative. And since the pandemic was quote unquote over, that he could not keep it in place anymore. And so they had to lift Title 42. There were a bunch of people already at the border waiting to be processed. And so people started to come in. So literally Donald Trump didn't do anything to address the border. It took a global pandemic for him to address the border.
So you're saying that Biden wasn't able to change anything with how the border was operating in 2024?
When did Biden take power?
20.
What month?
2021. I mean, it would have been in, what, January?
Okay, and then remember I said, you remember me talking about that bipartisan piece of legislation?
Yes.
When did they start working on the Langford bill?
I mean, I guess before, right?
I said February. Like literally a month of him being in office, they started trying to work on the border, and they got that bill all the way to the conclusion before Donald Trump got his cronies to shoot it down. So for people to say Biden didn't try to address the border, he literally tried to get legislation to address the border, just like he got the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and even more so, the infrastructure bill, which is a bill that not only Donald Trump wanted to get passed and couldn't, but Barack Obama wanted to get passed and couldn't. Like he literally got monumental legislation passed.
Okay, so I wanted to ask, so didn't Obama deport, I mean, probably 10 times the number of people that Trump has so far?
It was 3.1 million. Trump's already done 1.1 this last year.
So it was how many with
so
over 8 years
3.1 over
for
8
Obama?
years. 3.1 million over 8 years.
And every single one of them got due process, right?
No. But they got due process to a greater extent.
Okay, so that's a thing I don't understand. When you're having to deport that many people, how can you expect every single one of them to get due process?
Well, because of the fact that you would invest in the legal process to make it go significantly quicker. Under the Obama administration, they gave more people due process because of the fact that they expanded expedited removal under the Trump administration to everyone within the jurisdiction of the country that's been within the country for less than 2 years, whereas prior it was within 100 miles of the border for less than 2 weeks in the country. So significantly more do not get due process under Trump's administration.
Okay, and how do you feel about ICE?
And by the way, like I don't think that like turning someone away at the border is necessarily the same thing as like going after and then deporting them. Like that's typically how Obama's expedited removal was used.
Also, I just want to call out, like literally the United States Constitution demands that people get access to due process. So even if you think that it's an unrealistic expectation that people get access to due process, the law of the land, like the thing that our country is supposed to be founded on, says that they have to have that.
Yeah, I just don't know if the people the families have lost loved ones would agree that every single one of them deserve due process, but
everyone does. That's literally how the Constitution works.
Well, I'm sorry. Do you know what due process is?
I mean that I don't know the definition for it, but I think it would just be for them to kind of say like it would be to not just go and arrest them and deport them. Like I think that you should hear their side of things, do a background check, all that stuff to make sure that they should
not
be
due process,
deported.
but
Yeah, you just advocated for due process.
I
Right, to determine that they've
agree
actually
with
committed
due-
the
I
crime,
agree
we
with
have to
due
wait.
process.
Let's be clear. To determine that they've actually committed the crime, we need to have due process, because the executive cannot just make the determination themselves. It has to be verified by the judicial branch. Otherwise, the Trump administration can deport whoever they want, and they can just not tell people who they deported, right, and not make that information clear. And because it's not verified by the executive branch, they're able to get away with it.
I don't know. I guess I just believe that everybody does not. I mean, nobody's entitled to just come to our country freely without becoming a U.S. citizen.
Why?
I mean, I don't believe that.
Well, see, this is the point where Parker and I are going to deviate for a second because I'm a little bit more extreme than Parker in this situation. And so I will say that I speak for myself in this and what I'm about to say, but like, I don't give a fuck about people coming here. I really don't. I don't. You know what Turtle Island is?
I have no idea.
Turtle Island is the Americas. It's literally the land that indigenous people lived on prior to the colonizers coming to the country. And when the colonizers came here, they were literally dying. And the indigenous people welcomed them in, nursed them back to health. And the colonizers murdered so many indigenous people that it cooled the temperature of the earth. Like literally cooled the temperature of the earth. And so when you talk about like this country and our land and our nation, like it's literally founded on stolen ground and it's blood stank. Our country is blood stained. And so if anyone is willing to travel hundreds or thousands of miles to try to actually come and have a better life, and I say we welcome them in. We open our arms. We sit here and like literally Ronald Reagan said that the United States of America is the shining city on the hill. And we talk about American exceptionalism and how we're number one and we're the best. If we're going to be the best, we can't just say that we're the best. We actually have to be the best. And that means welcoming people in and letting people have an opportunity to have a better life. And for anyone that wants to reject people coming into our country because for some reason they don't think they did it the right way or they need to wait in line or we have too many people, like that's absolutely insane. And that goes against what the premise of America was supposed to be. Like literally the Constitution was written by immigrants. You don't think immigrants wrote a document for immigrants? You think they wrote it for people there if they were immigrants? They didn't write the document for immigrants?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Got it.
I mean, I do think that we need people to migrate to our country, but I think that we should have a process that is way faster.
Before you do, I just want to clarify with Santana. Santana, you agree with me that we should deport murderers, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. So we totally agree. We 100% agree. I just wanted to clarify that real quick.
I just think we should make it easier for people to come in and get here. And I'm not really like, as long as you're not like, murderers, I don't care who comes in. I'm not like,
totally
make
agree
them
with
wait in line and stuff.
Yeah, I want a very quick legal process, and I want anyone in the country who's undocumented to be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. So it seems like we totally agree. I just wanted to clarify that real quick. Yeah, go ahead.
So this has been an issue for probably since our country has existed. So why do we not have a quicker due process now?
Why not? Because Trump has undermined the legal process, and because
Trump hasn't always been.
Let me explain. Because the fact that the Biden administration tried to pass something that would make the legal process go quicker, but the Trump administration, actively speaking, tried to undermine that. Trump said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. The border bill did fail because he called people in Congress to undermine the bill. That was to make the legal immigration process go faster. And by the way, I just want to clarify, that process still included like stuff that I disagree with. I think the bill was too conservative. I just want to clarify. Okay? And Trump still didn't accept it. Because his goal was not to compromise with the other side to actually get immigration policy passed for the long term, but his goal was to get elected on claiming that the Democrats don't want to address the border. That's what he was claiming. That's what he was trying to get elected upon. And that's why he didn't care about addressing the conditions at the border when he wasn't in office and when Democrats wanted to compromise on border policy.
Yeah, I don't think that the left wanted to compromise on border policy at all.
Wait, you just didn't dispute anything I said. You just said, nuh-uh. All you said there was nuh-uh. You need to actually respond to what I just said there.
I just can't figure out why, when we were having probably record high border crossings and, very bad people coming into our country, how did the president at the time have zero power at all to address that?
Did you just factory reset? Like, did Parker just unplug you and plug you back in when he started talking?
It's just,
did you forget everything that I just said and then just revert it all the way back?
You two are saying this shit and you're not actually answering the question that I'm asking.
Name one question we're not answering.
Why the hell did Joe Biden not do anything to address the border?
When was Joe Biden sworn into office?
2021.
What month?
January.
When
He
did they
tried
start working on the
February.
bipartisan
February.
legislation? So is that not them doing something to address the border?
He attempted to. So you
What?
have to.
So he did do
you-
something. And wait, who
Yeah, that's-
undermined
hell,
his
that's
attempt?
2021.
Wait. Who undermined his attempt?
I mean, the left says that Donald Trump is responsible for
It's not just
everything.
the left.
So
It's
do
Trump
JT.
himself. Wait, you know who said it himself? Trump. Trump said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails." That's literally what he said. Okay? So it's not just the
what
left
was
that says this,
the
it's
bill
Trump
that they were
himself.
trying to pass. Do you know the name of it off the top of your head?
The Langford bill.
Yeah.
He just fucking factory reset on us.
Literally, like we did answer that question. Like we
Didn't-
explicitly addressed
I'm-
that.
No, you definitely did not.
What, do you want to bet?
I mean,
No, I'm serious. You want to bet? I'll play back the
I do
audio of
have
you
a-
saying that and me responding to it.
This is like literally the third time I've said this as well. So like, ugh.
Like, do you want to bet me on it? Like seriously, or do you admit that
no,
like you don't?
I don't want to bet on it because I know that you have already addressed that. But what I'm asking that you're not answering is, did Joe Biden, outside of passing that damn bill in 2021, in 2024, did Joe Biden not have no power at all to go and keep people from crossing the border?
He did pass an executive order which addressed the conditions of the border. The reason why he wanted
Why did he not?
Let me explain. He did pass the executive order. The executive order had us at lower border crossings on a daily average than the last year of the Trump administration. We can also point to the fact that in terms of the border policy, the reason why he didn't do an executive order earlier is because he wanted to incentivize Congress to work together to get long-term permanent conditions for addressing the situations that were happening at the border, rather than relying upon an executive order that can be overturned by the next president.
Okay, so if in 2021 he was trying to get this bill passed, by
No,
2024 you would realize that nobody is going to work together to pass it.
no. He wasn't trying to get it passed in 2021. They
He was
started
working on it.
working on it in 2021. Legislation takes time. And the reason why it's more important to, like Parker said, to pass legislation versus an executive order is because an executive order can be overturned by the courts. So you pass legislation to put something in law that's permanent. So literally, he wanted something that was tangible and long-term, just like the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Infrastructure Bill. They started working on all of these bipartisan legislations at the same time, and the only one that was stopped was the border bill because Donald Trump wanted to run on it. Like literally, that's the only reason it was stopped. And then Joseph Robinette Biden had to sign an executive order to try to get things done. And you know what happened with his executive order as soon as Trump got in office? It got overturned. He immediately got rid of those EOs. That's why EOs don't hold up.
Okay, I mean, I guess, I'm never going to believe differently about it, but I do think that Biden should have
But
passed
why?
an-
But
he
why?
should
Like you
passed
have
an
nothing but
executive
feelings
order.
right now. What do you have? What do you have that we can actually like? What proof or what like any type of like real thing that you can show us why you don't believe it, except the fifis in your tum tum?
I mean, just based off what happened, the border was in terrible shape. Murderers coming into our country.
Okay.
I mean,
So-
and that's not happening now, thanks to our president.
So by the way, there are murderers still coming into our country, and Trump even released people who beat cops into our country by pardoning them. So I just want to be clear
such
there.
as.
Yeah, such as DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun to the neck of a police officer, leading to that police officer having a heart attack.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about J6.
That is J6. Donald Trump pardoned DJ Rodriguez, who assaulted a police officer on January 6th.
I'm just giving you a fair one right now. If you don't start to keep up, I'm about to start clowning you. Like I'm literally just I'm flipping out of the teach you mode to I'm about to start like just straight dunking on you for no reason. So like get it together quick.
Okay, can we talk about J6 now?
Yeah, but I just
That's
want to
like your
claim
all's
that
national holiday, right?
the Democrats didn't release people who committed murder into the country. They were still going after those that have committed violent crimes or bad crimes. They weren't like wanting murderers to be in the country. So I don't know what your point is there.
Okay, do you feel like Trump was responsible for J6?
Yes,
How?
because he convinced 70% of the Republican
Peacefully
Party.
protest.
Let me know when I can speak without interruption.
Sorry.
Okay. So caused 70% of the Republican Party to believe that the election was stolen in 2020 with absolutely no evidence, even though there were audits indicating otherwise and all the court cases indicated otherwise. And then he literally pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. He told them to fight like hell and take back the country from those that stole it from him. He did say peacefully protest, but then pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, clearly demonstrating that he does not give a shit, right, about the fact that they committed violence and that he actually condones it.
I mean, from his famous tweet that he put out, I don't think that he was encouraging violence at all. I think that's just that's terrible. But what I do think, so what is your line between a protest and a riot?
Hey, how peaceful do you think shit on the wall is?
I mean,
you think smearing shit on the wall is peaceful?
I don't
Because
think
they smeared shit on the Capitol wall, and they hung the Confederate flag in the Capitol for the first time ever. They also brought a gallows. Do you know what a gallows is?
I mean, I understand what
Do you know
you're
what a
trying to
gallows is?
No.
They wanted to chop off Mike Pence's head, like literally. Like they wanted they literally were trying to get to Congress members.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand what's peaceful about that.
I don't think that he encouraged a riot. There's a difference between a protest and a riot.
Jack Smith testified that Donald Trump had direct influence on the January 6th riot, and they had found concrete evidence that it had been planning months in advance, and they could directly prove it. Like, he openly testified to Congress about that. Jack Smith.
Right. I'm just saying based off of what.
And I'm sorry, yeah, guys, a gallows is where you hang them, not chop off there. I was thinking of a guillotine. Sorry. A gallows is a noose.
Yeah, I just think I do not think that he encouraged a riot. I think it was just protesting, but that's fine.
So, again, you just said it was protesting, but he pardoned the people who assaulted police officers, okay? Explain to me, like, if Democrats pardoned the people who assaulted people in any circumstance, would you say that, like, that would be a reason you'd use against them to say that you don't support them?
I mean, that is a good reason, yeah.
Yeah, so then, like, why don't you use that against your own position? Because, like, think about it here. Imagine someone who assaulted a police officer was pardoned by a Democrat, was pardoned by Joe Biden. I would never hear the end of it, okay? I'd still be hearing about it every day, okay? They didn't do that. They condemned political violence every single chance they had. And not only that, but Donald Trump has literally pardoned it and called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. So unless you can sit there and you can call out Donald Trump for the horrible things that he's done on January 6th, and in terms of calling for the execution of some Democrats, do not sit here and say that undocumented immigrants in the country are bringing crime to this country when they commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country per capita comparative to U.S.-born citizens.
See, I feel like if you had a strong, like, position on this topic with the J6 stuff, you would probably, if you had a way to prove that Trump was encouraging the violence and stuff, you would, like, be able to back that up by his tweets.
Oh, I can. He reposted someone saying HAMG them, George Washington Wood, okay, in reference to Democratic veterans in Congress.
That was not
January 6th.
That was not J6.
For January 6th, yeah. You don't need any of the tweets. All you need is the fact that he pardoned the violent rioters, because he could have pardoned the peaceful protesters and not pardoned the violent ones. And, you know, that would have been completely fair from his perspective. And he practically would have gotten no pushback for that. But he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers. Even fucking Mike Pence called him out for this.
Right. I don't agree with, I would say 95% of them deserved a pardon, but I think that did he pardon them all?
Yeah.
I think that that was just out of spite for just the past few years with just how many times J6s
Here,
came
Santana,
up
can you keep
and
talking to him? I need to go pee real quick.
Yeah, I got you.
Shit! Shit! Fuck! Oh my god, I thought I muted on YouTube. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck, I didn't mute on YouTube. Oh shit. They heard me piss. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hey, I tried. I literally thought I did. Okay. Oh my god. Fuck. No. Now I'm going to see clips of that later. Oh god. Oh my god, but like leaving the mic on. I muted it on TikTok, but I didn't mute it on YouTube. Why do this guy? Alrighty, let me say thank you to a few people. I do have to catch up a little bit, by the way, everyone. Feisty, thank you so much for the $25. Theron, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. W's, thank you. Brittany, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'll make sure to check that out. Thank you very much. Marlene, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I'll make sure to try and look. I don't know if I saw it on PayPal though. Thank you so much. As well as Mitzi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Good some W's for them in the comment section. Elijah with the $5. Thank you very much. It's a Rue. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Yankee, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I've never done that before. That's a first. Hawkeye, thank you for the $5. Renegade with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's, horrible leftist. Human, thank you so much. I really appreciate the €12. Renegade, thank you for the $10. Khalif, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. As well as Sue, thank you for the $2. Human, thank you for the €3. Aru, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Sue with the $5. And Najia, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that would be fun. That would be fun. As well as Katrina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Haley, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. You can go ahead and say the people you have to thank. Santana, we can continue on with the conversation. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. I know, right? Alrighty, I'll see you later, man. Yo, Dean, if you're still here, text me what time you're planning to go live, just so I know. S Far, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Burn, thank you so much for the $2. I didn't hear no sync. People did. Haley, thank you for the $1. Jessica, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Katrina, thank you for the $5 for the washing hands. All right, go ahead, Santana. No caller audio on YouTube. Oh my god.
Have you been streaming the whole time without audio on YouTube?
No. Bella Rose, thank you for the galaxy. Instead of muting my microphone, I muted the desktop audio.
Ah.
So this whole time, they were just sitting
So they
there and
missed
it
all
was
the thank yous?
quiet.
Ah.
Other than just hearing me pee. I clicked the desktop audio instead of the mic aux, and I muted the wrong thing. God damn it, dude. Like, what the fuck? Okay, alrighty. I'm so sorry, everyone. I apologize. Or maybe I muted it once I got back. That might have made sense. You know, that could be it too. I'm so sorry. God damn it. Go ahead.
Conway, thank you so much for the one. I love Elden Ring. I do. Marlene, thank you so much for the 25. Thank you. I love actually being here as well. And yeah, I don't let them slide. You know exactly how I do. Misty, thank you so much for the 10. I try to keep it calm, but like sometimes they, agitate me. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the 5. Oh yeah, like if you want to help me take down Radon, then yes, please. Cassie, thank you so much for the 1. I don't know how he got feces out of that. Jana, thank you so much for the 2. Tell her I said hi, bub. Killing, thank you so much for the 3. Yes, and destabilize countries all the time. That's what the U.S. does. Katrina, thank you so much for the 20, and I really appreciate the love and support. Feisty, thank you so much for the 25. You know, when we get wicked, we do. Kelton, thank you so much for the 2. Oh, wow. I'm going to have to go look that up. I didn't see that. Kelton, thank you so much for the 2. Keith, thank you so much for the 3. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think Parker does that one, but it would go too quick. And Chelsea, thank you so much for the 5 for reparations. Love you. I love you so much more. Thank you all. Also, chat, thank you for the peaches.
Is it money to kick? Was it that?
Yeah.
How did I know? Just I just knew based upon how you phrased
because
it.
sometimes I'll put a bounty on people's head. Like I don't do it often, but like when they're super insufferable, and I'll put a bounty on them, and it goes way too quick. But like Trump supporters are so scared, you can't do that often.
Lee Gunner, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe sometime we will here pretty soon. As well as Brian, thank you for the $5. And Maya, thank you for the $5. Any advice? Don't be too hard on yourself. Try not to focus too much on it. Just think it's like a FaceTime call. Is like a good way to go on live stream. Max, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you want to support me as everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link to the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And same thing with Santana as well. As well as Justin, thank you so much. Really appreciate. Or Justina, thank you so much. I really appreciate. Thank you for the $5. I'm so sorry for getting your name wrong. I apologize. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As well as Stella's, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much for being a professional streamer. Thank you very much. And Jennifer, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1 for the laughs. Alrighty, everyone. I'm probably going to do a little bit more until Dean hops on live. He hasn't responded to me, so I don't know when he's going to hop on, but I think maximum I'll stay on until like 2:30 my time. So I've got another maximum 45 minutes if Dean doesn't hop on live until then. But yeah, I don't even know if I'll be able to make it there. But yeah, alrighty, everyone. Let's get back onto the conversation. By the way, if you're on TikTok, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. It's the best way to see my lives every single day. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone, let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Hawkeye, thank you for the $5. And M. Rambo, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Let me actually see how many likes we have on YouTube before we continue on the conversation. I think we're currently at 1,800 right now. Let's try to get to 3,000. I'd really appreciate it, everyone. Like 1,200 more. I think we can do it. Alrighty, as well as Hawkeye, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. They said, see the grand jury and the members of Congress, they declined to bring charges. Wait, on who? On who specifically? As well as Mick, thank you for the membership subscription. Alrighty, go ahead. Continue with what you were saying. Kohelt?
Yeah, we were just talking about J6, and I was saying that I felt like 95% of the protesters were not really rioting. And I still don't
Is that
feel
just me,
like
or do you guys
Trump
hear that?
was.
Santana, did you hear that? On his microphone, or is that just me?
Start speaking again. Speak, Buddha.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I kind of hear it now, like a squeak.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
No, it wasn't a squeak. It was like a. Maybe it's just me hearing that. Okay, go ahead.
I was just saying that I don't feel like he was encouraging a riot. I just felt like it was peacefully. He was encouraging them to peacefully protest.
Maybe it's this. There we go. You said you think he was trying to get people to peacefully protest. So then why do you pardon the violent rioters?
See, I don't agree with everything that Trump has done or will do in the future.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix this. I do apologize. You don't agree with everything. I agree that you don't agree with everything, but what you're not understanding is that even though you don't agree with everything, this should be a disqualifier because he tried to undermine our democracy. He believes that he's above the rule of law. He pardoned people who assaulted police officers. He released violent criminals into the country. And that was enough of a reason for you to say that you don't support the Democrats because you thought they were opening the border and they were allowing people who are violent to get into the country, right? But then, like, when Donald Trump explicitly, intentionally does so, you still support him?
I don't think that he told anybody to try to break into the Capitol.
Okay, but he pardoned the people who assaulted police officers.
Yeah, I don't fully agree with that. I think that he done that out of spite, but it doesn't make it right.
Okay, him doing that out of spite is still enough reason to say that you disqualify for him from supporting him.
I mean, I think it was a bad look, but I see where he was coming from, honestly.
How so?
I mean, I think it's sad when the political opponent hates you enough that they have somebody come raid Mar-a-Lago.
He stole shit.
Yeah, I mean, he had classified documents. That's
documents. God damn it! You guys think that everyone's out to get Trump? Tell him stop doing illegal shit.
Yeah, I think that would be a great way.
I just I don't know. I don't have. I need to do some research to come back and kind of talk about these things a little more because right now I'm going off of
vibes. You're going off vibes.
Well, no, it's things that I've read about before. I'm not just up here spewing 100% just misinformation, but I definitely need some facts to back this up with.
So it's not. It's all right now. It's all fifis, no facts, and you need facts, not fifis.
I mean, I just need to research so I can give you all a better. Actual source so you can come to the right side yourself.
Okay, but like if you don't have sources to justify your own positions, why do you believe them? Why wouldn't you look for a look at everything that's happening, realize that there's a justified position to hold, and then hold the position rather than holding a position and then looking for reasons to justify said position?
These are things that I have I've read about and I have sources for some of these things, and I'm obviously going to be wrong sometimes too. But right now, just on here with you, I don't have, I can't just go and research everything I'm talking about. So I definitely need to prepare.
But at some point, when you actually research any of it to make sure like what you're talking about is real.
Yeah, I just need to go on Fox News and look at everything that they say. You know what I mean?
Okay. So you want to go to Fox News and listen to everything they said. Are you trolling?
Sorry, guys.
No, I'm just trying to fuck around with you all about that. But I don't know. Back to what you said. I don't agree with Trump.
I keep hearing like this buzzing noise. Like it's almost like when I touch this on my microphone, like when I do this. Like that, almost. Like every single time he speaks. Not like every time.
I hear like kind of a like ringing like then.
Yeah, like buzzing almost.
Yeah, back to what I was saying.
I think you hear it through my earphones, but you don't hear it through like the thing because it's only happening to me apparently. But I've checked all.
I hear it when he speaks.
Oh, okay, does that? Okay.
That's what I was saying. I heard it before.
I'm not touching anything, by the way, and it's literally keeps doing that. I honestly don't know what to do to fix it.
It could just be my mic. I have an old phone.
Maybe it was this.
But I don't agree with everything that Trump says and does. But I don't think J6 is enough to disqualify him.
Okay. And can you give us an example of something that he could do that would get you to disqualify him from supporting him?
I mean, honestly, if enough information comes out in the Epstein files, I mean, we're starting to get there right
His name
now.
was mentioned a million times.
Right. We're starting to get there right now. Like, I think it could get to a point where I wouldn't support him anymore. And I
How
don't
do-
think nobody should.
How do you feel about the fact that they
That
were
point.
protecting PDFs in the Epstein files by redacting people specifically that were asking about, or that were saying, oh, your littlest girl was a little naughty last night? Why did they redact their name?
I seen that too, and that does not make no sense to me. I mean, they're obviously hiding somebody's name for sure.
So why are they doing that?
I mean, I feel like it will eventually come out. I don't think that should be redacted. I think the only thing that should be redacted is the victims.
Okay.
Names.
So then how do you feel about Donald Trump's face being redacted?
I mean, I don't really have a strong stance on that.
How do you feel about words like don't being redacted? Why would they specifically redact the word don't?
I mean, I'm guessing it's somehow emotional to the victims. I don't
Which
really
they
have.
are.
I don't know the answer.
Don't? No, they specifically don't because the fact that it's Don T.
Oh, okay.
And then also, they have literally posted some of the pictures of victims without redactions, and they did redact Trump's face. So they didn't
Wait,
redact
so what-
victims' bodies, but they did redact Trump's face.
So what you just said is, I can fact check that, right?
Yeah.
Don't is redacted because it's Don T.
Not all don'ts, but some don'ts are redacted.
Okay, I mean, I'll look into that.
Hey, I'm sorry. Really quick, Parker. Did you see Donald Trump posted the video of all the black people that he knows? You saw that shit?
I didn't even see this.
He posted a video and it says timeline of Trump's bigotry. And it's just like random pictures with him with a bunch of different black celebrities, which is like tokenization to the max. But guess who the fucking second person is in the video?
Diddy?
Fucking Diddy.
Are you trolling?
Fucking Diddy. The second person in the video is Diddy.
How did I know? How did I know?
What the hell?
Dude, that's a crazy thing to do. That's so insane. By the way, one, he's doing the whole, I have had black friends, therefore I'm not racist thing. And he's also saying because he was friends with Diddy, that makes him not racist. So, by the way, crazy take to do. By the way, Carolyn, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Justin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4 as well. And Joseph, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. And Tommy, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. And Bruno, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, I was online with a notary and she thought I was pissing well the whole time. Bramble, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, as of right now, 33 pardoned January 6ers have reoffended. Thank you for the information. I appreciate it. W's for them in the comment section. Thank you. Cassie as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Of course, I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section. I think I'm fully caught up there. Jeez, bro. Jeez. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 before we end it tonight. We're at 2,000 right now, everyone. I got about 27 minutes actually on live. I don't know if I'll be able to do more than that because I want to get to 5 hours on the recording, which I didn't do yet. We're about 5 hours on the stream already, though. Yeah, I guess, Co-Health, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
I mean, how do you feel about Trump RX?
I don't necessarily think he's changed anything by doing that.
I mean, so with Trump RX, and you can fact check this, medication similar to, it's either Ozempic or it's another one similar to it. The price can go from like it was $1,200 before, like the average price, I guess, and it's going to be down as low as to $300 now. Like you can just like look it up, like get AI overview of that. I mean, I feel like that's something to give him credit for, right?
I don't think that's anything different comparative to RXs that existed. Like, for example, there's something called Good RX. Is it any different than that?
So it's the same as what you're saying.
Yeah, like there's no difference.
Okay.
And like,
I mean,
if
I'll
you
look
want
into
to
that,
reduce
too.
price, it's the most possible that you could get. The way that you would do that is by capping the cost of pharmaceutical costs, like what Kamala Harris is advocating for.
I don't know. I just feel like Kamala Harris never really advocated for much, and she just wasn't qualified to be the president.
You're
How
not
so?
qualified for this conversation, but we've been talking to you for a long time.
Listen, I'm definitely not. You guys do this for a living, I'm
But
assuming.
it's not just that, but like, hold up, like, let's just be clear. Kamala Harris was the most qualified candidate in this race by far. Not even close.
Not even close.
Not even close. And if you cared
And-
about qualifications, would you have voted for Hillary Clinton over Trump?
No,
Who was more qualified?
Hillary definitely was. Trump.
Okay, so
wasn't.
I don't think you actually cared about the qualifications. So I definitely think that she was more qualified. Not only was she more qualified, but also I think that what's it called? Trump was so underqualified that there's no possible way that you could care about qualifications if you support Trump.
So, could you tell me just off the top of your head what made her more qualified?
Yeah, she was a senator, she was a district attorney, she was an attorney general, and she was vice president of the United States.
For how long was she a senator?
She was a senator for the max term.
So how long is that?
6 years.
Okay. So what accomplishments did she have over those 6 years?
Yeah. So I wouldn't be able to list you all the accomplishments that she had, but she specifically fought for things in Congress, such as like I can give you examples of vice presidency, such as the Inflation Reduction Act, right? Such as the bipartisan infrastructure bill. She helped get things within the context of those bills, and then within the context of the Senate, she was explicitly advocating and negotiating on certain bills to get them passed, and was involved in infrastructure policy, was involved in energy policy, was involved in healthcare policy, childcare policy, housing affordability policy. Right, that's
Also,
the
when you
type
talk-
of she was trying to work with people in Congress to get those things passed. That's what you do as senator.
And that's exactly what I was about to say. Like, that's how you judge a senator, by the not only the type of legislation that they advocate for or they co-author, but the ability to make the bridges and in order to get resources that's allocated on a federal level to their state. So her being able to not only advocate for American citizens as a whole, but specifically for the state of California, why senator is what made her overwhelmingly successful. And not to mention the fact like she's the only candidate in recent modern history that worked in all portions of the federal government, or not the federal government, but all branches, while being a district attorney, by being a senator and a vice president.
Yeah, I also want to keep mentioning more. Right, there's a lot more. She was also a co-sponsor specifically on the First Step Act, which is something that Trump specifically was advocating for. She advocated for the Justice of Victims of Lynching Act, the Justice in Policing Act, the Lift Up the Middle Class Act that provided a middle class tax credit of $6,000 per family to help with the cost of living rise. There was Maternal Care Act, the Climate Equity Act. Those were a few things.
Okay, for me, I feel like the only thing that she had to make her more qualified would have been her age. Just
What? Wait, I just gave you so many examples of things that she did in the Senate.
I'm fully convinced she has no accomplishments in her lifetime that would make her a good candidate to be president.
We literally just named you're a fucking idiot. You're a donut. You're a donut. Either you are at this point being willfully obtuse or you're stupid. Which one?
I mean, I'll have to.
Are you
like I said,
disingenuous or are you stupid? It has to be one of the two now, and I'm over it.
I mean, I'll have to look into it, man. Maybe I'll research qualifications to make Kamala Harris president.
Wait, we just gave you them.
Yeah, like you can say a lot of shit on
Do
live.
you want me to repeat
No,
them?
you can.
That doesn't make it true.
Do you want me to repeat them?
I don't. I mean, sure. Like, not all of them. Give me like your top 2 just off the top of your head.
Yeah, the Lift the Middle Class Act that specifically provided a middle class tax credit of $6,000 per family to help with the cost of living, alongside the specifically Justice for Victims of Lynching Act.
And I'll have to look up like what those.
But you're not. You're not. You're gonna keep saying,
Yes,
"I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna do research." You're not gonna research any of it. Tell me what you wrote in that. What did? Do you have camera access? You have camera access.
I don't know.
What have you written down? Tell me some of the shit that you wrote down from earlier in the conversation.
While he looks for that, Dan, go ahead. Dan had some points he wanted to bring up real quick on the Trump RX point.
What up, Dan?
Hey, Santana. Hey, Parker.
What's up?
I'll just be really quick. I know the topic shifted to this misogynistic talking point that Kamala is somehow not qualified, but if we go back really quick to the...
Not right.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Anytime someone says that she wasn't qualified, it's kind of like it's almost like a litmus test to tell if somebody...
See, that's usually what I hear. It's either about race or it's misogynistic.
Hey, shush his bub. Dan is talking and you don't interrupt Dan. I like him way more than I like you.
Appreciate that, Santana. So, but really quick, I'm just going to go back to the topic that was that came up right before this, which was the Trump RX. So this was actually something that I thought I was going to be able to add to Trump's 3 pros. When people ask, "Hey, what are 3 things, or what are some things you agree with Trump on?" It's like, okay, getting rid of the penny, the first step back in his first term. Like I thought I'd be able to add a 3rd one, which was his announcement in December about the most favored nation pricing, where prescription in the United States will now be at least equal or lower than any other nation's pricing on those prescriptions. I was super excited. Finally, a 3rd accomplishment by Trump administration after 2 terms. But unfortunately, in January, Trump actually told on himself at the World Economic Forum in Davos. He explained that he was pressuring countries like France. His story was about France, but this was the case for other countries. He was pressuring those countries to raise their prescription prices. Otherwise, he would hit them with strict tariffs. So rather than bringing prescription prices down, his play was to bring prices up for other countries. I don't know about you, but that kind of sounds like a not actually helping the American people, but just trying to hurt the rest of the world. Anyway, that's all I wanted to bring up.
Thank you so much, Dan. W's Dan in the comment section. Seriously, thank you, man. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Did you hear that, Cohelt?
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay, what did he say?
I mean, he was just saying that instead of bringing prices down for the American people, it was just charging other countries more.
By doing what?
I mean, I kind of zoned out a little bit.
Tariff.
I mean, that was...
Go ahead, Dan.
Dan,
Dan, just repeat it. It's okay, Dan. I wanted to make sure that he
No,
got
the
it.
smart one's in the back listening.
Not
Like
all
literally
of
the
them.
smart one's in the back listening. W system.
Yeah. All right, I will go a little bit slower this time. So basically, at the World Economic Forum last month in Davos, Donald Trump told a story about how he called President Macron of France, and this was the case with a bunch of other countries as well. And he threatened to impose high, strict tariffs unless they increase their prescription pricing. The reason for this is he wanted to be able to claim the most favored nation pricing, but wouldn't actually be able to get prices for U.S. prescriptions down. So the only way to do that is to try to force other countries to raise their prices. That doesn't actually help the American people. It just makes for a good talking point. Oh, look, now we're getting charged the same as France for our prescriptions, even though all he did was essentially bully France into raising their price. Now, whether or not France raised their price, I couldn't tell. He kind of he did the weave during that story and kind of drifted off into, he did a French accent. He said, no, I will not do that. You can all go look at the video. But bragging about the fact that his one of his only actual accomplishments for the American people is really just a talking point. It didn't actually help anybody. I thought was pretty rough to defend.
Hopefully he got it this time. Kohel, did you get it this time?
Yeah, I got it this time. So pretty much what I take from this is I need to go and do some research about Trump RX because I apparently don't understand it.
Okay. Can you tell me what he just said? How is the reason why they're making the prices equivalent?
I mean, just other countries raising their prices, and it's just tariffs.
Okay, we'll go with that. All right. Thank you, Dan, for coming up. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me up. Have a great life.
Thank you for coming up. You as well later. I'm assuming you're going live later.
I kind of wanted to go live. I really wanted to react to the Pam Bondi stuff because every freaking clip I see makes me want to crash out, and I think we all need to crash out as a community. So,
Why, Dan? Why? I think she spoke very eloquently about the Dow, and like why aren't we talking about the Dow?
You don't want to talk about the crime in California. Did you all see that? I saw that before I hopped on.
I didn't see that one. I saw the one where she called Jerry Nadler not a real lawyer and was upset that he reclaimed his time. But the one that I'm going to make a video about, like I already clipped the video, is she's saying she's being questioned about hiring a J6er who was screaming. I don't want to get you in trouble, but unalive them in regards to law enforcement. And he now works for the Justice Department. And so she was being questioned about that. They played the clip and everything. And her response was, well, I believe he was pardoned by President Trump. So,
yeah, she's okay with Trump doing that, right?
Yeah, of course, because the reality is, and I think most Americans know this, Blue Lives never mattered to them. Blue Lives Matter was just said to try to water down the idea that Black Lives Matter. They don't actually care about law enforcement. They frankly don't have any actual standards or ideals other than hate others. Like that's really what it is. They will take money out of their own pockets, as we see with them defending tariffs, if it means, as they see, by the way, with adding to the debt to just fund ICE to do these raids, which don't actually help the American people. We see that they're willing to take money out of their own pockets if it means hurting those that they don't like. That is the one consistency with this version of the Republican Party, is that they're willing to cut off their nose to spite their face.
Wait, Dan. Do you know how much money as a whole the country has lost out on by just being racist?
I have to imagine it's trillions at this point, but
put a number on it.
$10 trillion. Like if we're talking about deception, too low.
Too low. 16 trillion. Citibank Group did a comprehensive study and showed that the United States of America has lost out on 16 trillion with the T dollars engaging in racist discriminatory practices. Literally, when you talk about cutting off your nose to spite your face, they would much rather be racist, bigoted, and hateful than actually make money. This is America.
That's wild.
100%. And I don't know if Parker's covered the Cato Institute study, but
oh yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It was like I think it was $14 trillion deficit reduced since the 90s or something.
Yeah, and for what? Because the like whenever they claim, and I want to remind everybody, when they say, "Oh, we're going after the violent criminals first," right? And then we hit them back with, "Okay, well then why is it under 14% of all of those that have been deported have been have even a charge for a violent crime, let alone a conviction?" I think convictions are under 5%. Well, they'll come back with, well, if they're here illegally, then it's a crime. It's what this is called is a Mott and Bailey, where they put up the first talking point, their first argument, which is that, oh, we're going after the violent criminals. But then they retreat to the, oh, well, they're all criminals because they all came here. We saw this in, I think it was Isaiah's, I don't know if we say the name of that YouTube channel, but the most recent, okay, the Isaiah Jubilee video, we saw that where they will hide back behind the, oh, well, they're all criminals, when their claim for violent criminals get debunked immediately. And so, like, we see this now with the study from the Cato Institute that, like, this isn't just, it's not just unconscionable morally for the fact that they're targeting American citizens and they're targeting old women and single mothers and children, and like it's also just bad for the country. Like, even if you just only cared about yourself, only cared about your bottom line, didn't care about human rights, which is, I mean, unfortunately, a lot of voters do just care about their bank account. It still would be bad policy. So. Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, I appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
W's
Have a
Dan.
good one.
W's Dan in the
Bye,
comment
Parker.
section.
Bye, Santana.
Bye,
Appreciate
Dan.
you. Appreciate you. Alrighty. Coholt. Sorry. Go ahead. Make your last points here. I think I got about like 10 more minutes I can do on the stream or so.
I mean, I mainly wanted to come up here to just hear you guys out, and I'm obviously not the most prepared in the world. I'll admit that, but I appreciate you guys letting me come up and talk to you.
Okay. Well, I hope you keep taking into account the points that we made on the stream. Maybe we'll be able to change your mind over time, man.
Yeah, I definitely will look into it a lot more.
No, you
Like I
won't.
said,
No, you. As a matter of fact, hey, fucking come to my live tomorrow, and I want you to tell me what you reached. Like that's your homework. I will be live tomorrow. You come back tomorrow, and I want you to tell me exactly what you looked up and what you learned. Do it. Fucking do it. I don't believe you. You need more people.
I mean, I'm saying I will research it, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not huge into politics to begin with, but what makes me want to get more invested into it is just the way that you guys, I just feel like just the hate towards Trump and then sort of
You reset all the way back to the beginning. That's the first thing you said when you got here. We literally have given you facts and information and data and like actual logical explanations about everything, and you think that we just orange man bad. Like,
That's literally what it comes down to.
But that's you, and that's you, Marshmallow Brain. Like, that's literally you. You have TDS. Like, you literally think that anything Trump says or does is perfect, and you think that everyone's out to get him, even though we have verifiable, concrete evidence about the fucked up shit that he's doing and why we're mad about the fucked up shit.
So, like, what are you all gonna go to whenever Trump is no longer in office? I mean, I feel like you're so obsessed with him at this point. It will continue. Like, it'll be 2040. Parker will still be doing a live. Why did you support Trump?
Bro, you're trolling, right?
No, I mean, that's.
Do you
I feel
actually
like you
think
all
40
have
years from now
TDS.
I'm going to be doing why did you support Trump? Are you serious?
I mean, that's where the money is.
What? No, it wouldn't be. If he hasn't been in office for 40 years, who the fuck would watch the stream? Who the fuck would come up and debate me?
Just,
that literally makes no sense.
brainwash
I'll
people
tell
on
you.
the left.
I'll tell you. Within the context of Trump's administration, once we know who the next candidate is, it's going to be why do you support that person?
Yeah. Speaking of that, who, like, as of right now, who would you support going into
Your mom.
2028?
Actually,
My
your
mom.
little sister. W's sister. Your sister is like fucking dog walking you this entire time. I support your sister. Sister 2028.
Yeah, and for example, like I'd pick someone like Ro Khanna. Like I think Ro Khanna's great.
Okay, why not JD Vance?
Because he's a lunatic that works for the Trump administration that literally would have certified the false slates of electors to electoral college on 2020 because he thinks that Trump won the 2020 election, and he would have literally undermined the integrity of our democracy. That's just one reason.
So is that the same thing for Marco Rubio? You wouldn't support him either?
Yeah, I mean, Marco Rubio would probably be more complex. Like, I disagree with like the foreign policy that he has in terms of neocon foreign policy. I disagree with his specific policy, and then his support for the Trump administration would be relevant. But he does take a different place within the Trump administration. Like JD Vance explicitly has literally said that he would have certified the false slates of electors. Like that's just like working with the Trump administration to undermine the integrity of our democracy. I don't know if Marco Rubio would have supported doing that. I would have to see his positions on that, and he could be critiqued on that. And I do think he should be critiqued on his affiliation with the Trump administration, being a part of it and being in support of it.
If we want to talk about an actual shift for the Republican Party, though, I think that Nikki Haley would be a different direction for the party as a whole. Where, I mean, like, she hasn't been a complete Trump loyalist. She hasn't been completely divergent of Trump, but she has been someone who has been willing to not only show integrity but has a track record of successful work. And I think Nikki Haley would have been a more viable candidate in the primary over Donald Trump. I honestly think so. So if you want to step outside of that cone of like Trumpness, I think Nikki Haley would be viable for the right.
Yeah. Did Nikki Haley endorse Trump?
Did she finally endorse him? I think she finally
I
endorsed
think she ended up doing it. And one of the things she was
She had no
supportive
realistic
was
shot of
extending the
winning.
age of retirement. She wants us to be like retired later.
Yeah.
Which the Republican Party is going to support either way, but to be honest.
Yep.
But yeah, like I said, thank you guys for letting me come up. Santana, I will. What time do you go live tomorrow?
Now, what time are you available? I will be live whenever you're available because I want you to do your research, Bub.
Let's see. Tomorrow is.
You send me a DM. I will look for
Thursday.
your DM. Don't even worry about it, sweetheart. Just send me a DM and I will be
I'm
live.
not a
just for you.
sweetheart, but I appreciate it.
It's a saying. Don't even worry about it.
But yeah, thank you guys.
All right, appreciate you coming up, sweetheart. I had to do it to him after he's like, dude, what? I'm not your sweetheart. I thought that was pretty funny. Knew that would be funny. Michael, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. They said use Lilly Direct for GLP. It's cheaper than Trump RX. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you letting me know. As well as Lance, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. They said hot take: if being friends with black people makes him not racist. Let me read the. Sorry, I can't read the whole thing. Then being friends with Diddy should be enough to say that he's a P3DO. That's a pretty good point. That's a pretty good point. And same thing with Epstein too.
Wait, and
Jesus.
Did you see where Epstein called Diddy like basically his op?
Oh, really?
He said, yeah, there was an email where he said Diddy's his competition. Yeah.
That's just
like
crazy.
a literal, yeah.
That's just crazy. Keith, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much, of course. I appreciate it. As well as Alexis, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What are you doing to keep California blue with the midterms for governor? I don't think the midterms are going to lead to California not being blue. Now, certain aspects might stay red, of course, but I'm not like someone who deals with local politics very much. Obviously, I'm voting for Democrats anywhere I can, and in California, given that I live here. But I typically don't deal with local politics, like for other districts and whatnot. Christina, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you very much. And then let me thank some people on YouTube, and I think we're going to call it for today, everyone. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up real quick, everybody. I'm going to let Santana say thank you to some people, and then I'll thank some people on YouTube.
Lois, thank you so much for the 2. I love you. Justin, thank you so much for the $5.55. Listen, I will say that racism is American as apple pie. So like seeing it in 2026 isn't surprising. We just need to make sure that we do everything that we can to combat hate in all forms: racism, sexism, classism, fascism, all of them. Cassie, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate you. And Christina, thank you so much for the 1. I try to be a sweetheart.
Alrighty, as Katie, thank you so much for the $5 in YouTube Super Chat. Hawkeye, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. As well as Human, thank you so much for the 12 euros. Thank you very much. Renegade, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Hawkeye, thank you for the $5. Jonathan, thank you for the $10. S19, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Aiden, thank you for the $2. Capped, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Burnt, thank you so much for the $2. Dan, thank you for the $2 as well. Light, thank you for the $2. Kylene, thank you so much for the $2. Heather with the $5. Max for the $5. Thank you very much. Justina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Rambo, thank you for the $2. Hawkeye, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Khalif, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Rogue, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Scooty, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. As well as Fireheart, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Joey, thank you for the $5. Nick, thank you for the $5. Monster, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Tracy, thank you for the $2 as well. Noel, thank you for the $5. And then Kala, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Alrighty, I think I'm fully done for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I appreciate it. I was about to say Dean. Santana, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you. Get some rest. Seriously.
Of course, I
Take
will.
care of
Thank you
yourself.
very
I'll
much.
check on you later.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll see you later.
See you, bro.
Alrighty, everyone. Have a good night. I will see everyone later. I'll see everyone tomorrow. I probably will be live. Do you have work tomorrow? Yeah, I'll probably be live tomorrow morning, everyone. Same time as today. I love y'all. Have a good night, everyone.